So there I was, standing in my manager's office, getting called dead weight without him even looking up from his ledger. Trash pay for a trash appraiser. That's what 6 years bought me. I didn't know it yet, but before the day was out, something older and considerably more terrifying than my manager was going to need me alive far more than he'd ever needed me employed. Guildmaster Valerius delivered the whole thing in less time than it took to sign the form. Combat null, he called me. No stats worth the payroll. Cutting weight. He slid my severance across the mahogany desk like it might be contagious. 6 years hauling crates of rusted gear across the guild docks. Inventory nobody else wanted to touch. Tallied by hand, because I actually enjoyed getting the numbers right. 6 years of quotas hit, and never once thanked for it. I didn't argue. Arguing costs energy, and I was fresh out. I walked out of that office already doing the math on how long I could stretch what was in my pocket, and that's when the floor lit up gold under my boots. No warning, no ceremony. Just a circle of burning script blooming under my feet like the building had been waiting all day for exactly this moment, and then the guild hall wasn't there anymore. I had time to be furious about it. Falling from 400 meters gives a man a genuinely absurd amount of time to be furious. Long enough to do the math twice. Terminal velocity, distance, a number of seconds that was not zero but felt insultingly close to it. I informed the rushing air that I'd been fired and pancaked in the same afternoon, that they'd love that kind of efficiency in the report, cause of death, severance. The wind ate most of it. I kept talking anyway. Screaming felt like giving the fall too much credit, and I'd rather go out as a bad joke than a good scream. Somewhere below me, something the size of a city block was rushing up to meet me at a speed with no polite name. I tried bargaining next, on the theory that a man with nothing left to lose might as well negotiate with gravity itself. I offered the dark any demotion it wanted, up to and including cleaning latrines with my own face, which, incidentally, was about to happen anyway. Gravity did not counter. Gravity has never once countered. Whatever was rushing up to meet me had shape now, jagged black spires, a floor that looked less like a floor and more like a mouth that had given up trying to look friendly. I revised the eulogy in real time. Not a puddle, a stain with opinions. A cautionary anecdote some future clerk would hear at orientation, right before getting handed his own Depth 99 license. I was already drafting the actual version, short, unimpressive, mold warehouse footnote, when the air caught me. Not soft, not gentle. Just solid, all at once, a wall where there should have been nothing. I stopped 4 feet above the puddle I'd been narrating. Safety shield, absorbed. Fall damage, 0. I lay there in the dirt not dying, which was new information I needed a second to process. Something told me, in a voice like a mountain clearing its throat, that I would have made an unpleasant sound hitting that at speed, and that it would rather not clean it up. Appreciated, I told it. Also tremendously overdue. 9 feet of cracked obsidian scale unfolded out of the dark in front of me. Curved black ram horns, dim gold runes pulsing under his hide like a furnace running out of fuel. The floor 100 boss. The thing every guild report swore never left its throne room, and it was crouched over a fired warehouse clerk like this was a completely normal Tuesday. He told me I was bonded now. Shopkeeper's contract. The shield that had just saved my ungrateful life wasn't a gift. It ran on evolution shards, and it drained whether I was using it or not. Shopkeeper's contract, bound. Evolution shard reserve, 0. Safety shield, offline, insufficient reserve. Up close, the gold veins running through his chest weren't glowing so much as guttering. The light of something burning its last reserves and pretending otherwise. Whatever he was, he didn't look like a monster shopping for a victim. He looked like a man closing out a very old, very tired ledger. I asked him why me. Not even a question by that point. More of a formality. He said I'd been standing closest to a door he needed opened, which wasn't an answer, and the way his eyes slid off mine when he said it told me he knew exactly how much of a non-answer that was. Ask again once I'd earned one. I didn't fight, he told me. Not ever. The contract forbade it. I crafted, I sold, I survived. Simple. I pointed out that the shield he'd just used on me was already reading offline. He said it ran on whatever charge had come bundled with the teleport, and now it ran on shards, and I didn't have any. He said it like weather. I want to fix that, he added, before something on this floor noticed I wasn't protected anymore. He didn't wait for me to argue. The gold circle bloomed once more under his own feet, and he was gone the way he'd come. No goodbye, no further instructions, just the sudden, total absence of the only thing standing between me and floor 99. Empty stone room. One crate. An iron-bound door I had no reason to trust. A torch that annoyed the dark more than it lit it. No weapon, no plan, 6 years of warehouse logistics, and a shop I hadn't even seen the inside of. Floor 99 breathed on the other side of that door. Nobody had come back from it in 4 years, and the one thing keeping it off me had already burned through its last charge, catching a man it didn't even like. Somewhere out there was whatever had earned this floor its reputation, and it didn't know yet that the newest thing living here couldn't so much as make a fist in its own defense. F-rank shopkeeper. 0 shards. 0 weapons. A contract that wouldn't let me throw a punch even if I found one worth throwing, and a boss who'd vanished before I could ask a single follow-up question. Whatever was out there was about to find out exactly how undefended I was, and I didn't get a vote in win. The scratching started about 4 minutes after the boss left. I know it was 4 minutes because counting was the only job I had left. No shield charge, no weapon, no plan. Just a door I didn't trust, a torch that barely paid its own rent and light, and something on the far side of the iron testing the hinges. It didn't sound big. It sounded small and numerous, which on this floor was probably worse. I did what any professional does with his last minutes alive. I took inventory. The crate lid came up easier than rusted iron corners had any right to allow. Inside, stacked with insulting neatness, was a starter kit. 4 sacks of dark grain, 40 pounds each by the shoulder test. A sealed clay jar labeled culture, live, do not drink, the first honest label I'd read in 6 years. 2 coils of copper tap line. 12 glass tankards packed in straw. A water barrel, full and cold. And stamped into the bottom board, 1 line of system script. The 1 crate, category locked, brewing supplies. 1 category at a time. Fill it with brews, it holds brews forever. Fill it with anything else, the brews go. Somebody had designed this thing specifically to punish a man for diversifying. The scratching moved to the gap under the door. Whatever was out there had found the smell of the grain. I stood very still in the middle of my 1 stone room, shieldless, and understood that the smell was either going to get me eaten or get me paid, and the difference came down to speed. The system agreed. Mythic Brewing, unlocked. Recipe available, Evolution Suds. Brew time, 8 hours. Yield, for tankards. Evolution Suds, named by someone who had never worked a market stall in their life, but I wasn't in a position to argue with free intellectual property. The recipe wanted grain, water, live culture, heat, and patience. I had all 5, if spite counts as patience. What the recipe did not mention anywhere was fighting. The loop it described was cleaner than that. I craft, a monster drinks, the monster evolves, the monster pays me in evolution shards. The shards feed the shield that keeps me from becoming a menu item. Nobody in the chain swings anything at anybody, which was convenient, because my strength stat was a 1 and the system had printed it without comment, which I chose to take personally. So I rolled my sleeves and started a beverage program, for 100 meters below my last paycheck. Mash in the barrel, culture in the mash. Tap line coiled over the torch bracket for heat, because the room came with exactly one fire, and I wasn't sentimental about ambience. The work steadied my hands the way work always had. Measure, pour, seal, weight. 6 years of counting other people's crates, and the first inventory I'd ever run for myself was happening in a grave with a door. The door, for the record, held all night. The scratching gave up somewhere in the dark hours, and I slept sitting against the crate with a tankard in my fist. Not to drink from. It was the heaviest thing I owned. Next morning, the barrel had gone quiet. I cracked the seal and the smell rolled out, sweet and sharp, and the liquid inside had turned a blue that did not occur in nature. Iridescent, neon, lit from inside, with a head of white foam that built itself without being asked. I poured one tankard and held it up to the torch, and my first thought was that I could have retired on this recipe topside. My second thought was that topside had fired me, so they could keep the tap water. Evolution suds, for servings ready. The scratching came back around what my stomach said was midday. One set of claws this time, small and businesslike, working at the door gap. I got down on the floor and looked. Looking back at me was a rat, not a surface rat. This one was the size of a loaf, plated in gray gravel-colored scales, with bare patches where the plating had cracked and not grown back. Ribs showing under the stone. It wasn't hunting me. It was starving, and the grain smell had dragged it here on rails. A customer with no money. I'd met plenty. Not today, I told it, out loud, because 6 years of stall work had left me talking to customers whether or not they could understand English. It didn't understand English. It understood the grain smell. I poured 2 fingers of suds into a tankard, set it on the floor, and opened the door 4 inches, which I want on the record as the bravest inventory decision of my career. The rat flinched, froze, then followed its nose in. It hit the tankard face first. The blue went down in one long pull. What happened next, I had read about an hour earlier and still wasn't ready for. The rat seized up. The cracked plating along its back lit from underneath, the same neon blue as the brew, and then the whole animal molted in fast forward. New plate, thicker, slate dark, interlocked. It came out the far side of the process half again bigger, breathing easy, calm in a way starving things never are. Evolution successful. Payment received, 1 evolution shard. Evolution shard reserve, 0 to 1. Safety shield, online. The hum I hadn't known I was missing came back on somewhere under my skin, and my shoulders came down off my ears for the first time since the fall. 1 shard. 1/10 of it gone by tomorrow to upkeep, if the boss's math held. Terrible margin. Any margin at all was a promotion. The rat looked at me. I looked at the rat. Then it put its snout back in the tankard, found it empty, and gave me a stare I recognized from every customer I'd ever met at closing time. It didn't get a refill. It hadn't paid for a refill. It rattled off into the dark with its new armor clicking, and I wrote the whole transaction into the dust on the crate lid with my finger. Sold, 1 serving. Received, 1 shard. Outstanding, everything else in my life. I spent the afternoon on operations. Water hauled, second mash set, tankards racked where the torchlight would catch them from the door. If the smell was going to advertise whether I liked it or not, the least I could do was control what it advertised. 3 servings left from batch 1. 8 hours to batch 2. A shield running on 1 shard and a drain I couldn't see. I did that arithmetic maybe 40 times, and it came out survivable in 38 of them. The 2 failures assumed a customer bigger than a rat. The door came off its top hinge a little after dark. The thing that shouldered through was 7 feet of starving. Gray skin shrink-wrapped over ribs. Horns filed to stumps. Fingers twice the length fingers should be, ending in claws that had been chewed. A lesser demon, the kind the guild manuals rated as a squad problem, and it crossed my shop floor in 2 strides with its mouth already open, and there was nothing between us but stale air, because it had not come for the menu. It had come for the chef. We're closed, I said. Try the next grave over. It lunged. The room went white. Safety shield. Impact absorbed. Reserve draining. The demon bounced. Not a metaphor. It hit the air a hand's width from my face and folded backward onto my floor, and the shield hum climbed to a pitch I could feel in my teeth, and somewhere behind my sternum a number I could not afford started going down. The demon got up slow. It looked at me, at the shimmer in the air, back at me. It was doing hungry thing math, and I watched it run all of it, claws flexing, weighing a second lunge against whatever the first one had cost. Then its nostrils flared. Its head turned, 1 degree at a time, away from me, toward the rack by the torch, where 3 tankards of evolution suds sat glowing blue against the dark. The shield had a meter. The demon had all night. And I had 3 servings between me and finding out what a starving squad problem does when the free samples run out. And I had 3 servings between me and finding out what a starving squad problem does when the free samples run out. 10 feet of stone floor between me and the demon, and neither of us had moved in a full minute. It stood in the wreck of my door with its chewed claws hanging loose, eyes going from me to the rack of blue tankards and back, and the arithmetic in that skull was not complicated. Eating me had already cost it 1 full-body bounce off the air. The drinks were not defended, and the look it kept giving my rack was the look of a shopper who has found the discount aisle. I moved first, because standing still was doing nothing for my margins. I took 1 tankard off the rack, walked it forward, set it on the floor at the halfway line, and stepped back behind my counter, which was a crate. Halfway was as far as its nerve had carried it. So that was where the product went. The demon crossed the room in a crouch, snatched the tankard, and drank it the way drowning men breathe. Then it went rigid. I'd watched a rat do this the day before, so I thought I knew the shape of it. I did not know the shape of it. The rat had molted. The demon detonated, slow, from the inside. Blue light climbed out of the cracks in its gray skin. The filed horn stumps split and shed, and came back full length and swept back, black as the walls. It gained a foot of height, then another. The chewed claws sloughed off whole, and what grew under them was precise, curved, and built for work I didn't want itemized. The rib cage stopped being visible. The shaking stopped with it. Evolution jump, lesser demon to greater demon. Payment received, 3 evolution shards. Notice, subject at capacity. Further jumps locked until the new tier settles. 3 shards for 1 serving. The rat had paid 1 for a molt. The system priced by distance jumped, and I had just learned my top shelf from my bottom shelf in a single transaction. The reserve read 3 and change, minus whatever the shield sipped while I stood there being educated. The demon flexed its new hands. It looked at them for a long time. Then it looked at me, and I watched something get decided. It knelt. Head down, palms flat on my floor, 9 feet of predator folded into the posture of a man asking his landlord for 1 more week. The word it produced had gravel in it, and came out sideways past teeth, not built for talking. More. I told it the truth. More existed, more was brewed fresh daily, and more had a price, and the price was not blood, because blood was worthless to me, and I was the only vendor on this floor. Labor, though. Labor I could use. The door it had broken needed hanging. Water needed hauling. Stock needed guarding from everything smaller and stupider than it. In exchange, a ration. Small pours, watered, steady. The good stuff, the full-strength jump, that was top shelf, and top shelf had to be earned. It listened with its head tilted, and when I stopped talking it picked up my iron-bound door with 2 fingers and hung it back on the bent hinge, then bent the hinge straight around it with a thumb. Staff registered, 1. Crafting time reduced, brew time 8 hours to 4 hours. The system had opinions about employment law, apparently, and all of them were in my favor. Half the brew time for 1 pair of hands. I stood there reading the panel and revising every production estimate I'd made in the last 2 days, and the revisions all pointed the same direction. Up. I put the demon on nights. That first shift told me everything about the labor I'd hired. Sometime past midnight, the gravel rats came back, and not one loaf-sized customer this time. 9 of them, plated, hungry, working the door gap in organized shifts. Somewhere in the last 2 days they had unionized. I counted them through the crack and was still deciding which tankard to sacrifice when the demon stepped over me, opened the door, and swept its open hand once across the threshold. 9 rats went 9 directions. None of them came back down. The doorframe cracked from the wind of it, and the demon looked at the crack, looked at me, and had the decency to appear embarrassed. That's what was my product. That was the thing I needed the floor to understand and had no way to advertise. 2 days ago, this creature was ribs and stumps, dying in a hallway. 1 serving of my brew later, it was rearranging the local food chain with 1 hand, and every shard of that power had come out of a barrel I mashed with a torch and a coil of pipe. The margin on that transaction beat anything the guild had ever shipped in my 6 years on their docks, and the guild would never know, because as far as the surface was concerned, this floor was a grave and I was in it. Employment was not smooth. I want that in the ledger. The demon tried to wash tankards its first morning, and I lost 2 of my 12 to enthusiasm, crushed to sand between fingertips that could straighten iron. 10 glasses now. It spent an hour after that arranging the straw packing into a nest shape, which was not a service the shop offered. It also would not stop kneeling. Every time I handed over the ration pour, it went down on the stone, forehead first, and no amount of telling it that this was a wage, not a blessing, made a dent. I gave up on the 3rd try and let the kneeling stand. But the water got hauled, 40 trips a night from the seep down the corridor, a chore that used to eat 1/3 of my working hours. The door stayed hung. The second mash went into the barrel at dusk and came out ready by the time I woke, for hours flat, exactly the discount the panel had promised. I ran the numbers by torchlight. 4 tankards a batch, 2 batches a day now instead of 1, minus the demon's watered ration. 6 sellable servings daily, and a floor full of starving things that had all smelled where the blue light came from by now. For the first time since the teleport circle, my projections had a second page. I was mid-column when the demon did the thing that ended my quiet week. It had been standing its post at the door, still as furniture, when its head came up. It sniffed once, dropped the water skins, and walked into the dark without a word in either direction. Gone an hour. 2. I did not go looking. Whatever was out there had already eaten everything my size that ever went looking, and the shield's drain did not pause for sentiment either way. It came back dragging something. I heard it before I saw it, a grinding scrape on stone, too heavy for any part of the demon itself. It hauled the load through my doorway with both arms, walked it to my counter, and set it down in front of me with the care of a cat delivering a dead bird. Then it stepped back and waited, visibly proud, for a reaction I did not have in stock. A block of ore. Raw, unworked, black past black, a full arm span across, and dense enough that the stone of my countertop creaked under it. Cold came off the thing. Not stored cold. Produced cold, working cold, the chill of something still running on power no one had put into it. Veins threaded through the black, thin, deep set, catching my one torch and giving nothing back. 6 years appraising salvage for the guild, and I could price anything a human hand had ever made. I put my palm on that block and my entire professional instrument returned a blank page. No grade, no comparable, no listed origin. The thing hummed against my skin, low and patient, tuned to a market I had never been allowed to see. I tried to lift one end. The end declined. The one crate, category mismatch, brewing supplies. Even my own storage refused to touch it. It sat on my counter, drinking the light, humming its one long note from somewhere far below the deepest shelf I had access to, and the demon stood over it beaming with a face never designed for the expression. A gift. My first tip from a customer, hauled up out of a dark I could not survive visiting, priced at a number I could not calculate, in a category I could not store. Somewhere down there was a seam this came from. Somewhere down there, something had cracked this loose. And my one employee, 9 feet of freshly evolved evidence that my product changed food chains, was already turning back toward the doorway with the unmistakable posture of an errand runner who thinks the gift went over well and is about to go get more. By the third block of, my shop had a weight problem. The demon had kept its promise. Every night shift ended the same way now, one more slab of that black, cold, humming metal hauled up from somewhere below and set on my counter with pride I hadn't budgeted for. 3 blocks. Combined weight, somewhere north of what my countertop was rated for, which I knew because the countertop was starting to file complaints. I couldn't store it, couldn't price it, couldn't work it, and couldn't tell my one employee to stop bringing me treasure because staff morale was the only line item still running a surplus. So when something knocked on my door in the middle of the day, polite, 3 raps and a pause, the thing that struck me first was that nothing on this floor had ever knocked. I looked through the crack the rat swarm had left me. 4 feet of stranger looked back. A dwarf. Rock dust crusted into the braids of an auburn beard. 1 iron boot dragging its sole. A cough with gravel in it. He stood in my doorway swaying slightly, amber eyes going past me to the counter, and the got his attention before I did, which told me his priorities and his profession in one glance. He introduced himself as Brumir, said his clan worked the deep seams 3 galleries down, and asked, with the specific courtesy of a man who has been walking longer than he planned, whether the smell in my corridor was beer. It's better than beer, I said. There's no such thing, he said back, but he was still holding the tankard, and negotiations were open. I poured him a taste of the staff ration, the watered pour, 1 finger. He held it to the torch, sniffed it the way I appraise salvage, and drank. Then he stood very still for a while, put the tankard down with both hands, and asked what I wanted for a barrel. Here is what I had learned by then about my new market. Coin didn't work. The system recognized shards, and the floor recognized goods, and the sack of surface currency I'd arrived with was worth its weight in sack. When Brumir dug out a purse and started counting discs of stamped gold onto my counter, I pushed the whole stack back at him and watched a career's worth of assumptions fall over behind his eyes. Money was a surface habit. Down here it was a hobby. What I wanted was on the counter, and it weighed 600 pounds. The moment I pointed at the blocks, Brumir stopped being a tired refugee and became a professional. He walked the length of the counter twice. He put his ear to the black metal, thumped it with 1 knuckle, and listened to the hum change pitch. He scraped 1 braid ring along the grain and studied the mark it didn't leave. And then he told me, quietly, in the tone dwarves reserve for churches, what the demon had been dropping on my counter every morning. Deep vein or raw off a live seam. His grandfather's generation had worked metal half this dense and had burned out 3 forges learning what it cost. His generation had never held a piece this size. His whole clan could dig for a year, he said, and not show me a fist of it. My employee had been fetching it in armloads. The pack took 1 more pour to close, and it wasn't a sale. A sale would have ended there. I didn't want in or purchase, I wanted in or supply, the whole axis of it, dig, haul, deliver, repeat, and I offered the one payment stream the surface never could. A standing tap, brew, on tap, for the clan, forever, in trade for stone and haulage, and every seam report his diggers could carry. When he understood I meant it in perpetuity, he tried to shake my hand hard enough to relocate it, and I heard the first quoted price of my floor 99 career. Lifetime, he said. Chisel it somewhere. Supply packed registered. Dwarven seems to the void larder. The system, which had watched me refuse gold, apparently approved of barter. Panels stacked up before Broomer's grip had left my fingers. Sovereign smithing, unlocked. Gear crafted from living or evolves with its wearer. Requirement not met, forge facility. A smithing skill priced for kings, delivered to a man whose entire heat inventory was one wall torch. I filed it next to my other ambitions and went back to the part of the business that boiled. Because the real bottleneck had been waiting all week, and its name was storage. 3 or blocks on a groaning counter. 10 tankards for a floor of customers. A one-room shop where the mash barrel, the stock rack, my bedroll, and 600 pounds of humming metal were all learning to coexist. The system had been advertising the fix since the day I arrived, and I finally had the balance to stop ignoring it. Upgrade cost, 2 shards. Reserve, 3 and falling. I paid before I could rerun the math a 5th time. Shop level, 1 to 20. Facility unlocked, storage expansion. The back wall unmade itself. No dust, no noise a demolition deserves, just stone flowing backward, the one room growing a depth it had not owned at breakfast, the new rocks settling into shelves, and the shelves sizing themselves to the exact dimensions of things I already owned. Racking for 40 tankards. A cradle, reinforced, rated for ore. A cellar recess at mash barrel height, cool and dry. My one crate slid into a berth cut for it to the finger width, and I stood in my own stock wall doing the one thing 6 years of warehouse work had never once let me do. Approving of the layout. Shopkeeper level, F to E. The rank panel came last, and the shield noticed before I did. The hum under my skin deepened a note, and the drain deepened with it. E-rank protection, E-rank upkeep. Every promotion in this economy came pre-invoiced, and I had 1 shard and change left to cover it. Tomorrow's batch had better sell. Next morning, the clan's first delivery arrived. 2 young dwarves with a hand sledge, for 100 pounds of ore in cut blocks, a wax-sealed seam report addressed to the beer merchant, and expressions that said Broomer's account of the watered pour had lost nothing in the retelling. The demon signed for the load, by which I mean it loomed over the threshold until the sledge was empty and the dwarves were gone. Commerce. Actual, recurring, scheduled commerce. I racked the blocks, tapped the morning batch, and let myself spend 1 entire minute believing the hard part was behind me. Broomer came back that evening for the first draw on his tab, and the minute expired. He drank the first round telling clan stories with his boots on my new shelving. He drank the second round quieter. Halfway through the third, he stopped in the middle of a story about his grandfather's forge and did not pick it back up, and when I looked over from the barrel, the amber eyes had gone somewhere 3 galleries down. The seams were dying, he said. Not played out. Dying. Alive seam hums, and gallery by gallery, over the last 2 years, the deep veins had gone quiet, or turning brittle and hollow and gray, the way nothing in his clan's records said or could do. The dwarves fed themselves on what the seams paid. 40 diggers had become 31 this year. The clan had sent him up floor as a last resort, hunting rumors of anything that could turn a trade, and he had found me, and he was glad past speech for the tab, and none of it changed the arithmetic he'd been walking with for 2 seasons. The seams his people lived on were going dark, one by one, from the bottom up. I looked at my stocked shelves, at the 400 pounds of or my new trade route had delivered that morning, at the first supply chain I had ever owned end to end. Then I looked at the man on the other side of my counter, doing what I'd been doing since the day the gold circle dropped me here. Counting the days left in a number that only went down. My supply chain was 2 days old, and its source was already dying, and somewhere under my feet, whatever made alive seem go quiet was still down there, working its way up. The sound arrived an hour after close, and it was not footsteps. Footsteps have a count. This was a tide. A dry, clicking, million-legged tide, coming up the corridor from the low end of the floor, and by the time I got to the door crack, the torchlight was already finding the front edge of it. Chitin. Knee-high bodies in interlocking plates, eyeless heads, mandibles working the air, packed wall to wall, and layered 3 deep. And behind the front rank, the corridor just kept going, motion all the way down into the dark past anything I could count. My inventory instinct tried anyway. It got to 400 and gave notice. The demon put itself in the doorway without being told. 9 feet of my entire security budget, knuckles down, and it actually hesitated, which it hadn't done once since the night it evolved. Not at one insect. At the arithmetic. It could swat 50 an hour until its arms wore out and the tide would not notice, and both of us knew it, and it planted itself in my door anyway. I hired that for a watered tankard a day. Somewhere in the last week the wage had stopped explaining what it was still standing there for. The swarm did not attack. That was the strange part. It arrived, pulled around my doorway in a slow whirl, and waited, mandibles all working the same rhythm, and the front rank kept lifting their heads toward the stock shelf where the morning batch sat cooling. They had smelled the brewery from however far down chitin smells things. They were starving. Floor 99's entire food chain was starving. I was beginning to understand, and I had opened the only kitchen. The problem was checkout. My whole operation was built on one customer at a time. One tankard, one evolution, one payment, next in line. Serving this crowd by the glass would take a season I didn't have and a stock I couldn't brew, and the first time the line got impatient, the line was coming through my wall. Selling to them one by one wasn't slow. It was impossible. So I stopped looking at 10,000 customers and started looking for the one that mattered, because nothing moves in perfect shared rhythm without something keeping the beat. I watched the whirl for an hour from the door crack. Every circuit, the flow bent around the same point back in the dark, the way water bends around a stone. Big dim shape, not moving, attended on all sides. A queen. The swarm wasn't 10,000 mouths. It was one mouth with 10,000 hands, and it did all its thinking in scent. Scent I could manufacture. Scent was practically my trade now. Recipe available, pheromone bread. Requires spent mash, water, heat. The system had been reading over my shoulder again, and for once its timing was flawless. Spent mash I had in buckets, the sweet used grain from 6 batches I hadn't found a use for. Heat, 1 torch and a flat stone. I ground, mixed, and baked through the whole night shift, and the demon hauled water, and the loaves came off the stone dense and dark and reeking, each one carrying the brew's signature under the crust, the exact scent the swarm had followed up floor, concentrated into something with a shelf life. I didn't sell the first loaf. I stacked 40 of them on the empty delivery sledge, and the demon walked the sledge out past the front rank, straight down the lane the swarm opened for it, and set the whole load down in front of the queen. One trade. Wholesale. Take it or take my wall down. The dark went quiet. Then the mandibles started, 10,000 at once, and the sound of the hive eating was the sound of rain moving across a roof, and I stood there in the doorway, watching my entire flower reserve disappear in 4 minutes. The light started at the queen and moved outward. Blue, underplate, one body at a time, and then in waves, rank after rank down the corridor. The same light I'd seen crack open a rat and rebuild a demon, now running to the horizon of my torch and past it, deep into the dark, lighting the tunnel from inside the animals themselves. The plating on the front rank thickened as I watched. Drones the size of dogs came out of it the size of wolves. The queen's dim shape rose off the stone on new legs and kept rising. Mass evolution, 214 subjects. Payment received, 21 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 22. 214 evolutions in one transaction. 21 shards, more currency than my entire operating history combined, invoiced in the time it takes bread to be gone. My shield could run for months on the reserve I collected standing still in my own doorway, watching the tunnel glow. Brumir had come up for his evening draw in the middle of it and stopped dead on the threshold with the tankard halfway to his mouth. "God's below," he said. "I've never seen a whole hive turn at once," and set the tankard down, leaving it untouched until the light finally finished, which for a dwarf on a lifetime tab was the strongest reaction available. The demon knelt, forehead to the stone, the full landlord posture, and this time it wasn't kneeling at me. And from the corridor the hive answered the light with a sound I had no entry for, every body scraping its plates in the same slow pulse, over and over, aimed at my door. Awe from the dwarf, worship from the tide, and from my one employee, something in between that I decided not to look at directly. Faction loyalty registered, the hive. The swarm didn't leave. It reorganized. By morning the corridor was a perimeter, drones stationed in overlapping rings 100 feet out in every direction, and the first thing the new arrangement did was intercept the dwarven or sledge, inspect it, and escort it to my door in formation. The two young dwarves handled this development with great professionalism, if white knuckles count as professionalism. I had gone to sleep a shopkeeper with one employee. I woke up a supply depot with a standing army. I paid in bread. I spent the day scaling. Second baking stone. Mash schedule doubled, staggered against loaf production. The hive ate scraps and hauled anything a drone could lift, and the shelving finally started to look stocked instead of hopeful. It was, by every number in my dust ledger, the best day of my professional life. The plume was the part one didn't price in. 40 loaves and a mass evolution had put a scent column into the floor's air that my little bakery never could have alone. Brew and bread and hive sign all braided together. And air moves down there, slow and patient, along the tunnels and down the shafts and into the deep galleries where the seams had gone dark. I found out around midnight, when the perimeter went silent. Not quiet, silent. 10,000 bodies stopped moving between one breath and the next, every drone flattened to the stone, feelers down. The demon came off the door with its new claws out. Brumir's tankard stopped halfway again, and this time nothing about it was funny. From below, a long way below, through the rock under my boots, something knocked. Once. Slow. The countertop or hummed an answer, one clear rising note, and 400 pounds of the densest metal a dwarf had ever handled buzzed against my racking while the knock rolled through the floor a second time. Closer. The hive had followed the scent up from 3 galleries down. The scent hadn't stopped at 3 galleries. Whatever lived furthest down in that dark had a nose of its own, apparently, and it was already on the stairs. The knock came back the second night, and this time it kept its appointment. It climbed the deep stair one weight at a time, unhurried, and the hive felled it before I did. 10,000 bodies went flat to the stone in a wave that started at the low corridor and rolled up to my door, feelers down, the exact posture they had taken the night my brewery smell first reached the dark. The demon came off its post without being told and filled the doorway, knuckles to the floor. Brumir put his tankard down for the second time that week, which from a dwarf on a lifetime tab is the loudest alarm the species owns. I got down to the door crack and looked. One shape this time, not a swarm. It filled the corridor wall to wall the way water fills a pipe. Pale, eyeless, segmented, a deep gallery thing that had never needed light in its life, and had come up 3 galleries chasing a smell it had no word for. Long past feral, and still climbing on its own. The system marked it, thought about it, and added a warning glyph that clearly cost extra. Deep gallery predator, danger class, notable. Direct defense assessment, insufficient. It had come the way everything on this floor came to me now. Starving. 6 years of warehouse instinct said bar the door. The door was oak and scrap iron and sentiment, and against the thing on the stair, it was a strongly worded note. So I did the other thing. The move the contract had spent a month teaching me was the only one I actually owned. I stopped filing the pale thing as a threat and started filing it as a customer who had not yet been served. The ceiling, it turned out, had been holding out on me. My shop had come with defenses I had never gone looking for, dormant behind panels of obsidian I had mistaken for ordinary wall. Waking them cost nothing. The place had bought them long ago in a fee I never read the small print on. For brass barrels unfolded over the threshold on jointed black arms and swept the corridor, green across the demon, green across the flattened hive, then a long red hold on the pale thing at the edge of my torchlight. Automatic defense turrets, online. Engagement rule, hostile entry only. Not to kill it. The contract does not let me kill anything, and the turrets keep the contract's manners on my behalf. Red only meant that if it crossed my line uninvited, the line would answer, and the thing could feel that the way an animal feels a change in the weather. It stopped at the edge of the light. Hungry, not stupid. So we did business across the chalk. I did not have a recipe for whatever it was. I had a recipe for hunger, which is the one thing every customer this floor has ever walked in holding. I filled a tankard with the real neon blue, no watered ration, top shelf, and the demon carried it out on the sledge and set it at the chalk line and came back. Then I stepped behind the crate I call a counter and let the smell handle the negotiation my hands are not allowed to. The pale thing studied the tankard for a long while. Then it drank the way the deep drinks, all of it at once, and the corridor lit from the inside. I had watched a rat molt and a demon detonate. This was neither. The light climbed the segments one plate at a time, front to back, farther than my torch reached, and then farther than that, and the pale hide darkened and hardened and grew a grain like poured stone. The eyeless head lifted off the floor on a body that had decided, mid-evolution, to stop being blind. New eyes opened along its crown, pale, cold, and aimed, for the first time in whatever counted as its life, at a light it had come toward on purpose. Evolution jump, feral tier to ascended tier. Payment received, 6 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 22 to 28. 6 shards for one customer. More than the demon, less than the hive, and paid by a thing that an hour earlier every number in my shop had rated as the end of the business. It looked at me across the chalk and at the empty tankard and did the arithmetic every customer does at closing. Then it did the thing I had not budgeted for, which was leave, back down the stair, into the deep it had come from, at a walk. Not driven off. Dismissed, by its own read of the accounts. It had gotten what it climbed for, and it had somewhere colder to be. The demon watched it go with an expression I chose not to interpret. I want the plain mechanics of that in the record, because the mechanics are the only part one trusts. 2 nights running, the deep dark had sent up my stair a thing that could have taken my wall down. It went home a paying customer, 2 tiers higher, owing me nothing and me owing it nothing, and the corridor between here and the bottom of the floor now had one more thing walking it that associated the smell of my shop with the best hour of its life. I did not gain a guard. I gained a market I had written off as a grave. That, as near as I can tell, is the whole of the trick I do. I spent the next day making the doorway honest. The turrets tracked motion to 30 paces past the threshold, farther with a hive drone relaying, and obeyed exactly one instruction, which was the contract's and not mine. They would not fire through a loyal body, would not fire past the shop's claimed boundary, and would not, under any phrasing I tried, fire on command. Clever, the contract allows. Satisfying, it does not. So I marked the floor in chalk dust instead. Entry lane, supplier lane, hive return, demon post, and turned the killing ground to a loading dock. And when Brumir accused me of making a battlefield look like a warehouse, I took it as the compliment it accidentally was. The system flagged him amber on the first sweep, pending supplier verification, and he took it personally enough to tell the panel where it could file the verification. It cleared the instant I thumbed him onto the counter as strategic labor, a title he called an insult, and then, I noticed, did not ask me to remove. The surface arrived just after the second lane dried. Not from below. From above, the one direction I had stopped watching. The air changed before anything else did, cleaner and perfumed, carrying the expensive oil smell surface adventurers used to pretend their armor does not sweat. The hive split down the center of the corridor without a sound, not retreating, only opening a lane the way a knife opens cloth. A man walked down it like he owned the dark. White reinforced coat over silver scale, every plate stamped with a guild inspection mark. Mirror-bright boots. Wardstones set into his gloves, surface issue, each one worth a dock cruise year, and every one of them less used down here than Brumir's left boot. A pearl pommel shortsword, a heat baffle cloak of the cut the guild hands its C-rank surveyors when it wants a map and would rather not pay the death benefit. I knew the badge before I read the face. 6 years sorting crates teaches you every crest that ever got priority handling while your own pay sat in review, and this one belonged to Valerius's survey office. Which meant the surface no longer merely suspected the grave had begun producing invoices. It had sent someone down to read them. He stopped a stride short of my chalk and looked past all of it, past the demon in the doorframe, past the hive gone silent along the walls, past 4 turrets holding him in a red they were only declining to act on, and looked at me. A lean man in a charcoal apron, sleeves rolled, flower on one cuff, wearing the face of a clerk who had just found a fresh reason to dislike a customer. He recited me from memory, and he was good at it. Fired logistics clerk. Combat null. Worst license class. Presumed dead in a contract misfire. He had the file cold. What he did not have was the only line that mattered, the one the file could not hold, because the surface kept no column for it. He was still reciting when a shell back came up the supplier lane to settle its weekly account. Nothing dramatic, a routine draw, a bonded courier paying 1 shard for the next pour, the smallest transaction my board runs. The customer drank, the light flushed under its plating, the panel logged the shard, and it clicked back out past the surveyor's mirror boots without a glance. The whole thing took the time it takes to pour. I watched him watch it. I watched a man see a monster hand a combat null clerk the one currency his entire guild would burn a Florida bottle and file it, in real time, behind his eyes, as a clerk playing shop in a cellar. It must be restful, being that wrong on a schedule. His kit was good, which was the irritating part. Cut wards, heat wards, a polish enchantment aggressive enough to blind a rat. It was elite by every standard the surface keeps, which is to say overbuilt, overpriced, and 3 dozen floors from the only channel that could ever repair it. The demon's claws had been rebuilt by a single tankard. The hive's plates had thickened on bread scraps. Brumir's or changes temperature when it is insulted. Set beside things that grow, his elite kit looked less like armament and more like a museum case with opinions. I told him, without raising my voice, that his sword was bleeding its stored charge through a hairline crack in the pommel setting, and that the ward on his left boot had been counterfeited with plated tin under the silver. He checked the boot. That was the whole victory, not the correction, the instinct. He checked because some part of him already knew I was right, and then hated me for making him prove it in front of his own porters. Appraisal confirmed. Evolution Shard Reserve, 26. No reward panel. The reserve had only ticked down a day's upkeep since the deep sale, the shield sipping its 2 whether I earned praise or swallowed it. The number that went up was the amount of contempt a rich man had to hold in his mouth in public, and the system has never once paid that one out in shards. He recovered fast, professionals do. He set his toes just outside my chalk, gave the room a last slow scan, and made his rulings. The turrets were decorative pipe. The hive were scavengers cowed by his cloak. The demon was bad torchlight. And I was still what the files said. What Valerius had set across a mahogany desk on the last ordinary afternoon of my old life. A man of no measurable value, running a shop of the same. He told me the guild would be reclaiming its property shortly. He said I had done a charming job pretending this cellar was a business, but that pretend commerce did not survive contact with real authority, that he would be recommending a full survey party, which, in a surveyor's mouth, means a great many armed men and a date. Then he looked past my shoulder at the crate, the racks, the single torch, and spent the word he had been saving like the last course of a meal. Trash. He had no idea the corridor behind him had closed. The scout discovered the guards about 3 seconds after calling my shop trash. That is not enough time for character growth, but it is ample for facial education. The hive closed behind him in layered silence. The demon leaned out of the doorframe, horns scraping the upper stone. For turrets lowered and found the gaps in his expensive coat with the bored certainty of an auditor finding fraud. He did not cross my chalk. Credit where it is due. His survival instincts had passed a certification his manners never sat. He left backing away, one mirror boot at a time, narrating the retreat to himself as a survey adjustment, and the hive walked him to the upper bend without touching him, because fear does the hauling for free and fear is lighter than a corpse. When the corridor settled, I found what he had dropped. Not a weapon, not coin. A survey spool, thin brass casing, crystal needle, vellum tape wound inside and marked with safe routes, monster heat signatures, and resource notes from every floor he had crossed coming down. Guild property, beautifully made, poorly secured. My favorite kind of expensive. The tape showed one route I could use and one problem I could not ignore. 3 galleries up, above the dwarven seams, a pocket forest had pushed through the rock around an old spawn point. The guild's own notes called it a dead grove and marked it do not enter in a surveyor's tidy hand. Bromir read the same marks over my shoulder and went quiet, which is how I have learned to tell the genuinely bad news from the merely expensive. World tree sap. Not the real world tree. If that were down here, the surface would have sent an army, a priesthood, and 12 committees to ruin it. This was a dungeon's imitation, grown from old root memory around the spawn point, and when the system heard the name, it opened a recipe list long enough to make my eyes water. Ingredient identified, world tree sap. Use, advanced tonics, living gear primer, stability agents. Warning, ancient Treant spawn cluster. There it was, the next bottleneck, politely labeled. I needed the sap for 2 things, and getting it meant sending the one person I had been putting off ever sending anywhere. She came in from the western passage near dusk, the way she had come in at dusk every day since before the hive, and for the first time the ledger had a reason to keep her at the counter instead of the breach. I should put her in the record properly, because I never have. 6 feet of sentinel in midnight blue plate with gold trim, silver hair tied high and gone white at the crown with rock dust, violet eyes sharp enough to make the turrets hesitate a half beat before they cleared her green. A gray cape missing another strip. She was the first thing I saved down here on purpose. Not a customer, not payroll, not a transaction I could tuck inside a ledger and feel clever about. In my first week, before I understood the shield or the shards or any of it, she had crawled out of a western collapse half dead, and the first tankard I ever brewed had steadied her enough to hold the breach shut, while whatever chased her lost interest and went hungry somewhere else. She had held that breach every day since, alone, on a wage of 1 pour and no thanks, while the floor got loud in the other direction and I got busy keeping the loud part fed. Her name is Caliph. The floor calls her the fallen sentinel, when the floor is feeling grand. I call her the reason the western wall has never once been my problem. Now she stood at my counter while I worked out what the grove would cost. The sap solved both my bottlenecks, and neither cheaply. Tonics brewed on it would push Caliph past holding a wall and into taking the field, which I needed, because a guardian who can only defend one doorway is a guardian I have to build my whole floor around. And the living gear primer the recipe unlocked was the first ingredient Sovereign Smithing had ever actually asked me for. No primer, no evolving armor, no evolving armor, no guardian who survives the next thing bigger than the last thing. The forge to fire it, I still did not own. That bull could wait. The primer could not. Passive waiting would have been the easy choice. Stay behind the shield, bake bread, let the floor bring me whatever smelled desperate enough. Easy choices, down here, have a way of turning into coffins with better inventory. So I built a run without setting one boot outside my shop. The contract forbids me leaving. It says nothing against logistics. If anything, it begs for them. I had Hive relays, a demon that carries stone slabs like serving trays, Brumir's seam maps, and a survey spool stolen off a man who irons his cloak to trespass in a death floor. And I had Caliph, who drank 2 vials of the new batch at my counter. Advanced tonic batch, 6 vials. Effects: vitality reinforcement, perception focus, fatigue decay reduced. Duration: 2 hours. And stopped being a woman holding a wall and started being the point of the spear. The liquid was not the neon glory of the suds. It came out dark, almost green under the foam, and it smelled like grass after lightning, which is an alarming thing to brew in a stone room that has never once met weather. The run moved in layers, and I ran it the way I run everything, from behind the counter with one hand on the spool. Hive scouts went first, small drones with chalk capsules strapped under their plates, laying a dotted line up 3 galleries so nothing behind them had to guess. The demon went second, a reinforced cask and 3 coil lines across its shoulders like a porter who could bench a door. Caliph walked at the center, not as bait, as the one piece on the board allowed to decide things in the moment. Bromir stayed with me and corrected the guild's map as the drones reported it, stabbing the vellum with a chisel every time the surveyor's shorthand offended his sense of stone. I stood at my counter and watched the whole thing arrive as smears. That is the part one had not braced for. The Hive relay does not carry a picture. It carries pressure, scent, the drum of feet through rock, and dust marks copied back by drones every 30 heartbeats. And out of that I had to build a map of a fight happening 3 galleries over my head, and make each call a half-minute after it stopped being current. Turn left at the split. Low ceiling past the mineral fall. Heat pocket at the dead roots. Do not touch the pale moss, underlined twice, because I have learned the price of the obvious rule written too quietly. Evolution shard reserve, 22. Remote route integrity, 74%. The drain did not pause for management. However heroic the management got. The shield keeps a rate. Rates do not develop compassion. 2 galleries up and a day and a half gone, and I was still at my counter, timing a war I could smell and not see. The first treant came onto the relay as a shape too slow to be alive, right up until it moved too fast to be a tree. They are not trees with faces. That would be almost charming. And this floor keeps a strict policy against charm. They are root masses wound around old bone, tall enough to scrape a gallery ceiling, bark plated in black-green scale, every branch tipped with a hooked growth that remembers having been a claw. The panel marked them ascended and added the expensive glyph. The grove woke in pieces, 1 trunk turning, then 3, then the whole pocket forest shifting its weight at once. And the route map I had spent a day and a half building lost all meaning, because the walls had started to walk. Caliph spent the first tonic exactly right. She did not charge. Charging a treant is how a person becomes mulch with a sword in it. She cut angles. She let the demon bait the heavy swings, ducked under a branch the width of my counter as it came down, and split my chalked map in 2. And drove her blade into the joint where root met trunk, where the wood was youngest, and the sap ran nearest the skin. Violet light ran the length of the edge every time it bit. Behind her, the drones swarmed the wounds she opened, clamping pressure lines onto blisters she had cut on purpose, and the whole grisly operation resolved, on my counter, into one clean instruction I could actually act on. Keep her standing, keep her fast, keep the demon between her and anything with a backswing. My job was timing, and timing was the whole of what I had. Vial 2 into the coil line at the first fatigue spike. I felt it as a stumble in the relay, her feet losing the drum for half a beat, and I sent the dose before my eyes had finished reading why. Focus powder when her perception reading sagged and a hooked branch swung in from a blind angle she could not have seen and, a half second behind the powder, clearly did. Pullback signal the instant the demon's shoulder plate cracked, because I needed it to stop eating blows meant to buy her time. I have run a loading dock on quote a day. This was the same job with a worse penalty for a late shipment. We did not kill a treant. That was never the job, and I had grown allergic to unpaid heroics. We harvested. The demon drove the cask spike into a sap blister the size of a barrel. The drones locked the clamps. Caliph held the open lane, one blade and one cracked pauldron between the cask and the grove, while the first gold-green stream hit the inside of the cask and lit every panel in my shop at once. World Tree sap, 12 liters acquired. Recipe branch unlocked, living gear primer. There it was, the milestone. The next market, and the ingredient the forge had been waiting on. The thing the Surveyors Guild had walked straight past because it only knew how to take ground and file reports about whatever killed them on the way in. Then the largest treant moved. The relay went white before I understood it. Bromir swore without words, which is a separate dwarven dialect and a worse omen than the spoken kind. Through the smear, I caught Caliph turning the wrong way, toward the cask and away from cover, putting herself between 2 centuries of secured sap and a branch as thick as my counter, raising her blade to redirect a blow no steel that had already survived this much was going to redirect. The impact came through the relay as one white smear and a sound the drones had no business carrying home. Back in the shop, every turret snapped toward the dark and found nothing to do at that range. The shield hummed around me alone, loyal and useless. The cask's signal stayed green. The sap was secured. Caliph was not. Guardian status, alive. Armor integrity, 41% to 17%. Critical fracture, breastplate, right pauldron, spine brace. Evolution shard reserve, 18. The last thing before the relay cut was a still frame a drone caught and carried home in its chalk. Caliph on one knee under a storm of falling black leaves, one arm still up. Midnight blue plate cracked open along the gold trim like something had tried to file her out of her own armor, and the ancient treant already drawing back for the blow meant to finish what the first one started. I had the sap. I had the primer. I had sovereign smithing locked behind a forge I did not own and could not build tonight. And 3 galleries up, the only person I had ever pulled out of the dark on purpose had 100 weight of dying would winding up to swing again, and every fast thing I could send was going to arrive slower than that branch. Caliph came back alive, which was the only number that mattered until I had finished being furious. The demon carried her through the door just before the relay died completely, one arm under her shoulders, one around the cask of World Tree sap, because my employee had developed the charming habit of respecting cargo priority even during disasters. Hive drones flooded behind them in ragged lines. 31 did not return. The cask did. Caliph did. Her armor looked like someone had tried to open it with a millstone. I put the sap in reinforced storage and Caliph on the cot I called a cot because naming it a pile of folded sacks felt bad for morale. Her breathing stayed even. The tonics kept her pulse steady. The armor, however, was finished. Midnight blue plates split along the gold trim. The spine brace hung by 2 bent pins. One more treant blow would have turned protection into shrapnel. World Tree sap, 12 liters stored. Living gear primer, available. Requirement not met, forge facility. The system enjoyed repeating bad news in clean formatting. Bromir spent an hour examining the cracks without touching them, which told me the damage was worse than any profanity would have. Sovereign smithing could solve it. Deep vein could solve it. World tree sap could bind the living lattice. All we lacked was heat strong enough to convince abyssal metal it was negotiable. So naturally, before I could solve the forge problem, another merchant tried to solve me. He arrived under a truce banner made from molted serpent hide and bad taste. Tall, narrow, wrapped in layered black leather that smelled of oil, dust, and money handled too often. He brought 6 porters, none human, each muzzled with silver wire and marked by ownership brands that made the demon's claws flex against the doorframe. Behind them padded 3 caged beasts with covered eyes and chained jaws. The hive did not block him. That concerned me. Anything that made 10,000 insects choose legal observation over immediate inconvenience deserved attention. He presented himself as a dealer in restricted goods. He did not give a name. Black market people rarely do, as if anonymity becomes mystical when paired with perfume and a ledger full of crimes. His route tokens were real. His supply samples were useful. His morals were not visibly present. He wanted world tree sap. Of course he did. The scent had not had time to reach the surface, but rumor moved faster than air when Prophet carried it. He offered relic blades, old guild wardstones, contract inks, and 2 sealed jars of phoenix ash that were either priceless or colored flour. I refused all of it because my shop did not run on shiny lies. I needed shards, or labor, and heat. He smiled like a man who had expected the answer and enjoyed the shape of his backup plan. The cage beasts were unveiled. Basilisk whelps. Not full-grown. Still bad. Stone green scales, 6 legs each, lids sewn half shut to keep their gaze from petrifying whatever idiot stood in front of them. Feral tier, according to the panel, but notable dangerous. Their evolution payout hovered in my vision before I even opened my mouth. Potential transaction, 3 subjects. Feral tier to bonded tier available. Projected payment, 9 evolution shards. My reserve had fallen while I was busy keeping people alive. Evolution shard reserve, 16. Safety shield upkeep, 2 shards/day. 16 was not panic. 16 was the amount of money a careful man starts calling capital because calling it a countdown makes breakfast difficult. 9 more would buy time, and time was the only product I never had in stock. The dealer's first contract was garbage. I know garbage. I sorted guild purchase orders for 6 years. This one was premium garbage, written in purple ink on treated vellum, with 3 clauses that said sap and mint my rights, 2 clauses that said partnership and mint ownership, and 1 lovely little line that would have assigned all byproducts of the transaction to the purchaser. Evolution shards counted as byproducts if you tilted your head and hated decency. I set it on the counter and let the system look. Hostile clause detected. Skill unlock condition met. Attempted contractual predation inside registered shop. Contract negotiation unlocked. The interface changed. Until that moment, the shopkeeper's contract had felt like a cage with good shielding. No leaving the dungeon. No attacking. No breaking the rules. A very expensive leash tied to a very dangerous room. Contract negotiation showed me the other side of the bars. Registered shop boundary. Offer. Acceptance. Consideration. Hostility definitions. Payment priority. Penalty escrow. Every concept appeared as a cold white line over the counter. Not magic exactly. More like the universe had admitted commerce was a weapon if sharpened correctly. I wrote a new agreement. No sap sale. Trial tonic only. 3 whelps, 1 dose each, administered on premises. Payment upon successful evolution, calculated by system rate, held before release. No ownership claim over byproducts. No hostile action by buyer, porters, beasts, tools, poisons, curses, or implied agents within the shop boundary. Breach penalty. All posted collateral forfeited. Delivery premium. Negotiable after proof of solvency. The dealer read it. His smile thinned. That was how I knew I was learning. He signed because greed is a door that opens from the inside. His beast drank because the tonic smelled like a better body. The first whelp seized, scales flushing blue-green under stone hide, sewn lids splitting cleanly as new membranes formed beneath them. It grew antler-like brow ridges and stopped pulling against its chain. The second followed. The third took longer, rattling hard enough to crack one floor tile before its spine settled and its 6 legs aligned into something less frantic and more lethal. Evolution successful. Basilisk whelp 3 times. Monster tier, feral tier to bonded tier. Payment received, 9 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 16 to 25. Numbers up. Beautiful, practical numbers. My shield bought time. Kalitha's future armor moved from impossible to merely expensive. Bromir stopped glowering at the damaged breastplate long enough to study the contract panel with professional respect. The dealer tried to breach on the release. Not loudly. Professionals rarely do. One porter shifted a silver wire from muzzle to wrist, a transfer mark designed to reclaim the evolved beast before the payment finalized. The old me would have missed it. The porter's wire snapped. The dealer's route tokens, wardstones, and 2 jars of possibly fake phoenix ash slid across the counter into shop custody. The basilisk whelps froze, not from fear, but from enforcement. They could not attack. The dealer could not order them to attack. I had not swung a fist, raised a blade, or so much as flicked a spoon at anyone, and yet the most dangerous person in the room was suddenly the man with the paperwork. That was when I understood it. The contract was not just the reason I was trapped down here. It was the only law on a floor that had forgotten laws existed. Inside my boundary, the system cared about terms. It cared about consent. It cared about payment order. I could not fight, but I could make violence unprofitable, and in a dungeon economy that was nearly the same thing with cleaner hands. I spent the afternoon rewriting every standing arrangement. Hive ration terms. Dwarven delivery protections. Demon staff wage. Hazard premiums for deep route sourcing. Emergency medical priority for loyal personnel. Brummer complained about the number of thumbprints required and then insisted on reading the dwarf clauses twice, which was how he said thank you without damaging his reputation. By close, the reserves still read 25. The shield hummed. Kalith slept. The basilisk whelps left calmer than they had entered, and the dealer's smile had gone sharp enough to cut paper. He returned alone after the porters cleared the corridor. This time he did not bring samples. He brought a black case, lacquered, warded, and heavy with the kind of silence rich people purchase when they want a crime to feel formal. He placed it on my counter and opened it. Inside were evolution shards. More than 9. More than 25. Enough red-blue facets to make the shield hum harder under my skin. The dealer rested one gloved hand beside the case and offered to buy the shopkeeper's contract itself. For one stupid second, I saw the cage again. Then contract negotiation lit every shard in the case with a projected premium calculation, and I realized he had just named the one thing in the dungeon expensive enough to charge anything I wanted. I did not sell the contract. I did charge the dealer for wasting my evening with a number large enough to make his left eye twitch. Contract negotiation called it a consultation premium. I called it tuition. He paid 4 evolution shards, transferred 3 restricted route claims, and left with the stiff posture of a man who had walked in hunting a fool and found a fee schedule. Contract premium received for evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 25 to 29. No badge, no fanfare, just capital, which was rarer than praise and more useful than revenge. One route claim mattered immediately. The dealer had owned a heat right in the basalt galleries under the dying seams, a stupid surface phrase for a place where the rock stayed liquid and anything without a heat ward became soup with regrets. Brumir saw the mark on the vellum and stopped insulting the dealer long enough to breathe through his nose. The basalt gallery touched a lava beast's territory. The system did not offer a cheerful recipe this time. It offered a requirement. Sovereign smithing, forge facility required. Forge candidate, obsidian forge. Required inputs, deep vein ore, world tree sap primer, living heat source. Living heat source was the phrase that ruined breakfast. Simple brewing had carried me farther than any fired clerk had a right to go. Grain, culture, heat, patience. It had made a rat into a plated courier, a demon into staff, and a hive into a loyal perimeter. But Calith's broken armor lay across my workbench in 3 cracked sections, and no amount of mash was going to weld a spine brace back into trustworthy shape. We needed a forge. Brumir became impossible in the focused way craftsmen become impossible when their grief finds work. He stripped the damaged armor down plate by plate, sorted every broken rivet, and lined the deep vein or blocks by grain direction. He had been drinking less since Calith came back wounded. That concerned me on humanitarian grounds and inventory grounds, not necessarily in that order. The forge site chose itself. The back right wall of the level 20 shop had a cold spot where the obsidian thickened around an old vent seam. When Brumir struck it with a chisel, the whole room answered in a low note, the same pitch as the ore. The demon put one hand against the wall and pulled away fast. Heat under cold stone. A sleeping throat. I authorized excavation under supplier's supervision, which meant Brumir shouted at everyone until the wall behaved. Hive drones carved channels with mandibles. The demon hauled stone out in slabs. I painted world tree sap primer into the seams as they opened, and the sap sank into the obsidian like rain into dry earth. Green gold veins spread through black rock, then cooled to a deep ember line. The one crate refused all forge materials, of course, because it was still category locked and petty. By midday, we had a hollow in the wall, an ore cradle, and no heat worth the name. By dusk, the lava beast arrived to complain. It came up through the basalt route without using the door, which I considered rude but educational. The floor behind the counter bulged orange, cracked, and open like wax. A horn shape pulled itself out of the molten slit, broad as a wagon, plated in black volcanic glass with red heat leaking between the joints. Its head was half bull, half furnace door, and all of it smelled like burned metal. The system marked it as an ascended tier lava beast, notable dangerous, unaffiliated, hostile under negotiation. The turrets tracked it and immediately produced an error. Target heat exceeds turret tolerance. Automatic defense turrets, standby. Wonderful. My free ceiling guns had opinions about workplace safety. The lava beast lowered its head over my half-built forge and exhaled. The stone glowed. 3 hive drones fainted, or whatever insects do when their legs become theory. Brumir planted himself between the beast and the armor plates with a hammer in each hand, for feet of stocky outrage facing a walking volcano. The beast did not attack. It inspected. That made it worse. An attacker has a shape. A customer with standards can ruin your whole week. It judged the ore cradle. It judged the vent. It judged Brumir's hammer, then Brumir, and somehow made the order insulting. The system translated intent instead of speech, which spared me the acoustics of a furnace trying to form consonants. The beast controlled the basalt heat right. It would not trade ember, slag glass, or vent access unless my forge could hold its breath for one full cycle without cracking. In other words, match the heat or stop wasting its time. Brumir took that as a personal attack against every ancestor he had ever respected. I took it as a vendor requirement with a lethal warranty clause. The first test failed in 6 seconds. The lava beast exhaled into the hollow. The sap veins flared bright green, the deep vein cradles sang, and the outer lip fractured in 3 places. Bromir slapped sealing clay into the cracks with his bare palms. I pulled him back by the apron before his skin remembered it was attached to flesh. Forge integrity, 31%. Heat match, failed. The second test failed in 12 seconds. Better, but better is one of those words that does not comfort a man watching his entire supply chain melt. We adjusted. More sap primer in the side channels. Deep vein or shaved thin and layered like scales around the vent mouth. Hive wax as a temporary sealant, which smoked blue and made the demon sneeze hard enough to rattle the turret housings. Bromir changed hammer rhythm, not harder, smarter, striking where the metal wanted to settle instead of where anger wanted to land. The third test reached 28 seconds. Forge integrity, 64%. Heat match, partial. The lava beast's eyes narrowed, molten lines brightening between glass plates. I could feel its contempt from across the room. It had probably watched a century of desperate miners try to borrow its heat and leave as ash. Now a dwarf with a beer tab and a clerk with contract powers were asking it to respect a wall alcove. Fair. Still expensive. The reserve dropped while we worked. One day gone. 2 shards eaten by the shield. No pity, no pause. Evolution shard reserve, 27. Safety shield, online. I wanted to hate the drain. I did hate the drain. I also watched Bromir stand within arm's reach of living magma because my shield did not extend to him, and I understood the ugly side of protection. The contract made me hard to kill. It did not make anyone near me safe. That had to be built by hand, paid in parts, and tested before the next treant turned Caliph into a cautionary invoice. Test 4 held. Not gracefully. The forge screamed. The vent seam opened wider, and the deep vein or around the mouth went from black to white to a color my eyes refused to keep. Bromir struck the cradle pins in sequence. The sap veins flashed green, then red, then settled into a steady inner glow. The lava beast exhaled harder, trying to break it out of pride or quality assurance. Same thing, really. The obsidian forge held 1 full cycle. Facility integrated, the obsidian forge. Sovereign smithing, active. Living gear workbench, unlocked. The back wall reshaped around the forge, opening a capability the structure had apparently been holding in reserve since the day I first paid to widen it. Stone flowed into tool slots, or racks lowered. A quench basin filled with black mineral water so cold it steamed beside the heat. Calitha's broken armor plates rose from the workbench on thin brackets, waiting for a smith. Bromir looked 10 years younger and twice as dangerous. The lava beast looked annoyed. It paid the trade in a glob of heart ember sealed inside volcanic glass, enough living heat to keep the forge awake between visits. Then it planted 1 burning hoof beside Bromir's hammer and issued a challenge the system translated with unnecessary drama. Crafting contest proposed. Title at stake, Master Forge. Participants, Bromir Iron Gulp versus Ascended Tier Lava Beast. Bromir did not ask me for permission. The lava beast did not ask me for terms. Both of them turned toward the obsidian forge like men about to settle a religious dispute with tools. Calitha's armor lay cracked between them, the first piece on the bench. The duel for Master Forge began before I had written a single liability clause. Bromir won the duel by losing less. That was his phrasing afterward, delivered through a beard singed at both ends and eyebrows burned down to nothing. The lava beast shaped heat better. Bromir shaped purpose better. After 6 hours at the obsidian forge, the beast produced a perfect slag glass blade, edged so fine it went through stone like the stone hadn't fully hardened yet. Brumir produced one reinforced spine brace for Kalitha's armor that did not crack when the lava beast stepped on it. The system took its time judging, which was rude to everyone with burns. Crafting contest complete. Forge authority, shared. Brumir Iron Gulp registered, Master Forge candidate. Lava Beast registered, Living Heat supplier. Shared authority was not the victory Brumir wanted. It was the victory my supply chain needed. Pride is expensive. Heat contracts are priceless. Kalitha's armor was not fully rebuilt yet, but the spine brace held, the living gear primer bonded, and the workbench stopped flashing critical warnings every time someone breathed near it. That counted as progress. In this place, progress often looked like a woman not dying immediately when the next tree decided to hold a grudge. By the time the forge cooled to merely dangerous, the shop had stopped being a room. Not physically at first. The walls were still obsidian black. The torch still flickered at the center because apparently even dungeon architecture respected tradition, and the heavy iron-bound door still carried more history than Hinge. But the traffic pattern had changed. Dwarves came on a schedule. Hive drones entered through side lanes. The demon managed night security. The lava beast had a vent claim under the back wall. Kalitha's armor occupied the forge bench like a royal patient. The basilisk dealer's forfeited wardstones sat in escrow, waiting to be useful or incriminating. The shop could hold it all only if everyone took turns not breathing. Then the system opened the next skill. Unlock condition met. 3 loyal supply factions. Active forge. Legal trade framework. Architectural synthesis. Unlocked. Function. Restructure internal layout using registered materials. I read the unlock twice, then a third time, because promotions down here liked hiding knives in the footnotes. This one carried no bill labeled Destiny. Architectural synthesis was not expansion by number. It was layout with teeth. The interface mapped the void larder as a living diagram. Brewery core. Forge annex. Receiving lane. Guard threshold. Storage cradle. Medical cot. Insultingly marked temporary. Contract counter. Vent seam. Hive relay notch. Dwarven sledge clearance. Every messy adaptation we had hammered into place appeared as a white line, then began suggesting where it should have been all along. I approved the plainest version of the layout. Every fancy option came with stairs that would have been useless the first time somebody tried to carry or up them. The shop moved. Stone folded rather than broke. The single room stretched into connected chambers, each grown out of materials already registered to the shop. The forge sank into its own heat bay behind a low arch, vented through red-black channels lined with deep vein ore. The brewery shifted left, gaining drainage grooves, rack walls, and a proper cooling shelf that made me briefly emotional in a private, dignified way. Storage became a spine of narrow vaults behind the counter. The entrance widened into a receiving hall with chalk lanes turned into permanent grooves. Above it, the turrets settled into recessed nests with clean sight lines and fewer opportunities to shoot a supplier by misunderstanding posture. The original torch stayed in the center chamber, flickering like an old employee who refused retirement. Architectural synthesis complete. Facilities organized. Brewery, obsidian forge, receiving hall, contract counter, deep storage, recovery alcove. Trade throughput, plus 240% projected. Safety shield, online. Evolution shard reserve, 25. 25. The drain had taken 2 shards overnight, but the reserve still looked strong. The words projected throughput were more dangerous. More capacity meant more volume, and more volume meant more people showing up with a knife and calling it an opportunity. The first one arrived before I finished labeling the vault shelves. She came through the upper route without an escort, which was either confidence or a complete inability to value her own organs. Slender, pale, Short white hair cut in a neat bob that looked impossible to maintain this far from soap. Emerald eyes moving over every hinge, lane, turret, and contract mark before they settled on me. Her high-collared black silk dress carried silver embroidery fine enough to be spiderwork, and black lace gloves covered her hands despite the heat bleeding from the forge arch. The turrets marked her amber. The Hive did not touch her. Bromir muttered that anyone dressed that clean underground was either rich, cursed, or selling both. Sariel. I handle negotiation for the court, she said, and presented 3 route ledgers, 2 tariff schedules, and a sealed silk token from the upper webs. She did not ask whether I was June Beck. She had already put my name at the top of her proposed contract in flawless hand. That annoyed me. It also saved time. Sariel was not a merchant in the crate and cart sense. She was a negotiator, the kind who could make a toll sound like a favor and a threat sound like weather. The route ledgers showed what my new receiving hall had only begun to imply. Goods were moving around us now. Dwarven or down, bread out, tonic concentrates up, heat rights across, Hive escorts through. Floor 99 had been a grave on the guild maps. On Sariel's ledgers, it was becoming an interchange. She wanted the negotiation desk. Not ownership, not partnership, commission. Clean percentage, contract bound, payable on deals she closed and routes she kept open. I had expected greed. I got structure. More alarming, I got useful structure. Contract negotiation scanned her proposed terms and found ambition, concealed leverage, and no hostile clauses. That was not innocence. It was professionalism. There is a difference, and only one of them keeps accounts balanced. I rewrote 3 lines anyway. No authority over internal shop law. No private side agreements inside the boundary. Route intelligence filed to the contract counter before commission matured. Sariel read the revisions, smiled like she appreciated a knife with a clean edge, and signed. Staff contract registered. Sariel, primary negotiator. Trade Hub protocol, active. Commission framework, for percent of negotiated route value. The title appeared before I had time to object. The Void Larder, Trade Hub recognized. Not level 50, not fortress, not kingdom. A hub, a place goods came because leaving them elsewhere was stupid. I could work with that. Sariel went to work immediately, which I respected and resented because it meant my own pace had been too slow. She reorganized the queue outside the receiving hall with 6 hand signals and no raised voice. Dwarves got a fixed delivery window. Hive escorts got outbound tokens marked and sent wax. The lava beast's vent access moved to a heat-safe clause. Bromir's beer tab gained an emergency pause provision that made him suspicious until Sariel explained, in careful terms, that dead suppliers collect no ale. He accepted this as hostile wisdom. By nightfall, the hub had rhythm. Or in, bread out, tonic trials scheduled, armor repair staged, sap inventory sealed, turrets tracking green, amber, green. 10 arcs into this place, and the shop finally sounded less like survival and more like industry. Then every upper route token turned black. Not dim, black. The silk marks on Sariel's ledgers bled color into the page, one by one, until the whole tariff column looked bruised. The Hive relay at the northern bend went silent. Dwarven sledges stopped 2 corridors out. A returning drone crawled through the receiving hall dragging webbing across its plates. Thick silver strands hardened around both wings. Sariel's smile disappeared. The Spider Queen had sealed the upper routes. No warning petition, no tariff dispute, no courtesy not sent ahead. A full blockade. Web across the trade lanes, venom marks at the bypasses, and a royal signal woven through the silk that translated into one clean commercial fact. Nothing moved without her permission. I looked at the receiving hall, the forge, the brewery, the contract counter, the first real hub I had ever owned. Every lane waited. Every supplier stopped. Every projected number froze. Trade throughput, plus 240% to 0%. Route status, blockaded. Economy flow, halted. The shop had finally become a destination. The road to it had just been strangled shut. The blockade was 3 days old when Sariel taught me the difference between a siege and an invoice. Nothing moved on the upper routes. Dwarven sledges idled 2 corridors out, loaded with paid-for ore. Hive escorts came home wearing silver strands around their joints, unhurt, unrobbed, politely turned around. No blood, no bodies, and the reserve ticking down all the while. The Queen's soldiers were not killing anyone. They were sorting everyone. Sariel called that the tell. Armies destroy traffic. Landlords catalog it. The Spider Queen did not want my hub dead. She wanted it taxed. I could not go up to argue. The contract held me inside my boundary, and the Queen knew it. So Sariel drafted a petition on gray silk. Paper, she said, reads as an insult in the upper webs, and sent it north with a drone that had already been webbed twice and resented it. The answer came down before the next drain tick. Not a letter, a delegation. 3 envoys the size of Brumir descended the north lane, chitin lacquered black over white banding, forelegs raised in the truce posture. Behind them, hanging from the ceiling on a single thread, came a courier spider no bigger than a fist, twitching with the exhaustion of an employee on a 9th consecutive shift. The terms were simple. The Queen considered weeks of untold traffic through her territory a form of theft. She would reopen the routes for a tariff. But first she wanted proof the goods were worth guarding, demonstrated on one of her own. They pushed the little courier forward, feral tear and fraying. Joints worn glossy, spinnerets half dry, written into the ground by wartime message volume. Potential transaction, 1 subject. Feral tier to bonded tier available. Danger class, common courier. Projected payment, 1 evolution shard. 1 shard. A terrible margin on a royal demonstration, but the product on the counter today was not bread. It was precedent. I cut a wedge of pheromone bread, brushed it with tonic concentrate, and set it down at courier height. The runner looked back at its invoice. The invoice did not move, so it ate the way starving professionals eat, embarrassed and thorough. The change took 11 seconds. Legs lengthened and squared. Worn joints replated in black glass. The dry spinnerets flushed, doubled, and settled a new gland under the abdomen. It rose level with the envoy's knees, and the thread it dropped was flat silk ribbon, load-bearing enough to hang a sledge from. Evolution successful, webrunner courier. Monster tier, feral tier to bonded tier. Payment received, 1 evolution shard. Evolution shard reserve, 25 to 26. The receiving hall had filled while it happened, and what the room did next split 3 ways. The hive tilted forward in one slow, total wave, 10,000 bodies performing reverence toward an insect that had skipped a century of growth between bites. The envoys went the opposite direction, forelegs drawing inward. I have priced enough fear to recognize it under lacquer. And Brumir, professionally offended, muttered that baked goods had no business outperforming a forge. Worship, dread, and envy all pointed at a bakery item. My market had opinions now. The tariff came back within the hour, and it was fair, which surprised everyone except Sariel. Fixed toll per sledge. Escort guarantee through web territory. Venom marks cleared from the bypasses. A standing silk allotment at wholesale because the Queen had examined that ribbon. Sariel countersigned, logged her commission without being asked, and the tokens on her ledgers bled back from black to silver 1 route at a time. Route status, blockaded to told. Trade throughput, recovering. Evolution shard reserve, 24. The first cargo down the reopened route should have been ore. It was charity. 6 crates on a rented sledge. White lacquer, gold corners, every lid stamped with the Surface Guild's crest under a banner stenciled Goodwill Consignment. The turrets marked the sledge amber the moment the crest cleared the bend, which was the most sensible review the guild had received in years. There was a letter, cream vellum and gold thread, the cipher of Valerius's survey office in the corner. 3 paragraphs of regret about the regrettable hazard classification of Floor 99, 1 paragraph extending partnership to its pioneering commercial community. 6 years in that man's warehouse taught me exactly one thing about guild generosity. It is a delivery method. Nobody ships white lacquer 400 meters down into a grave out of remorse. I ordered the crates quarantined in the receiving lane. Nothing crossed the grooves without appraisal, inventory, and a witness. Brummer found the mead before I finished the sentence. 1 lit off, 1 cask tapped with a thumb spike, 1 tankard rising in a toast to the guild choking on its own ledgers, and then the demon's hand closed over the tankard, and most of a liter of surface mead relocated into Brummer's beard, eyebrows, and left boot. He stood dripping in front of the entire hall. The Hive does not laugh, but it can angle itself. The envoy's forelegs performed a small, unmistakable ripple. Somewhere behind me Caliph made a sound she would later deny under oath. Brummer announced that he had been conducting quality control, and that surface mead was an insult he intended to document by drinking all of it. The counter panel cut him off. Foreign compound detected, consignment casks, grain, medical stock. Class, evolution suppressant, slow binding. Onset, 20 to 30 days. Effect on monster physiology, tier regression, evolved trait failure. The hall went quiet in the wrong way. I read the panel 3 times, because I wanted to be wrong at least once. The compound was not poison in the honest sense. Honest poison kills the drinker. This unmade the drinker. It would ride weeks of shared meals through a hive, a clan, a floor's worth of customers, then quietly dissolve every evolution my shop had ever sold. Bonded couriers back to feral vermin. Rebuilt claws back to broken ones. The whole economy of Floor 99 regressed to prey on a schedule, aimed at monsters, wrapped in charity. Timed so the collapse would land a month after the guild's banner had gone home clean. I have written enough freight labels to know that a weapons shipment travels best in a gift box. Brummer got the purge draft first, in public, which he minded more than the toxin. He swallowed it with the stiff dignity of a man drinking his own eulogy, informed the room that his ancestors had survived worse breakfasts, and went to stand somewhere his boots could drip in private. Then the system, which had spent the afternoon watching me stare at 6 crates of slow murder, opened a door. Unlock condition met. Hostile compound within registered goods, active brewery, appraisal record. Essence distillation, unlocked. Function, separate a concept from the matter that carries it. The cheat had promised this branch since its first menu. It arrived late, unpaid for, and exactly when the alternative was a funeral. I ran the first distillation in public, in the brewery core, with the envoys and half the hive watching, because the floor needed proof more than I needed privacy. If the guild wanted to poison my customers with charity, my customers were going to watch the charity get gutted on my counter. The apparatus assembled itself from what the shop already owned. The quench basin for cold, a sap line channel for the run, the forge's heart ember for slow, obedient heat. Cask by cask, the consignment went through. The mead came out clean and slightly improved, a fact Brummer declined to discuss. The grain came out inert. The medical stock came out honest. And the suppressant came out of all of it as a single continuous thread of gray, drawn upward through the glass, coiling into a stoppered vial with the patience of a thing that knew how close it had come to working. First distillation, complete. Essence extracted, suppressant concept, 1 vial. Consignment, neutralized, fit for trade. Evolution shard reserve, 22. The hall split again, and this time every reaction pointed one direction. The Hive pressed low. The envoys pressed lower. Bromir studied the vial the way he studied deep vein ore. My shop had just pulled a massacre out of a mead cask by boiling it politely, and every faction present understood the new arithmetic. The guild's cleverest weapon was now my shelf stock. The vial was also evidence. Essence keeps the fingerprints of its maker, and this one carried a formulation cipher the system rendered without being asked. Batch codes. A lab registry. A requisition line drawn against a surface military schedule, filed through Valerius's budget column. Not a rogue alchemist. A funded, approved, documented field test, shipped under a goodwill banner to learn whether the depths would drink first and audit later. Proof of malice, complete with a lot number. I cataloged everything, letter, manifest, lids, vial, into escrow beside the basilisk dealer's forfeited stones, because down here evidence was inventory. It was late when I noticed Sariel had stayed behind. She had translated guild customs marks all day without a reference, and had read the requisition cipher upside down faster than the system rendered it. I had filed that under professional history, because she had never once lied on a contract inside my boundary. The skill would have caught it. Which meant whatever she was about to do was not going to be a lie either. The manifest still lay on the counter. Fourth line from the bottom. In the small print, the guild reserves for the clauses that matter. Consignment of this schedule requires counterseal of the receiving agent in place. In place. On floor 99. Recruited, embedded, and trusted before the crates ever shipped. Sariel peeled off her left glove one finger at a time, produced a slender silver seal I had never seen her wear, and pressed it into the manifest wax. It matched the requisition cipher stroke for stroke. The cipher was Valerius's. The seal was hers. She looked up with the same professional calm she had worn while negotiating a queen, and said she believed it was time we discussed her previous employer. The guild's poison had shipped with a delivery confirmation. My head negotiator had just signed it. The morning after the seal came off her glove, Sariel handed me her former employer page by page, in order, with the margins explained. 8 months ago, Valerius's survey office recruited her for a posting nobody wanted, embedded receiving agent for a consignment schedule that did not exist yet. Standard doctrine for depth operations, she said. Place the clerk before the cargo. She took it because the posting doubled her pay and halved her supervision, then discovered on arrival that the deepest floor on the maps ran the only honest ledger she had ever audited. She stopped filing reports that mattered. She did not stop filing reports. An agent who goes quiet gets replaced by an agent you have not met. The counter seal was the last live clause of her old contract. Refusing it would have flagged her file, and flagged files get visitors. So she pressed the wax. The confirmation went up the silk routes, and somewhere far above us the survey office marked its goodwill consignment delivered, received, and presumably being drunk. Which meant the guild now believed floor 99 would begin quietly dying in 20 to 30 days. I sat with that for a while, being angry at her bought nothing. What the guild believed, on the other hand, was worth money. Valerius thought my customers were regressing on a schedule, and a creditor who thinks you are already ruined stops watching your accounts. So I amended her contract at the counter, in the open, the skill confirming every clause as it went down. Employment, exclusive. Her channel to the survey office, kept open on purpose. Every report traveling up it, drafted at my counter and signed in her hand, saying exactly what I wanted the surface to know. The first one reported that the floor was drinking heavily. Strictly true. That was the craft of it. Contract amended, Sariel, primary negotiator. Outbound correspondence, routed through contract counter. Evolution shard reserve, 22 to 20. That was the first day. By the second morning, the told routes had found their rhythm, and the rhythm brought strangers. Orc warbands came down out of the dry western galleries, gray-green and basalt-scarred, hauling salvage iron they wanted turned into edges. Goblin tunnel clans came up from the flooded east, small, quick, smelling of lamp smoke, wanting rope, bread, waterproof wax, and credit. Both populations had spent generations raiding each other across the middle galleries. Both walked into my receiving hall inside the same week and pretended the other one was furniture. Then both of them found the Apex Ale. The ale was my own doing. Mythic Brewing had been demanding a masterwork since the distillation, so I built one. World Tree sap triple fermented over the forge's hard ember, aged in casks cut from deep vein ore. 1 keg a week. That was not scarcity theater. That was the honest sealing of the sap allotment, the ember's patience, and my hands. It poured dark gold, drank warm, and left a day of borrowed strength and a much longer loyalty behind it. Underneath the ale, the ordinary ledger ran an ordinary, healthy week. A dwarven blast porter jumped a tier for 3 shards. 6 gravel runners went bonded at 1 apiece for courier work on the new routes. The drain took its 2 a day and was outrun, which is the whole business, most weeks. Weekly settlement, plus 9 earned, 6 drained. Evolution Shard Reserve, 23. The first keg sold out in an hour. The second started a war. It began as a tapline brawl on quota day, orc shield hand against goblin sapper, 3 teeth on my clean floor. Sariel logged it as a customer dispute. Wrong ledger. 2 days later, the western approach wore fresh orc claim marks, painted at goblin head height as an insult. The night after, a goblin crew collapsed a bypass tunnel with 2 orc porters in it. The porters dug out angry. Their war band came down the lane carrying war hooks, and the drums started in the flooded east within the hour, and the middle galleries emptied of every neutral thing that could walk. The counter panel put the cost in one line. Trade throughput, minus 38%. Route casualties, 2 wounded, escorts withdrawn. Dead customers pay nothing. Fighting customers pay worse than nothing. They spend their wages on weapons, wreck the corridors goods travel through, and then ask for credit to keep doing it. Every account on my books was downstream of a corridor one of these factions was preparing to burn. Caliph offered to end the war in an afternoon, and the demon volunteered for the night half. I refused both, not out of tenderness. A peace enforced by my guards would hold exactly as long as my guards stood in the corridor, and I could not garrison every gallery between here and the flooded east while also running a counter. I had a cheaper lever. I stopped pouring. Not rationed. Stopped. The tap went dry for orc and goblin alike. The standing orders voided. The week's keg sealed in deep storage with a turret watching it. Word went out through the Hive relays and plain trade can't. The Void Larder does not sell strength to people who use it on my routes. When the war ends, the tap opens. Not before. An embargo only works if the seller can outlast the buyer's pride, and outlasting is not free. 4 days of frozen trade meant 4 days of the shield's upkeep with nothing coming in. 8 shards gone from the reserve while I stood at a dry tap on principle. I had budgeted a week of margin against their stubbornness. It took 4 days. Evolution Shard Reserve, 15. The war speaker for the orcs arrived first, which cost the orcs standing, a fact the goblin tunnel matriarch noted by arriving second with twice the escort. They stood in my receiving hall at opposite ends of the chalk grooves, close enough to trade, far enough to charge, and I learned the actual shape of the grievance. It was not territory. It was not the dead porters, who were both drinking soup in my recovery alcove. It was that each side believed the other was getting a bigger allotment of the ale, and neither could prove it, because neither could read the other's tally marks. The fix, in other words, was paperwork. I had been keeping faction accounts in my own head and on Sariel's silk. The system, apparently, had been watching me do it the hard way. Unlock condition met. 3 loyal factions, standing tariff treaty, contested allotment. Faction management, unlocked. Function, registered faction ledgers, loyalty, quotas, standing orders, breach flags. The interface put every registered faction on one board above the counter, loyalty and quota and outstanding balance. In glyphs the system rendered for each reader in their own marks. The Hive sat at 94 loyalty. The Dwarves sat at 88, a number Brumir called slander, and the beer tab called generous. The Orcs came aboard at 61. The Goblins at 58, mostly from resentment about the escort. For once, both sides of a feud could read the exact same page and find the exact same numbers. A surprising fraction of the war evaporated on the spot. The treaty took one evening, and Sariel drafted it in 3 scripts. A joint tap hall on neutral ground in the receiving annex, orc benches and goblin benches, and a shared floor drain, because optimism has limits. The weekly keg split by trade tonnage, not by headcount and not by history. Move more freight, earn more ale. Breach flags automatic and public. Raid a route, collapse a tunnel, paint one more insult at anyone's head height, and the offender's quota moves to the other bench for a month with the whole board watching. Peace, priced into supply. Nobody had to trust anybody. They only had to want the ale more than the war, and I had spent a dry week proving exactly how much that was. They signed at the counter. Then they paid the way this floor pays. The war speaker took the pledge draft in a glass tankard of neon blue and came up off one knee a head taller, tusks sheathed in black glass, the basalt scars closed to seams. The tunnel matriarch drank sitting down and stood up wrong, joints rebuilt for open ground, eyes gone lamp-bright, 6 of her escort flinching before pride caught them. Evolution successful, orc war speaker. Evolution successful, goblin tunnel matriarch. Monster tier, feral tier to bonded tier, both subjects. Payment received, 3 plus 3 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 15 to 21. The hall reaction split along faction lines, which by then I could literally watch on the board. Orc loyalty jumped 9 points. Goblin loyalty jumped 11. Hive loyalty ticked up 2 for no reason I could bill, unless insects appreciate arbitration. Throughput, recovering 96% of rated capacity. Bromir surveyed the tap hall, the faction board, the 2 newly bonded chiefs failing to glare at each other across a shared drain, and announced that I was no longer running a shop. I was running an underkingdom. It's a shop, I told him. The shop just has a foreign policy now. And the foreign policy has a tap schedule. I should have written the tap schedule tighter. The treaty split the keg by tonnage. It said nothing about who poured first. On the first night of the joint hall, the ceremonial keg came up from deep storage with both benches watching, and the war speaker reached for the tap, because strength drinks first in the galleries, and the matriarch's hand was already on the spigot, because in the tunnels the eldest pours. Neither hand moved. The hall went quiet in the old way, the pre-invoice way. By the time the runner reached me, the benches had emptied onto their feet, war hooks were out over 1 keg of ale, and 2 brand new breach flags were burning red on my beautiful new board. Faction status, orcs, breach pending. Faction status, goblins, breach pending. 3 days of peace, 1 keg. Both factions at each other's throats over the first pour, and my whole treaty came down to whichever hand came off that tap first. I picked up the tap key and went to work. I settled the first pour with the oldest rule in retail. The house drinks first. I walked into the tap hall, put the key in the spigot with 40 war hooks watching, and drew 1 tankard for the shop itself. Not for me, for the counter. I set it on the faction board shelf as the house is cut, declared that every keg opens with the vendor's draw for quality assurance, and that after the house, the benches alternate by week, tonnage settling any tie. Nobody's custom lost. Nobody poured second to an enemy. Both chiefs got to tell their people they had yielded to the merchant, which is not yielding at all in either of their traditions, and the breach flags came down to amber before the foam settled. Faction status: Orcs, warning logged. Faction status: Goblins, warning logged. Evolution Shard Reserve, 17. The treaty had survived its first tap night. I filed the tankard rule as a permanent clause and slept the sleep of a man whose wars were all administrative. Then the cold came up the east lanes, and I learned my climate was also inventory. It arrived as a customer complaint. A goblin runner reported the flooded galleries growing a skin of ice, which the flooded galleries had never done in tunnel memory. The next morning the Hive's outbound couriers moved at half speed, joints stiff, scent wax cracking off the tokens. By the third day frost climbed my own doorframe, on the inside, and the receiving hall's breath hung white in the lanes. The shop began failing in order of temperature. The brewery quit first, fermentation dead in the vats, the sap gone to amber glass. Pheromone bread came out of the ovens fine and froze rock solid on the racks before the escorts could load it. The Hive slowed until sentences took a full minute of antenna work. The dwarves declared the weather refreshing and kept hauling, which would have been more useful if their customers had not been going dormant around them. A blockade stops trade. This congealed it. Trade throughput, minus 44% and falling. Brewery, offline, ferment temperature below viable. Evolution Shard Reserve, 13. Cold is a supply problem. Warmth was the one good every account on my books suddenly wanted, and I had exactly one reliable source of it, and that source had opinions. Brumir's proposal was fire brewing, the dwarven answer to most things. Brew heat into a tonic, pour it down every throat on the floor, repeat forever. I refused before he finished. Heating bodies one tankard at a time is a consumable solution to an infrastructure problem, a subscription nobody down here could afford, me least of all, and the first cold snap that outlasted my sap allotment would kill every customer who had gotten dependent on it. You do not solve a climate out of a cask. You solve it at the center of the floor plan. The design was the eternal hearth. A vessel, not a fire. A shell of deep vein or to hold heat. Work that deep veins had been doing since before anyone mined them. A lens of slag glass, ground from the blade the lava beast forged in the duel, to spread warmth level instead of letting it pool at the ceiling. And at the core, an ember seed shed from a living heat, sustained by the shop's own registered structure so that it would burn as long as the shop stood, fuel-free, flame-free, forever. The only living heat on floor 99 was the lava beast. That negotiation went about the way winter negotiations go. The beast had spent days as the sole supplier of warmth and had noticed. Its vent claim had become a pilgrimage site. Hive drones and goblin runners pressed in rings around the forge bay, and it had begun conducting itself less as an employee and more as a small weather god. When I explained that I intended to build a second heat, a permanent one, in the center chamber, its bay ran 20 degrees hotter for an hour. It saw a rival. Worse, a rival that would never sleep, never molt, and never demand ale. It sealed the forge with its own body and sulked at a temperature that warped the tool racks. Sariel drafted the settlement. One shed ember seed, freely given, in exchange for a permanent title on the faction board, keeper of the greater flame, and a clause naming the hearth a subordinate fire under the beast's nominal authority. The beast surrendered the ember seed grudgingly, conceding nothing but the seed itself, and made it clear a rematch over forge primacy would be demanded at a date of its choosing. It has not signed the final clause to this day. It keeps the draft under its vent stone and takes it out to glare at. While the forge sulked, the floor got its comedy. The goblin sappers, watching Brumir declare for the fourth time that dwarves do not feel cold, dared him to prove it on the frost-rimed anvil. Brumir, for Alesh into his tab, pressed his tongue to the iron. The anvil won. It took a warm tankard poured over his face in front of both benches, the Hive, 2 chiefs, and the faction board to free him, and the board, which renders everything for every reader, helpfully displayed the event in 3 scripts. The orcs pounded the benches. The goblins invented a song on the spot. Bromir spent the evening insisting through a swollen tongue that he had been testing the anvil, and his loyalty score did not drop a single point, because down here being laughed at warm is worth more than being respected frozen. The build took one long night at the cold forge. Bromir shaped the shell with his tongue, still lisping. I ground the lens and set the seed, and sovereign smithing took the assembly the moment my hand stopped, recognizing gear meant to grow with its owner, except the owner it bonded to was the shop. Sovereign smithing, masterwork registered, the eternal hearth. Facility integration cost, 5 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 9-4. The freeze had already dragged the reserve to 9, the first single digits since my first week on this floor, and the integration wanted 5 of them. I paid 5 of my last 9 shards for a fireplace, with the drain still ticking and the trade lanes frozen. It was still the easiest purchasing decision of the quarter. Infrastructure pays you back on schedule. Nothing else down here does. We set the hearth in the center chamber, under the old torch, which kept its post above the new vessel and flickered on, unbothered, senior staff to the end. The lens took the ember seed's heat and laid it out flat and even, wall to wall, a warmth with no bright to it, no smoke, no flame to feed. The eternal hearth, installed. Facility, temperature control, active. Interior climate, locked, all chambers. The brewery came back in an hour. The bread stayed soft on the racks. The Hive's couriers woke up mid-thought and finished sentences they had started that morning. 5 goblin tunnel runners bought cold-hardening evolutions for the outer routes at a shard apiece, feral to bonded, quick work at the counter, and the reserve crawled back from the edge. Evolutions, 5 subjects, cold-hardened tunnel runners. Payment received, 5 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 4-9. Kalith took the late watch by the hearth that night, and I stayed at the counter longer than the ledger needed me to. Her armor's living gear had run slow all week, the plates sluggish in the cold, and she had stood every one of those watches anyway, without saying a word about it. She said the deep cold felt familiar. Her first years under the contract, before the shop, before any of us, had felt exactly this way, stopped and silent, and waiting for warmth that was not scheduled to come. She held her palms over the lens a long moment. Then she said the shop was the first place the cold had ever ended, and went back to her post before I could decide what to do with that. I wrote it in no ledger. Some accounts you keep somewhere else. Outside, the frost on the lanes began to sweat and slick. Environmental mastery, the system called the whole affair. The floor had a climate now, and the climate was mine, set from the center chamber, adjustable to the degree. I had assumed the cold was weather. Weather does not follow the warmth home. It came up the north lane an hour before the toll gate opened, filling the corridor wall to wall, a pale mass of plated frost with a head longer than my receiving hall and eyes the flat white of old ice. The ice WIRM did not roar and did not charge. It flowed around the shop's boundary the way meltwater flows around a stone, coiled twice, laid its head against the outer wall beside my door, and breathed out. The frost stopped sweating. The smoke above the old torch stopped rising. Through the doorway, I watched a Hive courier hang in the air between one wing beat and the next, and the toll gate's chain hold slack in mid-swing, and the whole bright noise of my floor go silent. Not the quiet of fear this time, but the quiet of a stopped clock. Exterior temporal differential, detected. The void larder, enclosed stasis bubble. Safety shield, resisting intrusion, upkeep, drain accelerated. Evolution shard reserve, 9, draining. Inside the bubble, one thing still moved on its own schedule, and it was me. The WRM's white eye settled against the window, patient, enormous, waiting for service. Time was stopped in every direction, my staff hung mid-step around me, and the only currency keeping me outside that stillness was bleeding out of a 9-shard reserve at a rate the panel declined to specify. The shop was open. Apparently, so was I. The ICE WIRM was not attacking my shop. It was starving next to it. I worked that out standing in the stopped world outside my own door, the only moving thing on the floor, reading the WIRM the same way I read any account that walks in oversized and silent. The frost plates hung loose over its ribs. The white eyes tracked warmth and nothing else. The stasis was not a weapon aimed at me. It was the last trick of a creature a century past its last real meal, freezing time around its own body so the body would stop spinning what was left of it. It had followed my new warmth home and wrapped itself around the one lit stove in a frozen world, and the enclosure of my shop was incidental. The whole floor just happened to be standing in its blanket. Starvation is not a threat. Starvation is a customer profile. I opened the annex door into the cold side of the boundary and laid out the largest single meal my kitchen has ever produced, tonic-laced stock in a quenching vat, 3 days of bread, and a full tankard of neon blue set on top. House rules, the vendor's draw already taken. Then I stood beside it where the WRMs I could price the whole arrangement, and waited, while the accelerated drain chewed my reserve and the panel counted it without comment. Evolution Shard Reserve, 9 to 6. The WIRM unwound one coil. Time crept back into the lane in patches, frost resuming its slow sweat, the toll chain finishing a swing it had started the day before. It ate for an hour. The stasis let go entirely somewhere around the second bite, and my floor came back to life mid-step, 100 conversations finishing sentences begun yesterday. The evolution, when it came, moved more mass than the hall had ever seen jump at once. Plates reknit tight over the ribs. The long head squared. The old ice eyes cleared to something that could see a thing besides heat, and the system priced the transaction at the top of its own schedule. Evolution successful, ICE WIRM. Monster tier, feral tier to bonded tier. Danger class, boss unique, payment 10 times. Payment received, 10 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 6 to 16. It took a berth against the north boundary, coiled around the cold larder wall where its chill was suddenly an asset, and went pleasantly half asleep. My climate crisis was now employee housing. The floor walked wide around it for a day and then started using it as a landmark. 6 days passed the way good weeks pass, in tonnage. The routes ran warm under the Hearth's climate. The tap hall alternated benches without bloodshed. The ordinary counter did its ordinary work, 1 notable evolution and 5 vermin class, and the drain took its daily 2 and stayed outrun. Weekly settlement, +8 earned, 12 drained. Evolution shard reserve, 12. Upstairs, meanwhile, my shop was dying on schedule. Sariel's reports had spent 3 weeks describing exactly the floor Valerius expected, traffic sluggish, monsters dormant, the hazard zone winding down, downer consistent with projections. We had timed the fiction to his own poison. His suppressant was due to take hold between day 20 and day 30. This was day 22, and somewhere above us, a man who believed his weapon had worked would want it confirmed and collected. The Hive's high sentries gave us the arrival of full gallery early. For humans on the toll road, moving in a diamond, hazard assessment banner up front, and none of the walk of surveyors underneath it. Sariel read their license plates, office sentry's sketch. An A-rank party, guild certified, combat licensed, the kind of asset a survey office does not spend on a dead floor. They had come to confirm a graveyard and requisition its secret. The orders found on them later said it plainly. Verify regression, Locate the source of the anomalous evolutions. Secure it. Retrieve the clerk if the clerk is extant. Retrieve. Sixth item on the list. The floor wanted to meet them in the galleries. The war speaker offered 40 hooks. Caliph stood at the door and did not offer, the offer being her default state. I turned the floor down flat, every faction, and put it on the board in 3 scripts, because the point of the next hour was not to win a fight. Any floor can win a fight. The point was to demonstrate, in front of every account I held, that this shop does not spend its customers to protect its stock. The defenses I had built with their own materials would carry it, or none of my architecture meant anything. Everyone got the same standing order. Stand where the intruders can see you. Be visibly, insultingly awake. Touch nothing. The A-rank party came down my receiving lane at noon expecting dormancy, and walked into an economy, standing at parade rest. Orc benches on the left, silent. Goblin lamps on the right, lit. The hive banked in tiers up the walls, 10,000 sets of folded wings, awake. The demon at the night, arch in broad daylight. And dead ahead at the end of the chalk grooves, one clerk at a counter, the easy retrieval, 6th item on their list, wiping a tankard. To their credit, they read the room instantly. To their doctrine's credit, they went for the counter anyway. The shop handled it. The grooves their vanguard crossed folded up around their boots, permanent architecture doing exactly what it had been grown to do. The walls of the receiving hall rotated 3 degrees on the synthesis plan and turned their straight charge into a spiral that arrived nowhere. The guest lane's climate dropped 40 degrees in 4 steps. Hearth control run in reverse, and their caster's hands went too stiff to finish a syllable. The turrets marked all 4 and fired restraint netting, not one lethal round, because corpses are a diplomatic incident and prisoners are leverage. And the basilisk dealers forfeited wardstones, sitting in escrow all these months, drank the party's shield spells down to the dregs the moment they flared. It lasted under 2 minutes. I never left the counter. Nobody on my floor lifted a hook, a claw, or a wing, and the system, which had watched every siege in this dungeon's history from the inside, wrote the outcome in the driest voice available. Engagement concluded, A-rank party neutralized. Method, registered shop defenses only. Staff and faction casualties, 0. First combat victory, recorded. In the silence afterward, with 4 of the surface's finest trust in restraint netting in my quarantine lane, the floor did the thing I had specifically not scheduled. The war speaker started it, one fist against the orc benches, slow. The goblin lamp swung with it. The hive took the rhythm through the walls until the architecture hummed. The dwarves came up from the sledge bays hammering time on their own iron boots. The demon added something subsonic from the arch, and the WYRM, half asleep against the north wall, put a tone under all of it that I felt in my molars. The faction board translated the noise into every script it carried, and then, apparently satisfied, into one line of mine. Faction consensus reached, sovereign. Declared by all registered factions of floor 99. Sovereign of the floor. Declared by acclamation, over my objection, by monsters applauding a man for standing still behind a counter. I filed it, in the moment, as a loyalty phenomenon with excellent retention numbers, because filing it was easier than feeling it, and I did not yet know how little time I had for either. The captured captain talked before dinner, mostly from professional disgust. They were not the strike team. They were the survey ahead of it, and their orders had one more line I had not gotten to, the line that said their check-in silence would be read as floor secured. No report was ever going upstairs. Their message stones sat in my escrow next to the wardstones and the suppressant vial. Which meant that right now, in Valerius's ledger, for A-rank assets had gone quiet on a dead floor, and to a man who believed his poison had worked, quiet meant done, and done meant proceed. I was still holding that thought when the north shaft coughed. Dust came down through the toll gate first, then the sound, blasting charges a half-mile up, methodical, professional, on schedule. The Hive sentry's relay lit the board in one cascade. Ropes in the shaft, 40+ descending, Guild Elite insignia, Valerius's own colors on the lead banner. The strike team had not waited for a report. The silence was the report. They were coming down believing the floor was a graveyard, and its clerk was a retrieval, and every rope in the shaft was carrying another armed opinion about my easy little shop. Route status, North Shaft, breached. Evolution Shard Reserve, 10. I put the tankard down and told the board to wake everyone. 41 of Valerius's elites came down the North Shaft ropes into a floor that had been awake for an hour, and the floor did not wait for them to reach the bottom. I watched it from the counter, on the board, in relayed sentry script, which is the only way a shopkeeper should ever watch a war. The WYRM took the shaft base first, not with violence, but with temperature, and the climbing lines went brittle, and the climbing hands went clumsy 40 meters above the stone. The Hive unhooded every lamp in the north galleries at once, then killed them all, then lit them somewhere else, until the strike team's formation was a memory arguing with a map. The goblins collapsed exactly 2 tunnels, hurting, not burying. The orcs stood across the one corridor left open and let themselves be seen by torchlight, 40 hooks at parade rest, bonded, enormous, patient. And at the base of the ropes, where the survey maps promised a dead grave and a retrievable clerk, Calith stood alone in the cold with her violet eyes reflecting the lamplight, and asked the vanguard, once, politely, whether they had an appointment. They broke before breakfast. Not beaten, in the military sense. Refused. The floor declined the invasion the way a fortress declines weather, and the weather went back up the ropes in pieces of formation, leaving behind 11 rope rigs, a supply cache, 2 banners in Valerius's colors, and no coherent idea of what it had seen. The Hive sentries tracked the survivors 9 floors up, still climbing, still not stopping to compare stories. Whatever report survived that climb would be a fever dream of moving walls and white eyes and cold that ate spell work, a death trap, a hazard, an act of the deep. Not an economy. My ledger stayed a secret their own terror would keep for me. Engagement. North Shaft, repelled. Faction casualties. 6 wounded, 0 lost. Evolution Shard Reserve. 6. Sariel wrote the surface's version of the night before the wounded were done being bandaged. Assets lost to feral surge activity. Floor conditions catastrophic and worsening. Recommend depth. 99 corridor be written off entirely. All of it in her old employer's own preferred format. Every line pointed away from the truth, and the last line pointed at the invoice for her back pay, because craft deserves signature. The reply that came down 2 days later carried Valerius's cipher and 1 sentence of budget approval for a full reassessment next quarter. He had lost an A-rank party, 40 elites worth of equipment, and a poisoning, and his answer was a calendar entry. The rivalry was not over. It had simply been rescheduled, and I filed the cipher next to all the other evidence and let it wait its turn. The captured captain watched the whole aftermath from the quarantine lane, and on the second morning asked to speak to me. Guild doctrine, it turned out, had exactly 1 framework for a licensed human found alive among monsters, and the captain applied it with real sincerity. Hostage. Extraction available. Cooperation with my captors fully understandable. No charges contemplated. A discreet retrieval to the surface. Reinstatement. Back wages. My old life returned with interest for my ordeal. My old life. I stood at my counter and made an honest inventory of it, because I am incapable of doing anything else with an offer. A warehouse that had fired me for brewing on my lunch breaks. A manager who had signed a poison shipment with a goodwill banner on it. A city where my name had never once been at the top of a page. Against that, A floor where the bread rose on schedule. The tap hall alternated benches without bloodshed. 10,000 employees knew my footsteps, and the doorframe held a WRM-shaped landmark that customers used for directions. There was nothing in the surface column. Not homesickness rounded down. Nothing. I told the captain the shop appreciated the offer and had no retrieval to schedule, that the clerk they had been sent for did not exist anymore, and that lunch would be along shortly. It was the first time I had said it out loud where the system could hear it. The clerk did not exist anymore. Somebody else was standing in his boots, and had been for a while, and every faction on this floor had seen it before I had. The counter panel took my statement as testimony. Milestone recorded, clerk to king. Shopkeeper rank, E to D. Safety shield upkeep, 2 to 4 shards per day. Skill unlocked, core resonance. The rank came with a bill, because every promotion down here hides a knife in the footnotes, and this one did not even hide it. Double upkeep, effective immediately, the price of being a bigger thing in the dungeon's eyes. Core resonance came with no bill at all, which worried me more, and did nothing when I prodded it except settle into the counter under my palms as a faint, patient rhythm, far below the stone, ancient and regular. The dungeon had a pulse. Apparently kings get to feel it. The demon came to the counter that evening, first employee, Night Arch veteran, and made the first request of the new reign. Not ale, not wages. It wanted to be made worthy of standing guard for a king, and it set its accumulated pay on the counter to buy the making. I brewed for it myself, no apprentice hands. The evolution that took it was nothing at all resembling the little jumps my counter sells by the dozen. The Night Arch's shadows bent toward it. The bonded frame opened into something taller, cleaner, horned and polished black, and the tier that had capped every transaction since my first week cracked open one step further with a sound the whole hall heard in their teeth. Evolution successful, greater demon. Monster tier, bonded tier to ascended tier, first ascension. Payment received, 3 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 6 to 9. The Hive requested the war feed the next day, 100 door guard soldiers, wholesale rate, and the shared trough ran neon blue for an hour while 100 sets of plates went glossy and dense. Ascension for the guard cast, at bulk pricing, on faction credit, cleared same day. Mass evolution, 100 subjects, wholesale rate. Payment received, 10 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 9 to 19. Commerce found its level around the new reign within decent speed, and the prices wrote themselves onto the board in 3 scripts. A vermin class jump held at 1 shard. Notable work at 3. The Queen's sledge toll stayed fixed at her treaty rate, 1 part in 10 of cargo value, and her envoy sent formal congratulations woven in ribbon silk, addressed, for the first time, to a title instead of a name. The Apex Ale allotment went to a posted schedule, half a keg a bench per week, tonnage ties broken by the house. The Lava Beast, informed that royal patronage now technically flowed through me, took the Hearth settlement draft out from under its vent stone, glared at it with fresh commitment, and did not sign it. The rematch over Forge Primacy now upgraded, in its own accounting, to a matter of state. Twice that week, the floor shivered. Small motions, a ripple in the tankards, dust off the old torches bracket, gone before anyone could point at them. Brumir blamed the shaft charges settling. The dwarves know stone, so I let the explanation stand, and noted privately that the rhythm under my palms had hitched both times, the deep pulse stumbling half a beat and catching itself, an old heart on a hard stare. I did not stand in the center chamber that night mourning a city that had thrown me away. I want that on the record. What I did was stand by the eternal hearth with the drain running at 4 a day and a 19-turn-7 shard reserve, doing King's arithmetic, which is clerk's arithmetic with more lives in the margin column, while Caliph held the late watch beside me and the WRM's breathing kept the north wall cold and my whole absurd, thriving, impossible underkingdom slept on top of a heartbeat only I could feel. Evolution Shard Reserve 7. The pulse stumbled again. It did not catch itself. The floor did not shiver this time. It heaved. The stone under the shop rolled once, wall to wall, a motion no blasting charge has ever made. The tap hall's kegs jumped their cradles. The hive went silent in one vast intake, and every panel the system owned lit at the same instant with the same line. Void Quake, first recorded event. Origin below. Core resonance correlation, your signature. The dungeon has noticed you. Far under my boots, the old heart was beating wrong, and it was beating in my rhythm. The king had a customer he had never invoiced, and it was the floor itself. The floor stopped moving before my inventory did. For a full minute after the void quake let go, the shop kept counting its own damage out loud. Kegs rocked back into their cradles. Tankards rang on the racks. A shelf of tonics settled one clink at a time, and the old torch in the center of the void larder swayed on its bracket without going out. It has never gone out. I no longer call that luck. Then the panels finished their own settling, and the real arithmetic arrived. Structural integrity, 81%. Evolution Shard Reserve, 3. Dawn had taken the shield's 4 shards while the dust was still airborne. 3 left meant one more dawn, and after that the safety shield that made every treaty on this floor enforceable would blink out over a cracked kingdom with the dungeon's own heart misfiring under it. I wrote the number on the counter slate, so I would stop hoping it was different. The damage report came in by faction, because everything on this floor comes in by faction now. 16 kegs cracked, for beyond saving. Bread ovens intact, proofing shelf ruined. 2 days of pheromone bread batches lost. 3 goblin tunnels slumped. 1 high vault wall split floor to ceiling, and the north galleries shed stone dust every time anything heavier than a drone crossed them. The eternal hearth had not so much as flickered, or shell, slag glass lens, ember seed, all sound. 0 dead, 9 injured, 1 dwarf furious. Bromir had been mid-pour when the floor heaved, and the tap hall would be hearing about the lost mead until some new crisis replaced it. Under all of it, through my palms on the counter, core resonance went on reporting the only fact that mattered. The pulse was still wrong. Deep, slow, patient, and hitching every few beats in a rhythm I recognized, because the rhythm was mine. Apologizing to a kingdom for your own bad heartbeat doesn't fix anything. Fixing its footing does. The factions did not wait to be invoiced. Within the hour, the tunnel matriarch stood at my counter with her 2 best sappers and a sack of shards saved from the treaty months. My crews need to be stronger than the stone they're bracing, she said. Today, not after a season of natural growth. 2 notable evolutions, 3 shards each. The sappers drank standing up, jumped a tear while the tankards were still wet, and left with their new shoulders barely clearing the doorframe. The hive came next, wholesale. 60 diggers for the split vault wall, 1/10 of a shard a subject at the trough rate. The neon blue ran for half an hour, and 60 sets of forelimbs came out the other side rated for load-bearing work. Payments received, 12 evolution shards. Evolution Shard Reserve, 15. 15. Breathing room. If a heartbeat away from the next quake counts as room. By the second morning I had stopped patching and started planning, because patching was losing. The cracks were not the problem. The problem was that my building stood on a heartbeat with a stutter, and no amount of mortar negotiates with that. Core resonance could hear the stutter. Architectural synthesis could act on what I heard. The 2 skills had never been asked to share paperwork before, and the counter panel took a long moment on the request, the way any clerk does when 2 departments suddenly need each other. The survey took the whole day. I stood with both palms flat on the counter and listened down through the strata. The pulse hitched. Around the hitch were bands where the stumble ground straight through the rock, and deeper, offset from the old load lines, quiet points where the beat ran smooth no matter how badly it tripped upstream. Bedrock the wrongness passed around instead of through. I marked 11 of them on the slate, and Synthesis quoted me the job. Sink the shop's roots past the fractured shelf and rehang the entire structure on the quiet points. 5 shards, payable on completion. No refunds from geology. Meanwhile, the drain went on being the drain. The second dawn took its 4. 11 left. I paid the 5. The rebuild was almost insultingly quiet. No grinding, no theater. The walls breathed once. The floor under my boots went from a surface I stood on to a structure that held me. A difference no customer would ever see, and every rune in the building registered instantly. Stone flowed down and outward in taproots I could feel rather than watch. Found the 11 quiet points, and gripped. Architectural synthesis. Foundation attunement complete. Evolution shard reserve. 6. The Orc War Speaker had watched the whole procedure from the tap hall with the unhurried attention orcs reserve for load-bearing decisions. He put 3 shards on the counter before the panel finished glowing and asked for the same treatment for his clan's bridge carrier, the hook-bearer who holds the pontoon spans when the low tunnels flood. Notable class, 1 jump. If the floor meant to keep bucking, the clans meant to stand on things that held. 9 in the reserve. The third dawn took its 4. 5. The aftershock arrived that afternoon. The pulse hitched, missed, and slammed the beat home late, and the whole floor jumped. Hive galleries rattling, sledge road bells ringing down the far routes, dust coming off every bracket in the north. In the shop, the tankards did not even touch their neighbors. The structure rolled with the mists and settled back onto its 11 roots. And the loudest sound in the tap hall was Broomer failing to spill anything and looking personally cheated about it. Word travels at the speed of trade down here. Before closing, one of the Queen's road envoys had bought a notable jump for the lead sledge hauler on the damaged switchback. Cargo does not apologize for terrain, her ribbon note observed. It reroutes. And the day closed at 8 shards, drain standing, kingdom standing, ledger honest. Evolution shard reserve. 8. That night, after Caliph took the late watch, I stayed at the counter with my palms down, doing what apparently passes for statecraft now. Listening. The new roots carried the pulse up clean, and for once I could actually hear the shape of the wrongness instead of just knowing it was there. The stumble was not decay. It was not damage. It was effort. Something far below was trying to match a rhythm it had only recently learned, and it kept reaching for the beat a half step early, the way a beginner reaches, and missing. Then, in the middle of the miss, the pulse knocked. 3 beats, evenly spaced, deliberate, nothing geological about them. Through 11 taproots and a counter I had just rehung on the heart of the world, something tapped out a pattern and waited for a reply. The counter panel lit in the unhurried script it saves for the oldest authority it knows. Notice from floor 100. An envoy ascends. The boss requests an appointment. Downstairs was coming upstairs, and whatever ran floor 100 had just asked for a slot on my calendar like that was a normal thing to do. I had no idea what I was supposed to say back. The envoy from floor 100 arrived at the exact hour it had booked, and that frightened me more than the quake had. Punctuality is a language. Whatever kept the deepest floor of the world had just told me, in my own dialect, that it kept books too. It came up through the stone without disturbing a single tankard, riding the pulse the way freight rides a lift, and stepped out of the floor in front of my counter, already bowing. A herald, not a monster. Tall, narrow, built of layered black stone with seams of pure absence where mortar should have been, wearing formality so old it had worn grooves in the creature's own posture. The torch did not flicker. The torch, I noted, did not dare. The hall had assembled whether I wanted ceremony or not, and the assembly split 3 ways down old lines. The orcs stood at parade rest along the east wall, 40 hooks grounded, honoring rank the only way orcs honor anything. The goblins had evaporated into the seams and become 40 pairs of eyes in the dark, terror conducted with excellent sight lines. And the hive had arranged itself across the floor in slow concentric rings, a living mandala pointed at the visitor, which from the hive is not fear and not respect, but something adjacent to prayer. The lava beast attended by conspicuously not attending, one vent smoking at the doorway where the settlement draft still sat and signed under its stone. Bromir polished the same tap through the entire audience, 12 inches from the most important conversation in the floor's history, missing not a word. The herald's message ran through the counter panel and reported script, sentence by sentence, and it was a bill. Every evolution my shop sold drew its lift through the core. That was what evolution was, the herald observed, everything else being packaging. For years the draw had been vermin weight and beneath notice. My volume was no longer beneath notice. The core had felt a rhythm pulling on it from above, had begun reaching back for the beat, and the void quakes were its misses. The dungeon's oldest law applied. What draws on the heart owes the heart. The boss proposed a levy. 1 shard in every 5 my counter earned, remitted downward, and the core would stop improvising and start metering. The quakes would become schedule instead of weather. I read the terms twice and did what I am for. I negotiated the remittance to a weekly cycle through the counter itself. No couriers, no middlemen with pockets. I secured audit script in both directions, because a tax without receipts is a robbery with stationery. I argued the safety shield's upkeep out of the taxable base. The shield was already the dungeon's cut, and taxing a tax is surface guild behavior. The herald conceded the point with a half-degree of extra bow that I chose to read as professional respect. Then it named the boss's last condition, and the room got quiet in a new way. The shopkeeper's contract binds one man. A kingdom, the herald observed, cannot hang from one throat. The levy required a guarantor. A living name on the debt side, standing surety for the underkingdom's remittances, bound to answer if the counter ever went silent. I was still building the sentence that refused when Caliph crossed the hall. She had held this door since before there was anything behind it worth a door. She set her sword on my counter. The whole hall heard the click of it, and gave the panel her name, and the panel took it the way it takes payments. Her reasoning, delivered flat to the room and mostly to me. She had been standing guarantee for this shop since the Western breach, unpaid and unregistered, and she preferred her risks in writing. If the kingdom's debts needed a spine to collect against, it already had one on staff. The paperwork was merely late. Surety registered, the king's guarantor. I amended the clause before the ink of it settled. First claim on the reserve, hazard wage in settled shards, and no collection against the guarantor while the shop stands. The debt comes through me and the building first, her last. The herald allowed every word. I signed knowing exactly what she had just priced her life at, and she watched me know it, and neither of us called it anything out loud. That is how things are said at my counter. Business concluded with a purchase, because even floor 100 does not leave a good shop empty-handed. The herald's escort beast, a blind pale hauler of the deep stare, was presented at the counter. One notable evolution, 3 shards, the first recorded transaction between the bottom of the world and the floor above it. I brewed it myself with the entire hall watching, which is the kind of pressure that ruins apprentices and steadies professionals. When the jump landed clean and the hauler stood up rebuilt, the room split again. The orcs thumped their hooks once in approval. The hive rang. The goblin eyes blinked into applause distance, and the lava beast's doorway vent produced one long plume of what I can only book as professional envy. Payment received, 3 evolution shards. Evolution shard reserve, 7. Faction chartered, the Underkingdom. Contract amendment, core tithe, 1 shard per 5 earned, remitted weekly. The herald had timed its visit. It noted on departure, so that the escort's fee predated the levy. Even floor 100 does not tip. The rest of the week was arithmetic under new law. 2 dons took their 8. The war speaker bought his second hook rank up a tier. The tunnel matriarch jumped her fastest runner. The Hive replated 40 foragers at trough rate. The Queen's road crew upgraded the switchback hauler's partner. 13 gross by remittance day. The counter opened a drawer I had never cut, counted 3 shards into it, 1 in 5, rounded in the core's favor, which I will be renegotiating for the rest of my life, and the drawer emptied downward with a sound of settling stone. Core tithe remitted, 3. Evolution shard reserve, 9. Core resonance, settling. The change came up through the taproots that same hour. The stumble did not vanish. It spaced out, steadied, stopped reaching early, a beginner with a metronome at last. 2 days without a tremor. Then 3. The kingdom had bought predictable ground, and the price was 1/5 of everything, and I have paid worse for less. The herald departed the way it had come, and paused once on the way down, level with Caliph at her post. It observed, in closing script, that the Underkingdom's guarantor stood watch in dead iron. Forged plate, cracked once, mended by hands. The core, it said, would weigh what she wore, and the core had just learned the difference between what grows and what merely holds. Then it stepped into the floor, and the pulse flexed once as the depth took its envoy home, and the flex went through the hall, and through her. The old armor had survived a treant, a siege, a stasis winter, and a war. It did not survive being weighed. The breastplate split along the gold trim with a crack the whole hull heard, top to bottom, clean past the mended spine brace, and Caliph stood in the wreck of it at full salute and did not move an inch. Brumir was rolling up his sleeves before the echo died. The hearth, he announced to no one in particular, was lit. Dead iron had carried her this far. The kingdom would grow the next suit itself. Brumir nailed a manifest to my counter before the morning bread was even out of the ovens. Written up as a supply order. Read as a ransom note. 9 blocks of deep vein ore. An entire cask of our last batch of tree sap primer. A sheet of slag glass I'd have to beg off the lava beast personally. 4 straight days on the hearth. 1 quench from the WIRM. And even that was apparently up for debate. At the bottom, in handwriting that knew exactly what it was asking for, 1 measure of evolution suds, poured into a mold instead of down a throat. I read the whole list twice, mostly to confirm I hadn't misread the part where he wanted the king's own home brew as a crafting ingredient. Sovereign smithing had sat in my skill list since the resource pact, unlocked and underfed, waiting for the shop to grow into it. Gear that evolves alongside its bearer, instead of getting forged once and worn until it breaks. That was the whole pitch Brumir had been making since the forge went in, and the herald's exit basically ordered us to finally try it. I still don't know half the names of what went into that mold, and I'm not sure I want to. Down here, that's never once stopped me being the guy who has to sign off on it anyway. Caliph came to the counter at opening and set her hazard wage down in credits before I could open my mouth about waiving it. Post the price, she said. Charge it. First commission of a new class, full posted rate, and she stood there until I actually logged it instead of quietly comping it. I didn't argue. Comp your own guard, and you've basically told everyone else the prices are fake. Commission logged. Sovereign gear, first of its class. Crafting materials sourced. Ore, primer, slag glass. Hearth time. Paid in full. No shard cost the first day was demolition. The old midnight blue plate came apart on the workbench for the last time, and Brumir sorted it without sentiment. The gold trim to the scrap crucible, the cracked breastplate to patterns, the spine brace, the one piece that had never failed her, set aside whole. Living things keep their bones, Brumir muttered. Grow the suit around the spine that already worked. Day 2 was the lava beast's problem. It handed over the slag glass sheet like it expected the loan back with interest, then stayed anyway, because it didn't trust a dwarf alone near heat this precise. Neither of them said a civil word to the other the entire time. Brumir shaped, the beast held temperature, the hearth focused the pour, and both of them treated finishing the piece as a personal win over the other one. I drafted a peace agreement for those 2 months ago. It's still sitting and signed under the Vint stone. Nobody's touched it. I've stopped expecting them to. I did my part at the counter, same as always. The primer needed a binding agent with a living pattern in it, so I brewed the strangest order I've ever filled. A drink for something that doesn't have a mouth to drink it with, brewed for loyalty instead of taste. I keyed it the only way that made sense. Her watch schedule, her stance width, 11 years of door holding read out of the counter's own records into the mash. The shop knows its guarantor better than any smith could. The pour happened on the 3rd day, quench in the North Gallery, where the WRM exhaled over the glowing shell like this was shift work, because for the WRM it basically is. The hiss went on a full minute. When the steam cleared, the suit stood on the rack breathing. Slow, shallow, unmistakable. Midnight blue gone deeper, seams of slag glass instead of gold, the old spine brace visible inside the new growth, kept bone in a living limb. Sovereign smithing, first work complete. Item class, sovereign gear, grows with its bearer. Liquidation triggered, dead iron plate broken down for the pour to +2 evolution shards. Evolution shards, 22 to 24. Level, 30 to 32. Strength, 30 to 32. Vitality, 30 to 32. Perception, 30 to 32. 2 shards. Out of a breastplate that had already failed once and had nothing left to give me except its own weight in scrap. My strength climbed 2 full points in the same stroke, same as every evolution before it. Proof the shop still paid me in more than 1 coin at a time, even the weeks I stopped keeping close track of which coin mattered more. The fitting was short. The suit closed around her unhurried and certain, plates settling into the exact map of 11 years of scars. Kalith stood very still through it. Then she took one breath, and the armor took it with her, matched to her exactly, moving like it had been doing this for years instead of minutes. By the 4th dawn, commerce had gone on around the forge work without asking anyone's permission. The Hive brought 40 nursery wardens through for replating at trough rate. The War Speaker's sister carrier and the Matriarch's second runner each took their notable jumps. 74 credits changed hands across the counter that week without my once looking up from the forge, tallied automatically the way everything gets tallied down here now. Dungeon credits, 873. The metered trimmer came that evening, right on the schedule the tithe had bought, a polite roll through the floor with all the menace of a delivery cart. Nobody stopped drinking. But the doorframe took the load wrong where the quake season had fatigued it, and the lintel stone above Kalith's post shifted a finger width with 4 tons behind it, and that is when the suit voted for the first time. It happened faster than her reflexes, which I had not believed was a measurable category. Plates flowed up her braced forearm and shoulder into a single glass-veined buttress against the lintel, load spread across her whole stance, and the stone settled onto the new architecture and held. She braced purely out of trained reflex. The armor had done something closer to deciding, for Tun stood down without another word from either of them. Sovereign gear, first evolution, load-bearer adaptation. When she stepped back, the buttress folded down into pauldron and vambrace, keeping, the panel noted, deadpan as always, a 2% permanent gain in the reinforced sections. Every brace, every wound it soaked up instead of her, and it just keeps that improvement forever. The herald called her dead iron on the way out. That word doesn't apply anymore, and I plan on mentioning that the next time anyone from up top comes down here talking. Brumir got drunk with the lava beast that night, 2 separate benches, facing 2 separate walls, not speaking once. For those 2, that's basically a hug. I updated the board with the new commission class and watched orders queue in my head. The war speaker's hooks, the matriarch's diggers, sledge harness for the Queen's road teams. Growing gear for a growing kingdom. I used to close out a shift back on the surface wondering if I'd made rent. Now I stand at a counter at the bottom of a dungeon doing the exact same arithmetic in numbers that would have gotten me robbed for saying out loud a year ago. The bells interrupted the arithmetic just before the midnight watch. Sledge bells, down the far routes, ringing a pattern I had never heard the roads use. Every relay at once, off schedule, priority over cargo. Caliph turned toward the eastern approach, and the new armor rose half an inch across her shoulders before she consciously did anything at all. The counter panel lit and stayed lit. Route notice. All eastern relays cleared. Incoming, the Spider Queen. 8 floors of web between her throne and my door, and she had never once left the center of it. Whatever the Queen of the Silk Road wanted, she had decided it could not be said through ribbon notes and toll receipts. She was coming to the counter in person. The Spider Queen traveled with 11 sledges, 40 court weavers, her first daughter, and a portable throne she did not use, and when she finally stood in my doorway, folded down to fit, 8 eyes taking in the torch, the board, the tap hall, the WRM-shaped dent in the frame. The first thing she did was read my posted prices from top to bottom, twice. She read the menu before she read me, and I liked her immediately for it. She had not left the center of her web in 140 years. Her throne sat 8 floors of silk away from my counter, and she had crossed every one of those floors behind schedule-flagged relays because, her lead weaver announced, some conversations shrink when threaded through invoice. Then the court unrolled the conversation across my entire east wall, and I stopped breathing for a moment because I have read a lot of contracts and I had never seen one woven. The Silk Road formalized. Not her blockade turn toll, not ribbon note diplomacy, a chartered network. Relay stations at every floor from her throne to my door, 91 through 99. Bonded couriers with posted schedules. Standard tariffs replacing the patchwork of tolls. 1 part in 10 retired in favor of a network fee split by treaty. Escrow at both ends. Arbitration at my counter. Weights and measures pinned to my board's own scripts. It was, in 9 floors of hanging silk, the sentence my ledger had been trying to write since the first sledge paid the first toll. Sariel read every thread twice with her old auditor's face on, and the negotiation took 2 full days, which for a treaty of this tonnage is indecent speed. The Queen wanted evolution depots at her relay stations, shop franchises threaded down the web. I refused before the clause finished arriving. Franchise it, Sariel said, not looking up from the thread, and you're not selling evolutions anymore. You're selling counterfeits with excellent paperwork. Every evolution this network would ever carry gets brewed at this counter by these hands, or it does not exist, the one term I priced at everything. She traded it away with suspicious grace for what she had actually come for. Priority courier evolutions, a bonded lane, and the counter's arbitration seal on every dispute her tariffs would ever generate. The drain took its 4 each dawn regardless. Treaties do not feed the shield. 2 mornings in, the reserve read one, and I signed the tariff schedule with the particular calm of a king who knows his own float to the half-shard. Her first order rebuilt the reserve on its own. One of her line couriers took a notable tear up right there at the counter. A single shard, counted out by the first daughter from a thorax purse with a clasp older than my city, each motion deliberate as ceremony. Then the Hive replated 60 porters for network duty at trough rate, and the war speaker upgraded 1 more hook for the heavy relay. And by the time the ink dried on the treaty, the week's commerce had cleared the counter twice over before I'd finished refiling the paperwork. Liquidation triggered. Retired ceremonial toll weights, surrendered at treaty seal to +1 evolution shard. Evolution shards, 24 to 25. Level, 32 to 34. Strength, 32 to 34. Vitality, 32 to 34. Perception, 32 to 34. Dungeon credits, 950. 1 shard. Out of a box of ceremonial tollweights the Queen's Court surrendered as the treaty's actual seal, Silk Road contracts, apparently, got sealed in retired inventory down here instead of ink. Every stat on my sheet ticked up 2 points on the strength of that single shard, and the week's commerce settled out at 77 credits total. Mostly the Hive quietly squaring accounts they'd been running through Spider Queen intermediaries for weeks without so much as a warning. The attack came during the ceremonial first run, which told me someone out there also reads schedules. The mid-routes had been losing couriers for a season. The Queen's real reason for traveling, buried 3 layers under the woven clauses. Line cutters. Pale, quick, 6-limbed route predators that strip silk relays and eat what the silk was carrying. A pack of 9 hit the inaugural caravan on the last switchback above my floor, in full view of the eastern approach, the Queen's Court, and every faction representative who'd turned out to watch the first bonded run. For one long breath, the old version of this floor would have watched a massacre. Instead, the court watched my payroll work. The switchback hauler and its partner both jumped a tier on this very counter, set their sledge sideways into a barricade with a coordination no feral thing has. The Queen's 5 new line couriers came down the wires firing anchor silk with a tension their old bodies never had. Kalith crossed the approach at a speed that made the court weavers recoil, her armor flowing mid-stride into a hooked line catcher purpose-shaped for exactly this enemy, its second evolution in a week. And the night arch emptied as the demon rose into the lamplight in polished black, which ended the fight before it started. Even route predators know a bad trade. 9 line cutters broke on the barricade, lost 4, and fled upweb with the survivors leaking professional discouragement. Not one crate opened. Not one courier died. The whole engagement, first alarm to silence, ran under 2 minutes, on open ground, under every neutral Ion 9 floors. The court did not cheer. Weavers don't. They did something better for business. They took the measurements. I watched 40 sets of eyes tally what shop-evolved labor does in the field against what it costs on my board, and I watched 140 years of Monarch conclude, visibly, that she had underpriced her urgency. Proof of craft used to mean a rat with new armor. Now it meant a trade route defending itself in public, at posted rates. The sealing ceremony that evening nearly survived Bromir. Silk binding is how the Queen executes contracts. Each signatory extends a forearm. A court weaver lays the seal thread in one precise pass. The bound arms cross. Done. Solemn, ancient, silent. Bromir had insisted on standing witness as master smith, for feet of dignity and half a keg of mead. And at the exact moment of the Queen's pass, he raised his arm to swear, into the working line of 3 court weavers at once. The professionals did not stop. That is the terrible beauty of professionals. The pass completed around, over, and substantially through him, and when the bound arms crossed and the charter took force, the Underkingdom's master smith stood wrapped shoulder to boot in ceremonial white, upright as a monument, beard protruding at the exact angle of maximum insult. One swearing hand free at the top, a lone wick in white wax. Protocol held for 4 entire seconds. Then the first daughter made a sound no treaty language has words for. The Hive rang. The orcs went down thumping, and the Queen herself turned all 8 eyes carefully toward my ceiling, which is a monarch's way of laughing. Bromir addressed the hall from inside the cocoon regarding the historical dignity of dwarfs. Nobody laughed outright, until the Queen did, and then the cocoon reduced Bromir's filibuster to muffled thunder. The drones dusted him off for an hour, and he kept the outer wrap, he claimed, for the archive. Treaty executed. The Silk Road, floors 91 through 99. Route status, told to networked. The queen left the next dawn just as quietly as she'd arrived, behind schedule flags, leaving a resident trade daughter, a woven duplicate of the charter for my east wall, and a small case of route surveys for the network's expansion spurs. Sariel and I went through the surveys that night at the counter, the drain having taken its 8 on schedule, same as every dawn before it. The deepest spur stopped me. Her surveyors had run a line down the old drowned gallery past the Goblin Warren's eastern face, mapping toward the floor's forgotten sump, and the map simply ended at black water with a weaver's tidy notation. Route terminates. Medium disagrees. Under the notation, a second entry, dated the morning they left. The survey team's marker sledge, parked on the ramp above the waterline, had been found pushed back up the slope. Reloaded, with something waiting on top of the cargo that no line courier had put there. Sariel looked at it for a long moment, then at me, and didn't say what she was thinking. She didn't have to. Whatever lived under that black water had just found the road, too. The shell sat on my counter for a full day while I did the responsible things, weighed the 9 shards, tested them, filed the salt silk underpinning contracts, and the whole time it sat there it smelled like an entire market I'd never once had the chance to bill. Every economy on this floor had found its way to my board eventually. The Hive walked in. The dwarves mined in. The orcs and goblins fought their way to a treaty bench. The queen networked down 8 floors of silk, and floor 100 sent a herald up through the bedrock. Only the water had never come, because dry trade stops at the waterline and always has. Somewhere east of the Goblin Warrens, under the drowned gallery, lived customers who had watched every lamp of the new road being hung and had no legal way to reach the counter it led to. The word soaked into that silk was not a request. It was a market survey with 1 respondent and 1 answer. I took stock the way I always take stock. The contract keeps me inside my shop. The shop, since the foundation work, is wherever my structure grows. And one of the 11 taproots, the deep eastern one, the anchor I had sunk past the fractured shelf, ran within 40 meters of the sump's cold black margin. The arithmetic assembled itself. I did not need to go to the water. I needed the building too. Sariel drafted the annex charter that night. Same shop, same board, same scripts, 1 structure. Not a franchise, not a depot, nothing the Silk Road Treaty's exclusivity clause could even squint at. A wet room grown on the existing deed, the counter's reach extended, every brew still leaving these 2 hands. Synthesis quoted the job in shards, the priciest single word the skill had ever said to me, and itemized why. Pressure-rated growth, a flooded gallery, a trade window set below the waterline, and a cargo shaft linking it all back to my floor. The drowned quarters deposit covered the quote that same night. Escrow class, tithe exempt, itemized. Someone else's 2-century patience, counted out in shell and shard, was enough on its own to break ground. The build took 3 days, and the problems were the honest kind, the kind with weights and temperatures instead of politics. The first day was the shaft. Stone grew down along the eastern taproot in a slow spiral, and the orcs earned their bread the old way. The bridge carrier and his hooks rigging pontoon stages down the flooded levels so work crews could follow the growth. The goblins swarmed the salvage, hauling up 2 centuries of drowned junk with commercial delight. The Hive contributed by respectfully declining to exist below the waterline and posted double door guards up top instead, which everyone agreed to call a vital contribution. The second day was the current. Brews do not pour underwater, tankards do not tip, and evolution suds cut with sump water is just expensive soup. The answers came off my own payroll, both of them veterans of the Hearth build. The lava beast heated a boil line along one wall of the shaft. The WIRM kept the opposite wall at killing cold. Between them the water turned over in a permanent slow loop, hot rising, cold falling, and we had a conveyor that ran on nothing but 2 employees' idle time. Cargo baskets riding the warm side up, sealed goods sinking the cold side down. Broomer spent the day casting wax-sealed shell flasks that hold one serving each against pressure, muttering that he had become a bottler, and stamped every flask with the board's own script anyway, because craft is craft. The third day, the window opened. The growth broke the sump's surface from above, flared into a stone ramp and a counter ledge at the waterline, and lit its lamps. From my counter, I could feel it the whole time through the structure. The same building, one long nerve, its newest room breathing water. By that dawn, the drain had taken its 3 days' worth regardless, and the till ran thin the moment the window's lamps lit and synthesis took its cut. The shop opened its newest room running close to empty and a queue 200 customers deep. I have started businesses on worse. Deep Annex, open for trade. They came up slow and polite. First, the tide speaker, an eel-bodied elder with lamp-pale eyes, who laid its own salt silk credentials on the wet ledge and reported for the drown the way the matriarch had once reported for the tunnels. Populations, needs, grievances 2 centuries deep. We have been paying dry world prices for wet world nothing, it said, voice bubbling up through the window current, and calling it patience. Behind it, in ranks down the black slope, current runners and shellbacks and silt farmers holding their payment shells to their chests, an entire economy that had been saving up for a door. And behind all of them, last, filling the sump the way a keel fills a berth, the one that had pushed the sledge. The warden. Old past guessing, plated in growth the water had never let it shed, the thing that had held the drowned quarter against every last thing the deep sent up the flooded ways. It surrendered the ramp to its own people and waited its turn, and I understood it completely before it reached the window. The same devotion Caliph wore at my door, grown instead in 11 centuries of black water instead of 11 years of lamplight. Their buy-in was already banked, so the first things across the wet ledge were credentials, grievances, and orders. One notable tier jump went to the tide speaker first, so the drowned would have a voice fast enough to sit treaty benches. 70 current runners jumped a tier at once, trough rate across the whole crew. The first bulk evolution ever brewed into a boil line and carried to its customers by thermal current, the neon blue winding down the warm wall in sealed flasks, while the whole sump glowed from below. The warden paid last, and paid it in full, counted from a shell older than the annex stone, for the first evolution the deep water had seen since the floor drowned. I brooded at my own counter, sent it down the cold wall, and watched through the window feed as the warden drank at pressure in the dark. The jump lit the sump end to end. Liquidation triggered, 2 centuries of drowned inventory salvage, surrendered against the annex's opening tithe to +1 evolution shard. Evolution shards, 25 to 26. Level, 34 to 36. Strength, 34 to 36. Vitality, 34 to 36. Perception, 34 to 36. Dungeon credits, 1,030. When the lights settled, the plates the warden could never shed had opened into moving armor, and the drowned quarters guardian rose through its own people in a slow spiral, and the sound that rose up the shaft after it was 200 voices ringing shell against shell in the black. My own body took the same jump in the same current, and 80 credits worth of drowned commerce cleared the counter that same week, its first ever running wet. The week closed with the wet branch on the ledger as the network's 9th spur and its first profitable one. Silt farm goods riding the warm current up, bread and flasks riding the cold current down. The Queen's trade daughter already renegotiating cargo splits with the tide speaker at a corner bench, both of them enjoying it. A kingdom with a coastline now. The margin column had learned to swim. The first cargo home from the sump's far side ended the honeymoon. A current runner surfaced at the window hauling a salvage crate flagged urgent by the tide speaker itself, and the goblins brought it up the shaft to my counter. Inside, packed in weed, sat a dozen glass tankards of something neon blue with a thick white head, and the color was right, and the foam was right, and my hands knew before any test that everything else was wrong. Dead liquid. No pattern in it. No craft. No jump. Brewery paint on ditch water. The drowned had bought it off a dry trader on the far margin, at half my posted rate, and one silt farmer who drank it was locked mid-molt in a seizure the Tide Speaker's healers could not read. I turned the ugliest tankard in the lamplight, and found a stamp pressed into the glass bottom, factory neat, in a format that had no business existing this far under the surface. Whoever had pressed it knew exactly what a real evolution should look like. That was the part that stayed with me after the healers finally talked the silt farmer down. Not that someone was selling ditch water to the drowned. That someone down here already knew my craft well enough to fake it. Sariel had the license record on my counter before the tankard stopped being warm from my hand. Retail class, surface registry, revoked 3 years back for weighted scales. He had shaved every measure in his shop by a 15th and called it settling. Down here the market would come to know him by his product, and his product was ditch water wearing my color. I did not start with him. I started with the farmer the Tide Speaker's healers brought up the cargo shaft in a water cradle, still locked mid-molt, half in one shell and half out of the next. I hadn't put essence distillation to work on a living customer since the guild's poison charity, but the dead liquid had no pattern of its own, only residue, and residue can be stripped. It cost the shop nothing but my hands, and I billed it at exactly that. Essence distillation, counterfeit residue stripped, no charge. The farmer finished the molt on the wet ledge, shaking, new shell soft, alive. The Tide Speaker paid for a notable jump on the spot. Its senior healer, at posted rate, evolved that evening into something with lamp-bright eyes that could read a bruise pattern through glass. Nobody down here had thought to ask for that inspection until grief made them. I nearly filed the weight shaver as a nuisance after that. Round him up, strip the fakes, post a rule, move on. It was the wrong plan. He was not selling evolution. He could not make any. He was selling access, at half my rate, a day closer than my window, and every flask he sold wearing my stamp taught a customer the stamp could lie, which cost me a great deal more than one lost sale. The commercial answer took 1 working day and no weapons. Sariel posted the verification rule at every window. True suds carry the board stamp pressed in the wax and hold their pattern under lamplight. Any customer, any lamp, any time. The far margin got a scheduled run at posted rate, and the goblins got a quarter-shell bounty on counterfeit glass. They stripped the margin of fakes inside a day and asked, politely, whether more fraud could be arranged on a schedule. I thought the matter was closed. It was the end of his business, not the end of him. I'd solved the wrong problem well, and he came to my window on the 3rd day to show me which one I'd left open, past 200 of my own customers, 2 porters, and a crate of his stock in tow. He hadn't come to trade or flee. He'd come to negotiate, though it took me a while to realize I was the one about to pay for it. He lodged a complaint first. Unfair competition, predatory pricing, dumping, in the Surface Guild's own arbitration phrasing, delivered to the shopkeeper whose stamp he'd been forging. The Tide Speaker had to explain the joke to the shellbacks in 3 dialects. I offered him what any customer gets, a public essay at posted rate, findings read aloud. He agreed without hesitating, certain the rigged scale would turn out to be mine. The still separated his product on the counter with the whole sump watching. Water from the drowned gallery. Pigment scraped from glow moss. 1 surface preservative for the white head, the only thing he'd paid honest coin for. Nothing in the glass had ever lived. His own porters looked into the tankard, looked at each other, set his crate down mid-complaint, and walked to the end of my queue for numbers. Both had been paid in product. And there it was, the win, clean and public and worth nothing, because the man who'd just lost his last 2 porters smiled at me the way a card player smiles when the real hand finally gets played. He did not demand to speak to whoever ran this floor. He already knew, and that was the entire problem. He laid it out quietly, in the tone grifters keep for their one true asset. A dead floor the surface had written off years back. In it, a market minting the one currency the guild has never managed to make. Evolution, on tap, by the barrel, run by the exact discarded clerk the guild once decided wasn't worth arming. He had a story, and it was true, and the surface pays for true stories about markets it didn't know were there. Nobody in the queue moved. I hadn't felt this exposed at my own counter in all the years since the gold circle set me down at the bottom of this dungeon. Someone standing in my own line could end everything I'd built just by walking upstairs and talking. Sariel was the one who answered him, not me. She'd had his file open since the tankard, and she read the second page of it out loud, right there over his shoulder, in the flat recital voice she keeps for numbers she already knows will land. His old guild backers hadn't merely revoked his license. They'd filed a bounty complaint against him 18 months back, quietly, the kind surface enforcement only executes if he's ever fool enough to surface again inside their jurisdiction with anything worth seizing. A dungeon full of true stories about hidden markets was exactly the kind of thing worth seizing. He went the color of his own dead product. Whatever speech he'd carried down here with him, that wasn't in it. He left his crate on the counter and left the sump the way he'd come, faster, and his own porters didn't follow him out. They stayed at the end of my line, waiting on numbers. Liquidation triggered, counterfeit stock melted down, salvage surrendered against the reclaimed margin to +2 evolution shards. Evolution shards, 26 to 28. Level, 36 to 38. Strength, 36 to 38. Vitality, 36 to 38. Perception, 36 to 38. Dungeon credits, 1,113. 2 shards, pulled straight from a rival's own melted down stock, and my whole body climbed right along with the tally. 83 credits moved through the counter that week between the farm margin's honest trade and the drowned quarter's ordinary business, neither distinguishable from the other by the time the ledger closed. The ledger says a win. My gut still isn't convinced. A desperate man tends to invent fresh ways to be dangerous once the old ones stop working, and Sariel opened a line in her quiet book that night, a watch on wherever he turned up next, indefinite, at the shop's cost. I was chalking the farm margin's new schedule onto the board, the drain having come and gone same as any other morning, when every conversation in the tap hall died at once, in a direction I did not recognize. For strangers, an unfamiliar iron set a single stone tablet on my counter without a word, and left before I could ask what it cost. Bromir came out of the forge wiping his hands, read it once, and went still. That's the High Clan seal, he said, quiet, to no one in particular. Haven't seen that pressed into stone since before I left the hold. He read it a second time and sat down on a keg without seeming to decide to. He hadn't said another word by the time I locked up, and he wasn't looking at the forge anymore. He was looking at the tablet, and at me, working through arithmetic he badly did not want to finish out loud. I'd known him 3 months. I'd never once heard him mention a hold, a drought, or a clan by name, and I understood, watching him not say any of that now either, exactly how much weight a man can carry silently for exactly that long. Sariel found me still standing there after Bromir finally went to bed and asked if I wanted her to open a file on it. I told her no. This one I wasn't going to audit in advance. I'd find out what it cost when it cost it. I have written a great many manifests at this counter. The one for Bromir's homecoming is the only one I ever wrote slowly. The first morning went to outfitting, and he would not let me subsidize an ounce of it. Everything at posted rate, everything itemized, paid from his own account, each item logged with more care than he'd ever spent on his own wages, travel kit, a handcart he could pull alone, cold rations, a coil of the Queen's silk line, and 1 keg of Apex Ale, full weight, for the reopening feast. The traditional drink poured at the claimstone when a hold reopens a vein. He said his grandfather's grandfather had described the taste of that ceremony to his grandfather, and that no iron gulp had been alive to pour it in 4 generations, and that he intended to pour it correctly. The writ carried 3 columns of clan law, and the underlined clause did its work. Dwarves of the blood only passed the hold gate. No evolved escort. No war speaker with hooks, no armored sentinel, no employer. Caliph read the tablet 4 times looking for the seam in it, and there was no seam, and the argument that followed was the longest I have ever heard her lose. He was not going as the shopsmith, he told her. He was going as the last of a line, and that walk belonged to nobody else, not even her. The compromise was mine, and it was the only craft I could contribute, logistics. The route ran west off the network's last spur, 2 relay posts on the Queen's Line, then a third we rigged new at the Dead Gallery's mouth, then 2 days' march beyond any thread I owned to a gate in the deep rock that no map of mine has ever priced. A courier posted at each relay, a report at every pass, a rider at every silence. He called it fussing. He signed the schedule anyway, and I notarized it. Neither of us said out loud what we were both quietly counting down. At the door he turned back once, dug in his apron, and set his master stamp on my counter. The stamp that has marked every flask, every hinge, every blade out of that forge since the day he first walked in. Mind the counter, he said. Stamp nothing shoddy while I'm gone. He'd collect it back polished, and if I let the lava beast bank his ember wrong in the meantime, he'd have opinions about that too. Then the door, and the handcart's wheel on the ramp, and the shop stayed exactly as loud as it always is, which was suddenly unbearable. The Hive queue didn't care that I was still watching the door. A dozen nursery hands came through for their scheduled plating that same morning, and one of the War Speaker's runners took a notable jump right at the counter while I was still staring west. Liquidation triggered. An old cracked breastplate of Caliph's finally cleared from the back racks to +1 evolution shard. Evolution shards, 28 to 29. Level, 38 to 40. Strength, 38 to 40. Vitality, 38 to 40. Perception, 38 to 40. Dungeon credits, 1,199. 1 shard, out of scrap I should have cleared months ago. My whole ledger ticked forward anyway, indifferent to what else was happening on the West Road that morning. 86 credits worth of commerce, none of which I can recall handling now, though the numbers swear I did. The drain came for its share regardless, indifferent to who had just walked out my door. A day in, the reports were coming in on schedule, and I ran a shop with one ear aimed west the whole time. Relay 1 at midday, his mark firm on the courier's slate. Relay 1, passed, cargo intact, mood reported as insufferable. The Goblin courier had added the last part on her own initiative, and I paid her a bonus for accurate freight description. Relay 2 after dark. He had met his escort there, for whole dwarves in polished formal iron, kin of the High Clan, come to walk the air in with honors. The courier's slate said he had gone quiet when he saw them, and then had gone anyway. The counter kept trading through all of it, a runner notable at 3, 50 current runners at the trough, and I measured, poured, and stamped through every minute of it, hating for the first time exactly how little the counter needed me to feel anything at all to keep running. Another morning's share came due and went, unremarkable. The third day, Relay 3 reported the party off thread and marching, and then reported nothing, because beyond the Dead Gallery there was nothing left of mine to report through. I rechecked sums that were already correct, twice, for no reason but the checking itself. Caliph stood at the west door the entire day in full armor, on her own authority, guarding the direction he had gone in, which is not a post that exists. The lava beast held the heart ember at exactly the temper he'd have wanted, unasked, all night. The keg came back on the 4th day. It came up the west road on a hold sledge with an honor guard of 2, and it was unopened. Full weight, seals intact, my own stamp in the wax where his thumb had pressed beside it. On top of it, bound in clan formality, a condolence writ. The reopening of the iron gulp vein was marred by a collapse at the proven face. Master Brumir, last heir of the line, rests in the stone. The hold grieves. The vein, its claim line ended, passes by clan law to the High Clan, and the hold gate is closed for mourning. Beneath the writ, wrapped in oiled leather, recovered from the rubble with honors, his hammer. The haft was snapped. The head was clean. There was no rubble dust in a grain of it. Sariel read the writ twice, and then laid the trap out on my counter with a bookkeeper's calm and a spy's grammar. Claim law. A sealed vein can only be unsealed by a living heir proving the claimstone. A proven vein whose line dies reverts to the High Clan whole. The writ was real, the vein was real, the honors were real, and every clause had been loaded in one direction, and the collapse happened at the exact depth where the claim became worth inheriting, after his blood had done the one thing only his blood could do. She could prove the shape of it and not one stone of it. The gate was shut, the witnesses were all inside it, and the only thing they'd left outside for us to hold was our own grief, which no clan court anywhere has ever once accepted as evidence. He would have opened that keg. At the claimstone, with strangers, with kin who had exiled his branch and starved his neighbors. He would have poured it correctly, because that was the whole point of carrying it. A hold that had let him live to the feast would have returned it empty. The system found out the way systems do. Standing account, Brumir iron gulp, lifetime supply, prepaid in ore. Account status, suspended, holder unreachable. Unreachable. I stood at my own counter and read the kindest word a ledger has ever gotten wrong, and I did not correct the entry. The account stays open. The pact never specified whose lifetime it was measuring, so I've decided it's still running. His neighbors of the drought years came at dusk and cut the iron rings from their braids one by one into a bowl on my counter, which Sariel tells me is how dwarves outside the holds declare a clan dead to them. The bowl weighs more than its iron. The dawn after took its 4, and the shop ran perfectly, and I hated it a little. That night I sat alone with the last flask he ever sealed, turning it under the lamp. Shell glass, wax, the board script, and pressed deep beside my stamp, where he always put it, the whirl of one broad thumb. Every piece that leaves this counter carries its maker's hand. His hand was in 10,000 of them, scattered across every shelf in this shop. I kept coming back to the one number in the whole writ nobody official had bothered to explain to me, the exact depth. Not shallow enough to survive. Not deep enough to take longer than one clan needed a claimstone proven and a line ended in the same afternoon. 6 years pricing salvage for the guild had left me with one useful instinct. Nothing that convenient is ever an accident. I sat with that number until the lamp went out, deciding what to do about it. The skill took all night to answer, and when it did, it answered in the driest voice a miracle has ever used. Essence distillation, escalated, pattern class. Query, maker's pattern, Brumir iron gulp. Feasible. Requires, works of the hand in sufficient breadth. Yield, 1 distillation. Cost, a working reserve, paid up front. Not his soul. I want that written plainly into the record, because half the floor spent the week afraid of the other thing. A pattern. The rhythm a hammer learns over 200 years, the exact moment a quench should bite, the judgment that knows shoddy from sound through a closed crate. Everything he pressed into metal and waxed 10,000 times without once calling it anything but work. I was proposing to distill that, the recipe underneath the man, the part a hammer keeps repeating long after the hand that swung it stops. The practical problem was breadth, and the practical problem solved itself in a manner I was not prepared for. Sariel posted a single line on the board and every relay on the network. The counter asked for the works of Brumir Iron Gulp, on loan, one day. They started arriving before the ink dried. The war speaker's second brought his hooks. The matriarch sent the Hive's door hinges, unbolted from her own tunnels. Shell flasks came up the cargo shaft by the crate, wax thumbprints intact, some of them licked clean of the brew and kept anyway. The bridge carrier carried in the pontoon cleats off the sump stages. The mining kin brought pit props, tool heads, a kettle he had mended with a coin. By dusk my counter, both benches, and most of the hall floor held the collected output of one dead smith, and not one lender had asked for a receipt. I issued them anyway, more carefully than usual. Grief seemed like exactly the wrong week to let the ledger get sloppy. Condolence trade ran heavy the same day. The queen paid for a court weaver's jump. The mining kin bought their foreman up to notable so the crews would not drift. The Hive took its bulk feed, and I charged posted rate for all of it, because he would have audited me from the stone if I had not. Liquidation triggered a lifetime of scrap and worn tools, surrendered by mourners against the reading to +1 evolution shard. Evolution shards, 29 to 30. Level, 40 to 42. Strength, 40 to 42. Vitality, 40 to 42. Perception, 40 to 42. Dungeon credits, 1,288. One shard, out of the sum of everything he'd ever touched and everyone who'd brought it back to me. My body climbed with the rest of the week's grief trade, 89 credits of it, and not one part of that arithmetic was the actual point of that day. The hammer head went in the center of the array, the last flask beside it. And then Caliph did the thing I had been circling all morning and could not bring myself to price. Her suit is the largest single work of his judgment that exists, grown on her proven spine brace, every seam his, and folded into its lattice the lessons it learned under his coaching, 2% at a lesson, paid for in bruises. The reading would not consume it, but the reading kneaded it off her back and on the still bench for a day and a night, open at the seams, in a hall full of monsters, during a morning week, with the quakes settling on their metered schedule overhead. She had it unbuckled before I finished listing the risks. She stood the entire vigil beside the bench in an undertunic and her old silver greaves, more exposed in public than I had ever once seen her, guarding his works with nothing but her stance. Nobody in that hall will ever mistake what she thought she owed him. The suit lay open on the bench, and the still read the seams, and she watched the whole time. The only thing she said all night was, "He never once let me pay for the lessons. Let me pay for this." Essence distillation, pattern reading in progress. The reading ran through 2 full dawns while the still worked, the drain taking its usual share regardless of what else the counter was busy grieving. Word had traveled up and down the network, and the third day the hall filled the way it fills for a coronation nobody announced. Dwarven kin in front, rings gone from their braids. The tide speaker up the cargo shaft with half the drowned court in the flooded gallery below, listening through the water. And the split ran right through the middle of my own kingdom, plain on their faces, the kin watching the still with open worship, the orcs with the soldiers' unease at a weapon they could not classify, and a fair number of everyone else with the oldest fear there is. The tide speaker finally surfaced it, carefully, formally, is the shopkeeper bottling his dead. The drowned do not drink their dead, it said. The drowned had liked Brumir. So I answered it for the record, at full voice, for the hall and the water both. Nobody will ever drink Brumir Iron Gulp. What comes out of this still is not the man. It is his standard, the temper he held, the rhythm he kept, the judgment that turned my forge from an oven into an institution. Losing him had handed the forge side of my board a succession crisis, a queue of sovereign gear with no master to grow it, and I do not solve a crisis by pretending loss is a substitute for standards. The still finished during the silence that followed. 1 keg. Small, dark, and it reads to the pattern-sided healers as iron, yeast, and patience. It went on the top shelf behind the counter, and the board wrote its own line under it before I touched the chalk. The Grief Brew, 1 keg, not for sale. The first and only pour went where he would have ordered it poured, down the feed channel into the forge's hard ember, with the lava beast holding the temperature at his exact working temper and the whole hall watching. The ember drank it. Then the forge, unmanned, drew the billet that had sat untouched on the anvil since the West Road, and struck it. His interval, his weight, that stutter tap he used to check a ring's truth, the one the lava beast could never copy in 2 years of trying. The kin went to their knees in a single motion. Kalith stood very straight beside an empty bench and let the tears run down her jaw with the whole kingdom watching, which is a kind of courage they do not forge armor for. Master Forge Pattern, Brummer Iron Gulp, preserved. 2 entries closed the week. The first I wrote myself, and it is the only trade decision I have ever made with no arithmetic in it at all. Trade status, Dwarven High Clan, refused, in perpetuity. The second the customers started on their own. The War Speaker's second, collecting his hooks, pressed his thumb into the wax of his next order's seal, deliberately, beside my stamp, where a certain thumb had always gone. By evening they were all doing it. Orc, Goblin, Drowned, Hive, every buyer marking their wax, a kingdom teaching itself that a maker's hand is worth pressing into a thing that outlives it. I stood at the counter after close that night with a reserve thinner than any I'd run since the first winter, and I didn't mind it once. The hall knew it too. The pledge slates had been stacking up all evening by the door, every faction on the network queuing commissions for the week to come, unasked. Then the counter lit under my hands with a quote I had not requested, unprompted, unasked for, in a category of building I had never once priced. I hadn't touched the board. Something in this shop had decided, on its own, that grief needed an answer bigger than a keg. Architectural synthesis, unsolicited proposal pending review. The proposal glowing on my counter had a price attached, and the price was the strangest number the skill has ever shown me. Nothing for the design. The design, synthesis indicated, was already paid for. It had been reading the forge's new pattern all evening, the interval and the weight and the stutter tap, and what it proposed was that pattern applied to a building instead of a blade, a bastion grown around the forge quarter, walls built to his exact standards for what counted as sound work, checked and rechecked against a dead man's judgment the same way every ring off that forge always was. What it wanted paying for was the growth itself, and that bill had a name I had been deferring for a very long time. The shop's next great expansion, the one the till had never been deep enough to touch. The till held 2. The pledged slates held a kingdom. I called them in at open the next morning, in the order they had stacked themselves by the door, and everyone spending on his memory that day accomplished, in a few hours, more than a week of just grieving him ever had. The matriarch bought her hive up in the largest single bulk feed the trough has ever run, 150 workers, the comb builders among them, a sack of wax shell across the counter. The war speaker put 2 of his rig bosses up to notable and declared their first act would be the scaffolding. I brewed from first bell to last lamp, one paid evolution after another, until the till had climbed clear of the hole it started the morning in. Liquidation triggered, 2 centuries of dead inventory, cleared from the forge quarter to make room for the growth to +2 evolution shards. Evolution shards, 29 to 31. Level, 42 to 44. Strength, 42 to 44. Vitality, 42 to 44. Perception, 42 to 44. Dungeon credits, 1,380. 2 shards stand out even against a week like this one, and my whole frame felt at land. 92 credits worth of memorial commerce moved through the counter, and I put my thumb to the proposal and bought my dead friend a fortress. Shop level, 1 to 20. Architectural synthesis, paid from the week's own trade. Day 1 went to foundations, and the building did most of it itself. The 11 taproots flexed, the bedrock came up in slow waves along the forge quarters perimeter, and the growth ran exactly on the drawings. Curtain wall and a horseshoe from the west door to the cargo shaft, the forge at the heart of it, the counter untouched at the center of everything. Because the entire point of a fortress, itemized plainly, is that the counter never has to close. The factions worked it in shifts I posted on the board. The orc crews strung the scaffold lines. Goblins swarmed the salvage and sorted 200 years of forge slag into grades by glitter. The Hive's comb builders, fresh off their evolution, grew honeycomb cores into the wall cavities. Their comb, they informed me through the matriarch, holds a collapse the way solid stone cannot, and they would be grading my walls to Hive standard. The drowned quarters sent cold quench up the conveyor by the barrel for wall tempering. Every faction on one structure, no two of them ever assigned the same span, which is not an accident and took most of my chalk. Commerce ran alongside the construction the entire first day, ordinary trade stacking on top of memorial trade until the two were impossible to tell apart on the ledger. By the second build day, the walls stood to shoulder height, and the details began to matter. Slag glass from his own crucible went into the facing courses, so the whole horseshoe catches lamplight the exact color of a pour he would have approved. The 6 auto turrets came off their old roof mounts and into proper wall housings with overlapping lanes. I priced the kill lanes myself, per the old siege ledger, and the arithmetic says the approach now costs any attacker more than the shop is insured for. The lava beast held wall temper for the growth seams all day and refused relief at shift change. When the forge quarters roof closed over it, the beast stationed itself at the ember with the settled weight of a thing that has decided on its post for the next century. I told it the pattern would keep its title if it kept the fire, and it took the deal without a word. It has not left the forge since. The Queen's contribution came down the network at dusk with an honor escort. 3 of her road couriers put up to notable at her expense, 9 shards, plus a banner of black silk for the gate, woven, her trade daughter said, on the court's own looms, in a pattern of hammers. I am told the court does not weave for outsiders. I am told the court no longer files the shop under outsiders. On the 4th morning the kin came to finish it. His own people had taken his broken hammer to their own benches and rehafted it in pit-prop oak, the wood of the drought years, the wood he had shored their tunnels with when nobody else would sell them timber. It hangs now above the gate arch, head clean, half new, where every customer entering passes under the tool before they reach the till. Below it, while the gate stone was still soft from growth, I did the last thing myself. His master stamp, the one he left on my counter with instructions I intend to honor as long as this shop stands, went into the socket synthesis had shaped for it, and the gate mechanism pressed it home. The mark bit into the living stone, and the whole gate rang once, end to end, a struck true ring, his ring, and the name came up out of the stone in letters the height of a dwarf. Iron Gulp, not the shop's name. The shop is still the shop. The fortress is his. Memorial Bastion, complete, the Iron Gulp Forge. The gate lighting that evening packed the horseshoe wall to wall, every faction on the floor at once, and the goblins closed the ceremony by conducting the loudest and least accurate toast in Underkingdom history from the top of the curtain wall, 2 of their notables having spent the afternoon rigging keg hoists to get the meat up there, which he would have called a shameful waste of good rigging, and then grated the knots regardless. The week's remittance went down the taproot with the sums of a memorial in it. It was the war speaker who ended the evening, and he did it in a silence he had clearly arranged in advance, because the orcs went quiet in ranks and the quiet spread outward through the horseshoe until even the water below the cargo shaft stilled. He came to the counter carrying a slab of raw, or I recognized by weight before I touched it, deep vein grade, claim grade, the kind of stone lines used to die for, and on top of it, a petition in the treaty hall's careful script, sealed by every faction in the kingdom. The Underkingdom has walls now, the petition said. A kingdom with walls requires something walls alone can't settle, and they were asking this counter to price it. The space where the answer should go had been left blank. By the time I finished reading, 5 factions had quietly posted 5 different opinions on my board about what belonged there. Sariel leaned in to read it and said the only sensible thing anyone said all night. They've just handed you the one job on this floor with no posted rate. The drain took its usual share that night, indifferent, over a kingdom that slept badly. I had priced walls, turrets, and a whole memorial. I had not priced what came next. 5 names on one board, and by breakfast the benches had sorted themselves into 5 camps with aisles between them, aisles wider than anything else I'd built into this fortress. The demons had posted the greater demon, my first customer, my oldest account. The orcs had posted the war speaker, on the grounds that he had carried the petition and the or both. The matriarch had posted the first daughter, on the grounds of numbers, which is the Hive's grounds for everything. The goblins had posted their line boss, apparently on the grounds that it would be extremely funny. And up the cargo shaft, written in salt silk, the drowned had posted the warden, 2 centuries guarding the sump against the dark, and not one faction in that hall was fool enough to mock the resume. The friction started before the porridge did. Precedence at the counter, suddenly a matter of state. The war speaker and the greater demon reached the till at the same moment, and the hall held its breath while 2 of the largest creatures on the floor each insisted, at length and with mounting formality, on paying for the other's order, which among their kinds is roughly a declaration of war. The treaty bench creaked all day under grievances filed in advance, against outcomes that had not happened yet. I sold a great deal of bread into that tension and priced none of it up, for the record, though the thought occurred. Payments received: 8 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 15. The dawn took its 4. Evolution shard reserve, 11. What none of them had asked, in 5 names worth of politics, was the only question my board actually cares about: what the crown does. So I posted the answer, and I made it a listing, because everything at this counter is a listing. The crown would be sovereign gear, grown on the memorial forge, and it would grant its wearer nothing. No strength, no tier, not one private advantage. What it would hold is the kingdom, the wall lanes, the gate, the relay alarms, every defense this shop has grown, bound into one instrument and answering the wearer's command, for exactly as long as the charter holds. Posted prices honored, the peace kept, the tithe paid. Break the charter, and the crown is dead, iron on a proud head. And it tunes at one counter only. I was not offering them a ruler. I was offering the kingdom a keystone, priced at unique rate, 10 shards for the work, and the 5 factions split the bill 2 apiece with the speed of rivals who would each rather die than let another pay a larger share of the throne. Commission received: 10 evolution shards, the charter crown. Evolution shard reserve, 21. I forged it that night, and I did not forge it alone. The pattern kept me honest through every course, the stutter tap checking my ring, the ember holding his temper under the lava beast's watch, and the kingdom is in the object the way the treaty is in the kingdom. The war speaker's claim grade, or for the band. Slag glass facets the goblins cut, and mercifully did not juggle. Cone lattice in the core, silk from the court for the liner, and a quench the drowned sent up the cold wall in a barrel of black sump water that has never once been warm. When it came off the anvil, the gate rang its struck true ring on its own, and I chose to log that as an inspection passed. Sovereign gear, the charter crown, bound to the Underkingdom charter. The dawn took its 4. Evolution Shard Reserve, 17. They came to the coronation armed with arguments. Every faction in the horseshoe, the herald down from the bedrock standing witness for floor 100, the drowned court listening through the flooded gallery, one polite scheduled shiver running through the stone at midday and settling on the meter. 5 claimants at 5 aisles, and the grievances already drafted. The unlit galleries interrupted the agenda. The pack came out of the dark side of the old West Road at feastlight, gaunt gallery stalkers in numbers I had only ever seen in the siege ledger's worst column, drawn by scent and lamplight in a fortress too new to have a reputation. The horseshoe proved itself in front of its own architects. And because the crown sat finished on my counter, I did the arbitration in one motion, in public, mid-alarm. I asked which claimant would take up an instrument that grants nothing, costs everything, and answers to a posted price sheet. And 4 of the 5 hesitated, each glancing first at their rivals, calculating precedence even then. The greater demon was already moving for the gate. It had not glanced anywhere. It had also, I noted for the record, never posted its own name at all. I crowned it on the wall in the middle of the assault, and the kingdom's first act under a king was a defense conducted at a profit of 0 and a loss of nothing. The turret lanes shifted as the crown's wearer turned its head. The gate held its ring. The comb cores drank the one breach the stalkers forced and gave the wall back whole, and the demon led the sortie down the kill lanes with the entire defense moving around it in one thought. Shop-forged crown, shop-evolved labor, shop-grown walls. The whole ledger fighting as a single line item. It was over before the mead cooled. The pack broke west with its arithmetic corrected, and one young stalker, too starved to follow, stood trembling at the trough until the first daughter, unprompted, pushed a bowl across the stones. The Hive files that under recruitment. Caliph took the oath as guarantor, first claim clause and all, her resealed suit throwing lamplight in a hall that remembers who grew it. The demon knelt to the counter. Not to me, it said through the herald's translation, to the board and its prices, which was the most correct thing said at any coronation in history. The orcs cheered with everyone else and filed, that same evening, a formal grievance regarding precedence at future state occasions, and the war speaker withheld his nameslate from the acclamation with immense dignity. The crown holds. The rivalry compounds. I have shelved wines that age worse. First sovereign event. Arbitrated, the Underkingdom is crowned. Core tithe remitted, 4. Evolution Shard Reserve, 13. The system settled its own account at close of ceremony, and I have learned to read its promotions correctly by now. Shopkeeper _level, D to C. Safety shield upkeep, 4 to 8 evolution shards, /day. A rank is an invoice with a complement attached. The Dawn would be taking 8 from here on, and the board would simply have to out-earn its own success, the same as every Dawn since the freefall. It was Sariel who found the last item of the coronation, sweeping the forge quarter while the feast wound down. The binding had thrown off a slag. Every quench does, but this slag had come off the crown, and it had cooled into a ring. Small, plain. Slag glass with the charter's pattern locked through it, and sized, she pointed out, holding it up in one black lace glove against the lamplight, for no orc, no goblin, no demon, no dwarf. A human hand, a concept, cooled into an object any surface-born fool could wear. She asked me, smiling the bookkeeper's smile that I have learned to price very carefully, what the surface would pay for such a thing. There's no posted rate, I told her, truthfully. There's never needed to be one. Yet, she said, and pocketed the ring, and the word cost me more sleep than the Dawn's new 8. Sariel gave me 3 days of quiet, by her standards, which meant 3 days of standing across the counter turning the slag ring over in her gloved fingers while the coronation litter got swept and the crown settled into its ring. On the fourth morning, she came to the till at open with a ledger of her own under one arm, laid it flat between us, spine touching spine, and I understood I was about to be pitched by the only person on this floor who reads my books upside down for practice. She had already named the thing before she'd even asked my permission, which tells you everything you need to know about how she operates. The essence market. The argument was sound, and I hated how sound it was. Essence distillation pulls the concept out of a thing. We proved it on poison long ago, and proved it again, at a price I still pay quietly, on grief. The Crown's quench had shown the other direction. You could cool a concept down into an actual object, and size that object for a human hand. And between the guild's lowest map line and my gate, there is a stratum of humans the surface has already thrown away. Revoked men, struck-off brokers, seller merchants of the middle floors who trade by lamplight, and owe the guild nothing but spite. They cannot buy evolutions. Shards come from a monster's jump, or they do not come at all, and I would sell the counter itself before I bent that rule. But objects they can buy, and they can pay in the two goods this kingdom is genuinely short of, surface materials and information. I set the fences before I set the prices, because the fences were the product. Nothing that evolves anyone. Nothing that carries a living pattern. Concepts only, cooled, dead, stamped. Nothing traceable to a maker any registry has heard of. Every piece goes out under the mark of a shop that does not, on any map that matters, exist. No buyer comes below floor 91. I never go above my own doorstep, which the contract enforces more reliably than my judgment would. And the one crate keeps its old rule about mixing categories, so an outbound run is artifacts and nothing else. Wax-sealed, silk-wrapped, counted twice by two different species. Essence Market. Opened. Trade Annex. Floor 91 margin. The first stock took 2 nights at the forge. A guest ring in slag glass. The Crown's little cousin, holding one cooled idea. These walls know you. Passage, never power. A bead of current sense from the drowned, so a man lost in a black tunnel can feel which way the current is actually running. A hive wax patience charm, priced highest of the 3, patience being the concept the surface is poorest in. I worked the courses to his old standard, stutter tap at the 3rd, and I caught myself pressing a thumbprint into every seal without once deciding to. A shop keeps the customs of its dead better than it keeps their accounts. The dawn took its 8. The new rate has manners. It does not have mercy. Evolution Shard Reserve, 5. Trade wants carriers and carriers want tears. The comb warden who would captain the outbound crates took her jump at the counter before lamp out, and a shellback rose to escort weight for the flooded leg. Notable rate, 3 apiece, posted where the rates are always posted. Payments received, 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 11. The first caravan went up the Silk Road that night. 2 crates, 12 rings, 20 beads, 30 charms, and a rate card written in Sariel's hand with my arithmetic underneath it. At the margin the trade daughter runs the handover, dead drop, no faces, weights pinned to boards on both ends. Our broker up there is a man I have met once and invoiced twice. The revoked counterfeiter, ruined, struck off, and therefore the one human in the middle dark whose incentives I trust completely, because I drafted them. He takes commission and no credit. He asked by relay slate whether the shop would ever sell him a real license. The shop doesn't sell what the shop is, I sent back, and that was the only honest answer there was. A day later, the return sat on my counter, and the hall smelled of surface steel, the first whiff of it in 2 years. Ingots. Coil spring wire the goblins regard as a delicacy. Alchemical glass packed in straw. And under the glass, flat and folded, the actual profit, freight schedules, warehouse gossip, tide tables for the upper lifts, a surface newspaper 8 days stale. Sariel priced the newspaper above the steel, and I did not argue. Information is the one good that gets cheaper the longer you refuse to buy it, and then costs everything at once. The Dawn took its 8. Evolution Shard Reserve, 3. The relay legs wanted depth, so 130 current runners took the bulk VAT in the annex, wholesale rate, a tenth ahead, and the flooded road came back an hour faster by the next slate. Payments received, 13 Evolution Shards, Evolution Income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 16. The Dawn took its 8. Evolution Shard Reserve, 8. The second caravan went up heavier and came back heavier still. 2 goblin sappers evolved to vault work that same afternoon. The market strongroom at the margin is now dug, lined, and mildly over-engineered, sappers being sappers, and the tithe got counted out under the war speaker's precedence-wounded supervision before the week was through. Payments received, 6 Evolution Shards, Evolution Income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 14. Core Tithe remitted, 5. Evolution Shard Reserve, 9. It was in the third return that Sariel went still. She had the intelligence fanned across the counter in her sorting pattern, and between 2 freight schedules, folded where only a clerk would think to hide a thing from other clerks, lay a requisition sheet. Guild Internal. Gold Seal. The looping golden signature I used to see on termination paperwork, most memorably my own. A deep recovery contract, it said. Floors 90 and below. Crew of 3 on D-rank payroll. Hazard bond waived by special instruction. Purpose of contract. Recovery of guild property. Deceased issue. I knew the names. I had stood at a dock desk beside 2 of them for 6 years. I read the sheet a third time, to make sure I had it right, and set it down very carefully on the counter. The web saw them 2 floors up, which gave me a full day to decide what I was going to feel about it. I spent the day taking inventory instead, which is the same activity with better posture. 3 humans on the West Road under a Parley White banner. Guild issue packs, D-rank payroll cords, boots 2 sizes too new for the walking they had done in them. The walls read them the whole way in. No charter marks, so every turret lane they crossed logged them as unclaimed freight, and the escort the Crown assigned them was, by somebody's idea of courtesy, the greater demon itself. They arrived at my gate in the condition you would expect. Upright, technically. The Shield's 8 came due before they even knocked, and I remember being glad of the arithmetic. A man about to meet his old life should have something running in his head that still obeys him. Evolution Shard Reserve, 1. They had come, their orders said, to recover guild property. Deceased issue. They carried a writ with my name on it and the word deceased in 3 separate clauses, and they had rehearsed for a corpse, an empty room, a license plate to pry off a door. Nobody had rehearsed them for the gate ring striking true over their heads, or for a fortress that smells of bread, or for the deceased standing at his counter in a charcoal apron, mid-count, asking who was next in the queue, because the queue minds its manners here. The tallyman knew me first. 6 years at the dock desk beside mine, and he'd signed off on my counts every single time without so much as glancing at them. He said my name in the tone men use for stairs that are not where they left them. The woman from receiving looked at me, then at the hall, then back, doing the arithmetic in front of everyone. The shelves, the queue of things with tusks and etiquette, the silver guarantor at my shoulder, and arriving, visibly, at a number too large for her columns. The third man I could not place. I have placed every face that ever crossed that warehouse floor. I filed that, first item of the day to go under later. Paper came first, because paper always comes first. The guild, through its recovery officers, billed the estate of the deceased for unreturned issue, 1 dock slate, 1 winter coat, 1 pair of standard boots, and the forfeited bond on a shop license graded, in the guild's own hand, worst available. 74 credits, itemized. The goblin line boss, who had shoved to the front on the correct instinct that this would be the best thing to happen all month, asked what a credit was, received an explanation, and offered 6 for the whole debt as a collector's item. Then the second envelope, which was the actual weapon, gold ink. Valerius writes an amnesty the same way other men write a menu, generously, and only for things he has decided you cannot afford. All forgiven. Full reinstatement. Your old desk, your old stool, a clerk's pension, the past a closed drawer. Come home. Caliph read it over my shoulder in silence and asked one question, whether the surface still fit. It read small, I told her, and she went back to standing her watch, satisfied in the manner of a woman whose sword had already voted. I answered the writ in the only language a writ speaks. I counted 74 credits of surface coin out of the market till, stamped the receipt in triplicate, and settled my own estate while the estate stood there breathing. Paid in full closes more doors than any curse. Then I appraised their expedition gear, since they would want honest numbers for the road home, and honesty is the crueler service. The C-rank certified sword, 12 credits as scrap, the certification worth precisely the wax it was pressed in. The enchanted rope outbid the sword at 19, which the rope had earned. The line boss opened formal negotiations for the tallyman's 2 new boots at 4 credits. Mid-appraisal, refused to be gavelled down, raised his own offer twice against nobody, and the hall laughed. And it was not mockery, or not only. It was a market recognizing a man who was standing in one for the first time. Commerce does not pause for theater, it absorbs it. 2 orc rig bosses took their jumps for the new or road while the appraisals ran, and a goblin lamp tender rose to master of the gallery lights. Notable rate, posted price. Payments received, 9 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 10. Then the shield billed its usual 8. Evolution shard reserve, 2. On the second morning, I posted the third document myself, a wage sheet. 30 credits a week, board included, porridge at dawn whether you have earned it yet or not, and 1 shop rule older than the fortress around it. Nobody here thinks counting is beneath anybody. The woman from receiving read the sheet twice, asked whether the bread was as good as it smelled, signed with her gild pen, and then retired the pen point down in a jar of lamp oil with some ceremony. The tallyman held out a day for loyalty's sake, ate the porridge on the second morning, wept into it briefly and with dignity, and signed. Valerius's letter never stood a chance against his own institution's arithmetic. The guild pays its recovery crews less than I pay my porters, and it bills its dead. 180 Hive porters deepened for the market runs that afternoon, wholesale pricing, 1/10 of a shard each, and the caravan schedule picked up a 4th leg without anyone's feet complaining. Payments received, 18 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 20. 8 more went down the shaft with the next dawn, same as always. Evolution shard reserve, 12. The third man declined the wage sheet. He was polite about it. Somebody, he said, had to carry the report home, and his tone was exactly right, and his grief was exactly right, and his boots, I filed it under later again, were not new at all. A drowned gate swimmer took escort weight below the waterline at dusk, 3 shards, and the week's tithe went up the shaft counted and sealed. Payments received, 3 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 15. Core tithe remitted, 6. Evolution shard reserve, 9. That night, I did what I was always going to do, because I carried duplicate rosters out of that warehouse in my head the day it fired me. The whole nested inventory of 6 years, and I can still walk those shelves blindfolded. Dock crew, receiving crew, night crew, seasonal hires, the cousins on payroll who never lifted a crate. I walked every shelf twice. There is no third man. Receiving never ran that face, that name, that payroll line. Valerius had packed his pawns honestly. That was the tell, real grief travels badly, and slid one piece in among them wearing a dead man's cords. I looked up from the rosters and Sariel was already leaning at the end of the shelf, arms folded, wearing the expression of a teacher waiting for the class to catch up. She had counted his blinks on the first day, she said. Nobody blinks that little who is only following orders. Then we send him home with a report, I said. Ours. We named it in the ledger before we named it out loud, because that is the order this shop does everything in. Security Annex. Sariel's column. The imposter, still dressed in a dead man's cords, spent his last days on floor 99, finding exactly what we'd shelved for him to find. A thin secondary ledger with sad little numbers in it, left where a man searching a counting room would be proudest of himself for looking. A dusty shelf of unsold tankards. A fortress he could honestly describe as thinner than it looked, because we walked him along the exact 200 paces that would back up that lie. His dead drop on the 91st margin was a crack beneath a relay stone that he had chosen himself, carefully, at random, out of all the cracks on that road. The web had owned that crack for a month. Every crack on that road answers to a court weaver now. He thought he was choosing freely. The Silk Road doesn't sell any other kind of choice. The turn itself took one morning and no threats. I put his breakfast on the counter, and beside the breakfast I put Valerius's requisition sheet, gold seal up, with the line item that concerned him. Crew of 3, no hazard bond posted at all, on somebody's direct order, classification, non-recoverable assets. A man can stay loyal to a paymaster or to arithmetic, but not to both, not once he has seen the second set of books. He read it 4 times. He asked what would happen if he refused, and the honest answer did the work for me. Nothing. The walls only answer what breaks the peace. He would simply walk home, carrying a report the guild would one day check against the next liars, and he had just read what his employer files under the cost of checking. He signed the wage sheet with a hand that only shook at the end. From that morning his dispatches kept their cipher, their cadence, their handwriting, and lost their author. Sariel dictates. He transcribes. The guild's one pen on floor 99 writes what the floor wants written, and it writes beautifully, because she makes him do a second draft. Shadow Web, Integrated, Security Annex. The first build day opened at the counter, as build days do. 2 Hive thread spinners took their jumps at open to spin the lattice's live strands. Notable rate, 3 apiece. Payments received, 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 15. Then architectural synthesis took its fee and grew listening silk down every gallery road we own. Thread relays braided into the Silk Road's own stones, not code stations at the junctions, a dead drop registry that is really a map of every crack we have ever let somebody choose. The reserve dipped under 2 dawns worth, which is the closest thing this shop has to a nervous habit. Architectural synthesis, shadow lattice, 5. Evolution shard reserve, 10. By evening the Queen's Court had answered the obvious question the obvious way. 3 court weavers came down the shaft and took the listening jump at the counter. A new cast by morning, patient as bankers, tuned to thread as finely as the drowned are tuned to water. The web stopped being a project and became a sense. Payments received, 9 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 19. Another 8 went out with the dawn. Evolution shard reserve, 11. A day on, the web was already hearing things we'd never thought to ask about. 120 comb builders deepened at bulk rate to wall in the new listening posts, and 100 silt farmers took the vat below to work the flooded relays. And between those 2 invoices the reports started stacking on my counter in Sariel's sorting pattern. The middle floors are moving. Sheer-jaw prides shadowing our caravans at 2 galleries distance, patient, counting our escorts. The margin brokers doubling their orders and asking, twice now, whether the shop sells anything for keeping a man alive rather than merely paid. And from below, from every faction bench in the hall, The same petition in 5 dialects. The escorts want tears. The porters want tears. Winter is a surface word, but the deep has its own lean season, and everyone can smell the arithmetic tightening. Payments received. 22 evolution shards. Evolution income. Evolution shard reserve. 33. 8 more gone by first light. Same bill as always. Evolution shard reserve. 25. Sariel and I pulled in the crown, plus the war speaker and first daughter both, and worked the sums until the lamps burned low. Piecework evolution cannot cover a kingdom this size anymore. The queue alone has become a security risk, and a ration drip breeds exactly the resentments the treaty bench exists to bury. The answer was policy, not spectacle, although I concede the deep does not always honor that distinction. One day, one feast. Every cohort that qualifies evolved together at posted prices, faction by faction, in an order drawn by lot in public, so precedents can die quietly for an afternoon. The Hive volunteered the brewing labor. The orcs volunteered the marshalling. The goblins volunteered opinions. The young gallery stalker took its first jump that evening, the one the first daughter fed at the trough after the coronation, grown now into its shoulders, sworn to the wall patrol. Notable rate. It paid its 3 shards with its ears flat back, formal as a clerk, and the first daughter watched from the comb gallery with what the Hive files under quiet dividends. Payments received. 3 evolution shards. Evolution income. Evolution shard reserve. 28. Core tithe remitted. 8. Evolution shard reserve. 20. The shield billed its 8 again at first light. Evolution shard reserve. 12. By the third dawn the manifests were drawn. VAT counts, grain freight, cask allocations, marshal rosters, 500 names and change in 11 scripts. The largest single order this shop has ever taken from itself. I costed it twice and it held both times. What held less firmly was the air above the manifests, because a brew at that scale is not a secret, it is weather. Sariel said it plainly, tapping the sheer jaw reports square on the counter. The scent will carry 10 floors before the first cask is even tapped, and everything above us with teeth and a nose will arrive on its own schedule, uninvited, hungry, and rude. Let them come, she said, pricing the risk with the bookkeeper's smile. The web will count them on the way down. 8 went to the shield with the first light, and for 1 bad hour the evolution feast was 4 shards from being renamed the evolution apology. Evolution shard reserve. 4. Then the marshalling paid for itself before the first cask was even brewed, the kind of number a shopkeeper wants to put in a frame on the wall. The orc marshal who would run the feast lines took his jump at open, and the first daughter's second, her shadow through every manifest of the past week, took the Hive's marshalling seat and her tier with it. Notable rate, 3 apiece, and suddenly the queue plans drew themselves. Payments received. 6 evolution shards. Evolution income. Evolution shard reserve. 10. The hall itself was the next invoice. Architectural synthesis widened the feast floor off the horseshoe's inner face. Long stone tables grown in ranks, tap lanes, a vat gallery with gravity doing the pouring, and I paid the fee watching the numbers sync with my jaw set. Architectural synthesis, feast hall, 4. Evolution shard reserve, 6. The serving cohort went through the vat that afternoon. 80 Hive stewards deepened at bulk rate, so the pouring would keep pace with the drinking, and the reserve climbed back out of the coffin corner. Payments received. 8 evolution shards. Evolution income. Evolution shard reserve. 14. 8 to the shield at first light, and the reserve slid back toward the coffin corner it had just climbed out of. Evolution shard reserve. 6. Feast day opened with the lot draw in the horseshoe. Faction order pulled from a helm by the youngest goblin present, which is the only officiant everyone agreed lacked an agenda. Then the kingdom drank its way up its own ladder in public, and I stood the counter for 11 hours and watched the thing I have been building since the freefall operate at its designed load. 500 and some head at wholesale. Porters, runners, comb builders, shellbacks, sappers, stewards, wall patrol, cohort by cohort, cask by cask, each faction roaring the next one through the lanes because the lot draw had made cheering safe. For more notables took their jumps at the posted board between rounds. 2 wall wardens, a relay mistress from the court, the drowned tide speaker's second. The board never once flexed a price, and the hall noticed, and that is the entire secret of this kingdom in one afternoon. Payments received, 64 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 70. The cent did exactly what Sariel priced it to do. They came down the west galleries at dusk, on the feast's 10th hour, with the web counting them the whole way. Sheerjaw prides out of the middle dark, 4 of them running as one, and at their center the pale matriarch the reports had been circling for a week. Old, scarred white, clever enough to wait for a kingdom to get drunk. She had timed her arrival for softness. She arrived at the precise moment. This floor has never been harder. The horns went, the tables emptied by roster, and the fortress got its second proving, but that is not the sentence that matters. The sentence that matters is who held the wall, not the crown alone, though the turret lanes moved with its head. Not Caliph alone, though she took the gate stair with the suit reading the fight 3 heartbeats ahead. The wall was held by the feast itself, porters an hour into their new shoulders, runners whose tears still smelled of foam, stewards who set down pitchers and picked up hooked poles, the young stalker patrolling opposite creatures that were its cousins last season. The first pride hit the kill lanes and learned the new arithmetic at the door. The second and third broke against a shield line of day-old evolutions that did not break, which was the first public proof, in open combat, in front of every faction and 2 visiting delegations, that what this counter sells holds up under teeth. The 4th pride never committed. She was in the 4th pride. The pale matriarch walked out of the dark alone at full lamplight, deliberate, tail low, and the wall watched her cross the killing ground and did not fire, because she was not charging. She was reading the menu. She stopped at the trough. The hall held the specific silence it learns at moments of historical importance, and the first daughter, who has performed this ceremony before and knows precisely what she is doing, pushed a bowl across the stones. The matriarch drank. Then she paid, 10 shards, unique rate, dropped from her jaws onto the counter slate one at a time, with the insolent precision of a creature that has robbed better establishments than mine, and took her evolution standing in the horseshoe with 4 prides watching from the dark. Ascended, at the cap and not a step past it, white scars glowing under the lamps. The kingdom got a border warden that night, and the middle floors lost their appetite for our caravans, and the prides that had come to eat the feast stayed to negotiate scraps, rights, and winter passage, which the treaty bench will be digesting for a month. Payments received, 10 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 80. 8 off the top, untroubled by the 80 stacked behind it. Evolution shard reserve, 72. The delegations were the aftermath I had planned for least. Envoys from the 80s had watched the whole night from the gallery mouths, and the hall split 3 ways around them the next morning in the pattern I have learned to read at a glance. Worship at the near benches, where the newly evolved raised their cups to the counter itself. Appetite at the middle tables, where visiting brokers priced our escorts and re-ran their sums with their ears flat. And at the far wall, the old fear, quiet and reasonable, of creatures watching a floorware. Civilians a day into their tears had stopped 4 prides cold, and wondering what the posted price of that is, and whether their own floors could afford not to pay it. 3 envoys booked appointments. 1 left without eating, at speed, to file what I assume was an urgent report about the state of the neighborhood. First Light took its usual 8, and the week's remittance climbed the shaft in a sealed keg it took 2 porters to lift. Evolution Shard Reserve, 64. Core Tithe remitted, 18. Evolution Shard Reserve, 46. It was the web that found the night's one casualty of consequence, sweeping the west galleries for stragglers. Deep in the old dark, under a rockfall shaken loose by the fight or by the last scheduled shiver, a listening thread had gone taut against something metal, a guild survey beacon, stamped and numbered, planted in the breach days when Valerius's strike team came down and did not go home. It had crouched out there for a year and a half, blinking its dumb light up the shaft, watching everything and understanding nothing, the guild's one eye on floor 99. It was snapped clean. Dead. Sariel turned it over twice on the counter and did not smile, which told me the price of it before she spoke. When their one eye down here goes dark, she told me, the guild's map of this floor goes dark with it, and I'd read enough of their paperwork by then to know what came next. They don't send a lamp, she said. They draw a red line. There is a morning in every long build when the scaffolding comes down and you find out what you have actually been making. Mine arrived with 46 shards in reserve, a dead guild beacon on my counter, and the entire kingdom awake before its own dawn, because word had gone around that today the shop would finish becoming what floor 99 has been turning into for as long as I've kept its counter and half of my life besides. 8 went before I had finished the morning count. Evolution Shard Reserve, 38. The first build day was the largest single-fee architectural synthesis has ever presented me, and I paid it the second time I read it, the first read being for respect. Floor-scale integration. Not a new wall, not an annex, the whole tangled network. Every structure this shop has grown since the freefall, drawn into one working body. The horseshoe bastion and the deep annex, the Silk Road relays and the shadow lattice, the market lanes to the margin, the tithe road up the shaft, the feast hall, the kill lanes, the comb cores, the boil line, the gate with its struck-true ring. The synthesis ran through the stone from one dawn clear to the next, and when it settled, the fortress was not a building with a floor around it. The fortress was the floor now, every gallery of it wired into one working body, and at the dead center of all that plumbing, unmoved and unmovable, sat one counter, because the whole thing had grown up around the till, not the other way round. Architectural synthesis, floor-scale integration, 20. Evolution Shard Reserve, 18. Shop level 50, the fortress shop, realized. First light took its usual 8, and I felt that one land harder than most. Evolution Shard Reserve, 10. A day later, the erasure had begun, and it was, fittingly, an inventory. I posted the work order myself. Every object on this floor stamped, sealed, issued, or abandoned by the Surface Guild, brought to the counter for appraisal. The web knew where all of it was, because of course it did. The strike team's kit from the breach days came up out of the west galleries in 2 barrows, rusted A-rank plate, a snapped standard, ration tins their quartermaster had itemized in a hand I recognized from old requisitions. The scout's dropped badge from the mocking days, small and tarnished, fished out of a crack by a thread runner who would not accept payment for it. The dead beacon, stamped and numbered. A drowned satchel of guild survey pegs. My own termination letter, which I contributed voluntarily, and which the appraisal recorded, accurately, at scrap value. The tallyman and the woman from receiving ran the count, guild-trained and shop-fed, and there was a justice in that no one needed to say aloud. 41 line items. I appraised the lot at scrap, 11 credits and change, logged it, and sent it to the Memorial Forge, and the pattern took the guild's iron through the melt in Brumir's own rhythm, stutter tap, and all, which is the closest this floor comes to a benediction. It poured out as one bar. We set it into the gate's inner ring, where the metal can spend eternity doing the only honest work the guild's presence down here ever could have done, holding a door for somebody else. The Surface Guild now exists on floor 99 as one ledger line, closed, and one thin band of iron, load-bearing. Erasure is the wrong word for what happened, Sariel said, watching the pour. Erasure implies waste. This was recycling. Payments received: 15 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 25. The payments above arrived during the melt, commerce declining as ever to pause for symbolism. 2 wall wardens jumped tiers to staff the new integrated watch, and 90 comb builders went through at wholesale rate to grow the last listening posts into the whole tangled network. 8 off the reserve, unmoved by the melt or the meaning. Evolution shard reserve, 17. The third day was for the seams. 3 gate wardens evolved to run the fortress's new reflexes. The whole tangled network can shift a kill lane before a horn finishes blowing, and something has to be awake enough to decide which one. And 60 silt farmers deepen below to tend the flooded galleries where the lattice meets the water. The pale matriarch walked her first border patrol with the young stalker at her flank, which the wall logs filed without comment and the whole hall commented on anyway. And the pen wrote his weekly dispatch at my counter under Sariel's dictation: a dead floor, a failed recovery, rockfalls, no survivors, nothing down here but weather and loss. His hand has gotten steadier. She still makes him do a second draft. Payments received: 15 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 32. The shield billed its usual 8, and the tithe went up the shaft counted, sealed, and slightly early, because the herald was standing witness for the week and the bedrock appreciates punctuality. Evolution shard reserve, 24. Core tithe remitted, 6. Evolution shard reserve, 18. The system waited for the ring to be set and the books to balance, the way it always waits for the paperwork, and then it handed me a promotion right there behind my own counter, in front of the whole evening queue. Shopkeeper _ level, C to B. Safety shield upkeep, 8 to 16 evolution shards / day. 16 at dawn. Somewhere above me there are B-rank adventurers who were handed a certificate and a cheer. I was handed a rate hike, which I have come to understand is the system's sincerest available compliment. It believes the board can carry 16. The board believed it too, by morning. The board has better nerves than I do. That should have been the last entry of the week. The web decided otherwise, the whole lattice going taut an hour before close on a dispatch coming down, not up, the pen's channel carrying the guild-owned courier traffic, copied at a margin dead drop, in the clear because the guild does not yet know there is anyone left to read it. By emergency session of the guild council, on the petition of Guildmaster Valerius, seconded unanimously. The depth, 99 zone and all approaches below floor 90 are declared a deadly hazard of the first order, uninhabitable, unrecoverable, and lethal to all licensed personnel. All charters suspended. All claims voided. And appended, in the dry clause where institutions keep their actual intentions, reclamation by force authorized, S-rank vanguards to be contracted, budget attached, the largest the council has approved in its history. Sariel read it aloud to the closed hall, and the benches took it in the kingdom's own fashion. The war speaker began composing a grievance, the goblins began composing a betting line, and the crown turned its head slowly toward the gate, and every turret on the floor turned with it. They've declared us a hazard, I said, to the hall and to the ledger both. Uninhabitable, unrecoverable, deadly. Every word of it earned, none of it understood. The surface had finally posted a price for floor 99 and budgeted for a ruin, and they were marching an army down 40 floors to collect a rock. I opened a new ledger and entered the guild at the head of the first page, right in the column where the debtors go. Let them come down and see what is open. There is a version of war that begins with horns. Ours began with a requisition form, lifted off a courier at the floor 90 dead drop, and I knew the surface was finally serious because the attached budget was serious, and I have never once known the guild to spend real money on anything it merely hated. Sariel read the packet to the closed hall by lamplight. Contracts for 3 S-rank vanguards, licensed for reclamation by force in an uninhabited hazard zone. Salvage schedules priced by floor at ruin clearance rates, which insulted everyone evenly. The finest killers on the surface, hired at the wage you pay men to haul rubble, because the council had already decided this was a grave and hired the cleanup crew to match. The annex listed persons of interest, and the list had one entry. My old personnel file, attached in full and unrevised. Terminated for cause. Presumed deceased. Skills, clerical. Threat assessment, none. The hall waited for me to be offended, so I read it twice and had it filed under intelligence, lowest shelf. It is not every shopkeeper who gets to review his own obituary and find it under-researched. Then I opened the war ledger, because the guild had authorized an army, and my counter was going to outfit one. The invasion issue posted before the lamps changed over. War gear at line scale, the first mass run the Memorial Forge has ever carried. Evolve plate grown to the wearer and growing with the wearer, comb core shields that repair on the wall, gate hooks, lane horns, boil line fittings, every piece at the posted rate with the jump priced in. No requisitions, no levies, no gifts. Every faction pays its own way onto that rack, full price, or it doesn't get issued gear at all. I settled that argument with the war speaker years ago over one keg, and neither of us has ever had to raise it again. The watch did not wait for a ceremony. 2 wall wardens and 2 gate wardens took first issue the same day the order posted and jumped where they stood, plates settling over the new size before the fitting stall stopped ringing. Payments received, 12 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 30. 16 went out with first light, a number I'm still not used to watching leave. Evolution shard reserve, 14. The Hive came through on the second day, 260 comb guard down the issue line at bulk rate. The first daughter walking the queue with a tally slate and refusing, on principle, to let any of hers be fitted out of order. The line moved at the speed of good bookkeeping, which is the fastest speed there is. Payments received, 26 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 40. 16 off the top, and the fitting stalls never slowed. Evolution shard reserve, 24. By the third morning the forge quarter had outgrown its own floor plan, and I paid the synthesis to fix it. An armory line grown off the Memorial Forge, issue racks, a second quench, fitting stalls with kill lane sight lines because Caliph reviewed the drawings and sent them back once. The pattern ran the first battle-grade quench in Brumir's own rhythm, and the whole quarter kept time with the stutter tap, and nobody who heard it needed the plaque explained. Architectural synthesis, armory line, 6. Evolution shard reserve, 18. 2 orc rig bosses jumped the same afternoon to run the racks, on the war speaker's nomination and the ancient orc principle that logistics is combat conducted honestly. They spent the first hour arguing over which of them had seniority to call the racks his own, loud enough that Sariel finally posted a hand-lettered sign over the armory door reading both, in a size neither of them could pretend not to see. I was fitted first. The older one kept insisting to anyone still listening. Nobody was, by the third telling. Payments received, 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 24. 16 again, and this dawn cut close. Evolution shard reserve, 8. 8 in reserve, with a war coming up the ledger. The board out-earned it by lunch, because the board has done this through every siege the kingdom has seen and does not rattle. The drowned put 190 silt levies through the line to hold the flooded galleries. The court's warden calls them a militia, the manifests call them maintenance, and both are correct. The matriarch sent 3 pride wardens down from the border to be fitted personally, and paid at notable rate without being asked, which from her is a toast. Payments received: 28 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve: 36. When the first 100 walked the wall in new plate at feastlight, the hall sorted itself into its 3 honest parties. 1 bench worshipped, 1 bench started pricing the gear for cousins not yet fitted, and 1 bench went very quiet doing arithmetic about what, exactly, was now standing between it and every grudge it had ever filed. Worship, appetite, dread. A healthy kingdom keeps all 3 in stock, and I sold bread to each of them at the same price. The reserve came up 16 short by first light, the shield's usual bill. Evolution shard reserve: 20. The last fittings of the week were 2 court weavers for the signal corps, silk runners rigged into the relay, so the wall can talk to the annex without a horn. Then the tithe went up the shaft, counted and sealed, the herald standing witness with the particular stillness of bedrock that approves. Payments received: 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve: 26. Core tithe remitted: 16. Evolution shard reserve: 10. 10 in reserve. A war chest measured in dawns, not in years, and I signed the week's ledger anyway, because the alternative to arming at the edge of solvency was meeting the surface unarmed and solvent, and no one has ever posted that price with a straight face. The web brought the last slate up an hour before close. The Vanguard had crossed floor 92 by nightfall, 40 floors in 11 days, faster than any licensed descent on record, through galleries their own council declared lethal. They are not exploring. They are falling, on schedule, with salvage carts. I read the slate to the hall and put it on the spike with the courier packet, obituary and all. Let them arrive rested. The board is open, the issue line is warm, and the first item waiting for the surface at the bottom of the world is the bill. The first watch day of the war was, on paper, a Tuesday. The wall log opens with a grain delivery. That is not an accident of record keeping. It's deliberate. 40 floors above my counter, 3 S-rank vanguards were descending with a council mandate to reclaim a grave, and on floor 99 the boil line drew its morning water, the issue racks turned over their second 100, and the kingdom did the one thing that actually mattered in front of an invasion. It opened on time, same as any other day. A pair of wall wardens went up a tier at first lamp to fill out the west rotation, and the Hive walked another 180 comb guard through the fitting stalls at bulk rate, because the first daughter had read the same relay slates I had and drawn the same circle on the same map. Payments received: 24 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve: 34. 16 left the reserve at first light, same as every day since the levy started. Evolution shard reserve: 18. A day on, the border had customers. The Vanguard's forward screen came down the Old West Road in surveyor's order, pitons and rope teams, and a mapping drone of bound light, annotating galleries their own charts listed as collapsed. The matriarch's boarder met them at the far margin, and the meeting lasted the length of one professional glance on each side. Her 3 newest pride wardens jumped that afternoon on the strength of the intelligence they carried home. The screen had counted her stalkers, revised an estimate, and withdrawn in good order without offering a single blow. Men who came expecting rubble had met a patrolled frontier with posted watchfires, and somewhere in a command tent on floor 95, a map was being quietly redrawn. Payments received: 9 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve: 27. Another 16 gone with first light. Evolution shard reserve: 11. The third day they tested the arithmetic properly, and the wall log for that shift runs 4 pages and never once raises its voice. A spearhead of 2 full parties came down the west approach at speed, real speed, S-rank speed, The pace that has cleared every floor above us for a generation, and the approach did what it was grown to do. The silt levees opened the floodgates on schedule and turned the low galleries into weather. The kill lanes shifted twice on the crown's order. The log itself says on the wearer's order, because the form was drafted before we had a king and nobody has amended the form. The comb drank the one charge that reached it. Feast evolved civilians who were hauling water a season ago held a shield line under plate they had paid for themselves, and held it well, and the spearhead measured all of it with the honesty of professionals meeting a fact, and pulled back up the road with their wounded slung and their dead carried, leaving the approach littered with the abandoned weight of a fast retreat. No pursuit. The border let them go uncounted paces past the last watchfire, on standing instruction. We are not hunting the surface. We are invoicing it. The salvage came to the counter by barrow that evening. Rope by the mile, pitons, 2 shattered tower shields with an S-rank Vanguard's chapter mark, ration tins, 1 master-grade sword dropped in the flood and not gone back for. I priced the whole lot as scrap, the same schedule I'd used on their strike team's leavings once before, logged it against the guild's page in the debtor ledger, and sent the iron to the melt. The senior healer of the drowned took her second jump that night, pattern sight deepening, because the flood galleries had given her 40 near drownings to practice on, and she disapproves of practicing at her old tier. Payments received: 18 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 29. 16 more, gone before my morning tally was even done. Evolution shard reserve, 13. The 4th day passed like one long-held breath. The web read their camp smoke on floor 95 and counted their couriers going up, 3 in one day, which is a command structure arguing with itself. 2 relay runners jumped to thicken the signal core. The tithe went up the shaft counted and sealed, and I closed the week's ledger on a kingdom that had met the surface's finest and conceded nothing but rope. Payments received: 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 19. Core tithe remitted, 12. Evolution shard reserve, 7. 7 in reserve. Less than half a dawn of cushion, a war on the doorstep, and the board open regardless, because the board has never once closed early, and this seemed a poor week to start. They came back down the west road at dusk, not the spearhead. One man, alone, walking the tithe road's public route under a strip of white cloth tied to a broken piton, in travel plate with the weapons peace bonded, and the boarder passed him hand to hand down the watch line, with the fascinated courtesy of a kingdom that has read about this custom but never seen one performed. An S-rank captain of the Surface Guild stopped at the outer gate. In the light of lamps his counsel swears do not exist. What does it cost to pass? He asked the gate wardens. Impassable trade can't. The gate horn asked the counter. The counter asked me. I put down the ledger and reached for the price chalk, because some questions deserve a considered answer, and this one deserved a posted one. I wrote the toll in my own hand and hung it over the outer gate, because some documents should not be delegated. Entry 2, floor 99. 1 evolution shard perception head, paid at the gate. All other tender refused. No credit extended to parties in arrears. The captain read it 3 times. I know, because I was watching from the wall with Caliph, and he is a man who does his reading with his shoulders. Behind him, up the west road, the remains of the mightiest expedition ever sent into the deep earth sat in a fortified camp eating rubble clearance rations, and in front of him hung a price he could not meet with everything his guild has ever owned. For gate wardens took their jumps that morning to stand the parley watch in fresh plate. The kingdom's notion of diplomatic protocol is a receiving line that can hold a breach. Payments received: 12 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 19. Overnight the shield ran through its usual 16. Evolution shard reserve, 3. He tried money first, of course. The second morning, he came down with a strong box, and the box was genuinely impressive. Minted guild credits, high denomination scrip, letters of credit drawn on the central treasury with 3 seals apiece. I had the tallyman appraise it at the gate in full view, guild-trained hands moving over guild paper, and his figure was fair, as instruments of the surface economy, considerable. As tender on floor 99, paper. The letters of credit were the best moment of my professional week, drawn on an institution that sits in my ledger as a debtor, which means the captain was offering me my own bad debt as payment, with seals on it. I declined with what I considered heroic courtesy. The goblin benches, who had walked up the tithe road to watch and opened a book on the proceedings, paid out the first line of wagers. How long before he offers the sword? When he unbuckled the master-grade blade and laid it on the gate table. The tallyman priced it at 12 credits scrap, the same schedule as every other guild blade this floor has swallowed, and the sound the captain made was not a word but was fully legible, and even his own escort looked away in a manner that suggested biting down on laughter is a disciplined skill at S rank. Warm laughter, though, from the benches. The kingdom did not hate him. The kingdom had simply, at long last, seen the surface stand in a queue. While he regrouped, commerce continued around him with editorial intent. 210 Hive Comb Guard ran the racks at bulk rate, paying the only currency that spends here, in front of a man who could not. Payments received, 21 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 24. 16 gone again with the dawn, right on schedule. Evolution shard reserve, 8. The third day he asked the correct question, and I gave him the correct answer, and the answer did more damage than the flood galleries had. Where does one earn an evolution shard? The system pays them out, I told him across the gate table, to a monster, at the moment my goods evolve it past its born tier. That is the whole mint. They cannot be bought, forged, or harvested from a corpse. The guild's own vaults could not issue one. The toll is not a price, Captain. It is a citizenship test, and your kind arrives pre-failed. He stood with that for a while. I watched a man 20 years at the summit of his ladder discover the truth of the matter, which is that there is a second ladder, and it does not start where his ends. His superiors, meanwhile, had arrived to help. The council's new administrator came down under his own white flag with a portable writing desk and a mandate from Valerius, and the Vanguard camp's couriers doubled inside a day. The web read the traffic with its usual manners. The administrator's dispatches upward describe a geological anomaly, casualties from rockfall, and a recommendation of sustained bombardment. The captains describe a fortified nation of evolved monsters conducting commerce under law, and recommend, in the last line of the third dispatch, that the council reconsider the meaning of the word hazard. Only one of those reports is true, and the administrator holds the seal, and so the truth goes in a drawer and the bombardment estimate goes up the shaft. The captain knows it. The administrator knows he knows. At their shared table, the web reports, they have stopped passing the salt. 3 court weavers of the listening caste jumped that evening, because traffic in 2 directions is twice the work. Payments received, 9 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 17. The shield's usual 16 came out of the dawn's take. Evolution shard reserve, 1. 1 shard in reserve at first lamp, which the board regarded as a scheduling note rather than a crisis, and it was right. The Feast cohort's second issue ran all morning, 240 through the line at bulk rate, and 2 of the Orc Marshal's seconds took their jumps to command the new wall rotations, and by noon the ledger had performed its weekly miracle without being asked. Payments received, 30 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 31. Core tithe remitted, 15. Evolution shard reserve, 16. The captain came to the gate once more at dusk, alone, without the box or the blade. He put one closed fist on the table, opened it, and showed the gate wardens a single gray pebble. A joke, I think, or a question, or a man checking whether the rules were rules. The wardens inspected it gravely and returned it with regrets. He nodded once, like a professional filing away a fact for later use, thanked the watch and trade cant, and walked back up the road into his own camp's lamplight. An hour later the web went taut. The administrator's evening dispatch, copied at the dead drop and sent unencrypted. The captain's vanguard was relieved of assault authority, effective immediately, for failures of aggression. Siege command was passing to the administrator's own office. The train would reach us at first light. Engines, breachers, and a budget line for the outer wall with a number in it I have only ever seen attached to city gates. They could not pay the toll, so they have decided, in the oldest tradition of the surface, to dispute the invoice with artillery. I turned the price board to face the road and left the lamps burning. The rate stands, I told the gate wardens. It will still be 1 shard ahead when the wall comes down, and 1 shard ahead when they are climbing over their own engines to get away from what answers the breach. The siege train took 2 full days to reach us on the west road, and the wall log recorded its progress in tonnage. This floor grieves in numbers, so I'll keep the books in order and tell it in tonnage too. 6 engines rated for city gates, 40 carts of shot and charge. A breaching crew with drills of bound light, and the administrator's writing desk at the back of the column, portable, polished, upwind. Against that, 1 wall grown out of comb and slag glass and every argument this kingdom has ever won, and on the wall, in plate that had never needed a repair, the crown. The first siege morning was all counter-logistics. The boil line doubled its water draw. The comb corps went on feeding shifts. 2 wall wardens jumped to fill the reinforcement rotation, and the silt levees pre-flooded the near galleries, so the engines had to build their platforms on weather. Shot began falling on the west curtain at noon, and the wall log entered each hit as flatly as everything else. Strike, spall, regrown by second bell. The comb drank the damage all day and asked for more feed, and got it. Payments received, 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 22. Overnight, 16 more left the reserve for upkeep. Evolution shard reserve, 6. A day in, the administrator had found the tempo, and it was a bookkeeper's tempo, which I might in some other lifetime have admired. The engines fired in rotation, no pause for the comb to rest, a sustained withdrawal against the wall's account. The Hive answered with a deposit. 130 comb builders ran the racks at wholesale, straight onto the feeding shifts. The wall held through 40 hours of continuous fire, and the whole floor got used to the rhythm of it. Thunder, then regrowth. Thunder, then regrowth. 2 sides just grinding numbers against each other. Payments received, 13 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 19. 16 shards, the shield standing bill, came due again with the sun. Evolution shard reserve, 3. 3 in reserve on the morning the drills came forward, and I want the sequence in the record exactly, because the record is what I have. They fired every engine at once at the northwest angle and sent the breaching crew in under the barrage, drills of bound light against the curtain's oldest course, and the wall, my wall, grown and paid for and named, opened. Not a crack. A gate-wide wound, down to the footings, and the barrage kept it open, and through the dust came the assault companies that the engines had been the overture for. The crown was there before the horns finished. It had been on that stretch all morning. The log shows it walked the northwest angle at first bell, and I have stopped pretending its instincts are anything less than the best judgment on this floor. It stood in the breach, and it called the whole kingdom through the charter, and the kingdom answered through it. Every turret on the west face, both boil lines, the floodgates, the kill lane doors, the horns of the border prides, The binding routed all of it through one wearer at once, a floor's worth of defense conducted from inside a collapsing wound. And the log for those 11 minutes is 40 entries of systems firing beyond their rated load, with perfect coordination and no operator listed but one. The breach held. The assault companies met a wall of everything at once and were spent by it, and the comb closed the wound behind them fiber by fiber, while the crown stood in the gap and would not let the war in. The charter says sovereign gear grants the wearer nothing. It granted nothing. It only asked, and the wearer paid. And 11 minutes of an entire kingdom is more than any single body was ever priced to carry. When the wall sealed and the turrets went quiet, the crown knelt down in the rubble of the northwest angle. In the posture I first saw 9 feet of starving predator take on my shop floor a lifetime ago, and it did not get up. 3 wall wardens jumped mid-battle on that stretch. 160 silt levies deepened in the floods the same hour. The ledger recorded the income with its usual manners, because the ledger does not know what happened, and I have decided not to hold that against it. Payments received: 25 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 28. 16 gone again by first light. Evolution shard reserve, 12. It was my first customer. I want that entered plainly. It walked through a door it had broken, drank the second tankard I ever poured, paid 3 shards that built everything, and asked for more. It hauled water 40 trips a night when the shop was 1 room, and I was 1 meal from mattering to nobody. It bent a hinge straight with its thumb. It never once stopped kneeling when I handed it the ration. No matter what I said about wages, it never once claimed its own name for the crown it died wearing. And its last act was kneeling to the board and everything posted on it. And I do not have a schedule that appraises any of that. The tallyman left the line blank. Correct practice. The rights were the kingdom's, not mine. Demon right, fire and standing silence. The whole floor on the walls at feast light. The charter crown came back to my counter on a shield, unmarked, warm from the pyre, the wearer's line blank again. The demons asked what would be done with it, and I posted the only answer the counter had: held in trust, not for sale, next wearer's name to be earned and never bought. And the oldest account in my ledger I marked in my own hand, not closed. This shop closes accounts for balance, and that one will never balance. It stands open, paid impossibly forward, interest accruing to the house. By the 3rd day after, the West Road was empty of engines. The web reads the administrator's dispatch as a victory of attrition, requesting reinforcement to exploit the damaged wall. Let him file it. The wall he damaged is already whole. The damage is behind my counter, on a shield, with no name on it. Hold the angle. All night if it needs it. I told the 2 gate wardens who jumped tiers at dusk to cover it, volunteers out of the feast cohort, and the tithe climbed the shaft after them, counted, sealed, and slow. Payments received: 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 18. Core tithe remitted, 10. Evolution shard reserve, 8. We were still on the walls at the last of the rites when the floor shook. On the meter, at first, the polite scheduled shiver the bedrock has run for a season, and the benches wrote it without comment. Then the meter's mark passed, and the shaking did not stop with it. It deepened, down where the first, or hums, and every lamp on floor 99 guttered in time with something enormous missing a beat, and the dungeon itself made a sound my whole ledger couldn't price, a first as far back as I could remember. The stone was not settling. Somewhere down past any depth I could actually reach, something was breaking. It kept shaking for 3 straight days, and on the first of them I learned the difference between a floor with a fortress on it and a floor that is a fortress. When floor 99 shakes, my shelves are the least of what rattles. The quakes ran past the meter's mark morning and night, each one deeper toned than the last, and the braid reported the strain the same as any other load. galleries out of true in the far west, a flooded seam weeping where no seam was charted, hairline cracks running through courses the comb had grown perfect. 2 rig bosses and 2 wall wardens jumped at first lamp to run shoring crews, and the kingdom bent to the work with the steadiness of people who have decided that if the world means to end it will have to do so during business hours. Payments received: 12 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 20. Dawn's toll on the reserve ran to 16 again. Evolution shard reserve, 4. I did my own reading on the second day, because the counter is the root of the braid, and the braid is the root of the floor, and core resonance runs down through all of it to the thing this dungeon keeps at its heart. I have used the resonance before to settle foundations. This time I went looking, and what I found I can only report in a merchant's terms, because they are the terms I have. The veins are running thin. The deep hum I first heard in a block of gifted ore, the note that has sat under every quench and every dawn since. It is the sound of stock leaving a warehouse, and the warehouse is not being restocked. Pressure falling, floor by floor, worst above us, all the loss flowing one direction, up. The Herald came down off schedule that evening, and I had never once in our acquaintance seen it look this uncertain. It stood at my counter and testified, formally, for floor 100. The sovereign's veins gutter. The tithe arrives counted and correct, and it is no longer enough, because the drain is no longer only the deep engines keep. Every licensed descent since the first charter has sunk anchor piles into the dungeon's veins to power its lamps and lifts and charts, small taps, 40 floors of them, a century of them. And the invasion brought engines. The drills of bound light, the mapping drones, the siege platforms, all of it drinks from the same veins, and the administrator's requisitions, which the web reads nightly, bill it honestly as fuel drawn on site. The surface is not just invading the dungeon. It is draining the dungeon to pay for the invasion, and the dungeon is a body, and the body is going into arrears. 230 shoring levies took their jumps through the issue line before the lamps changed, and 2 gate wardens deepened to stand the shaft watch, and the hall that heard the herald's testimony did not sleep so much as wait. Payments received: 29 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 33. At dawn the meter ran its usual 16 against the reserve. Evolution shard reserve, 17. The great quake came at noon on the 3rd day, and it did not arrive as weather. It arrived as a withdrawal, the deep note dropping out from under the floor mid-beat, the lamps browning, the flooded galleries pulling backward against their own gates, and the braid screamed strain from every quarter at once, and I did the only thing on this floor that could be done, right at the counter, with the whole noon queue watching. I put both hands on the wood and opened the resonance the whole span of the braid, and I held my floor together the same as I would hold a price steady in a panic, publicly and on purpose. The synthesis drew the fee without being asked. Floor scale, again, but a repair this time, a shopkeeper's repair, patching my structure's grip on the world structure while the world structure sagged. For the length of that quake, the fortress carried the floor, and I carried the fortress, kill lanes to comb cores to the counter's own grain, and the queue watched the clerk hold up the bottom of the world with an apron on, and nobody in the hall will ever need the mechanism explained to them again, because they stood inside it while it worked. Architectural synthesis, floor scale shoring, 10. Evolution shard reserve, 7. Warning, core integrity, falling. The warning panel posted itself. I want that recorded. From the first dawn to this one, the system has priced everything, promoted me at its own pace, and volunteered nothing. This it volunteered at the moment the quake let go, in front of everyone, and the hall read it in the silence of a congregation being shown the actual object of the sermon. Then the benches did what benches do, and the split ran 3 honest directions: worship, because the clerk had just held the floor and the proof was still humming in the stone. Fear, because the panel over the counter had just pointed at the single account no cohort on this floor could ever defend. And a third bench, the soldier's bench, already asking the practical question, what does the shop need? 180 deep gallery levies jumped before dusk to hold the underseams, which was their answer to their own question. Payments received, 18 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 25. By sunrise, 16 more had left the books. Evolution shard reserve, 9. The last day of the week was triage and arithmetic. 3 shaft wardens jumped to walk the tithe road's whole length with the herald, sounding the vein at every marker, and their slates agree with my hands. The drain accelerates. 150 comb builders deepened onto permanent shoring rotation. The tithe went up counted and sealed, and the herald carried it personally, and none of us said aloud that we were remitting shards to a heart that is being bled faster than any tithe can fill it. Payments received, 24 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 33. Core tithe remitted, 17. Evolution shard reserve, 16. The herald did not leave with the tithe. It stood at my counter until the hall emptied, and then it delivered the rest of its errand, the part it had carried down 40 floors of failing stone in the formal keeping of floor 100. A summons. The sovereign calls the shopkeeper to the core. Not a report, not a tithe, not an envoy, my presence, in person, below, where the veins converge, before the arrears come due. And while the herald was still speaking, the contract that has fenced my life to this floor since the freefall amended itself in the air over my counter, the first new clause it had ever written, and the clause was a door. Contract amendment. Field passage granted. The shopkeeper may walk where the sovereign summons. Safety shield. Portable configuration. Upkeep unchanged. 16 in reserve. 1 dawn's cushion. A summons 40 floors deep, in a shop that has never once opened without me standing in it. My eyes went to the gate the guild could not breach, then to the counter with its shield and blank-lined crown, and I did what I have done at every threshold since the first. I checked the reserve, I banked the lamps, and I told the board the truth. The shop is not closing, I said. The shopkeeper is making a delivery. One of the goblin sappers asked, entirely seriously, whether that meant he could finally rearrange the tap hall benches while I was gone, and got 4 separate factions shouting him down before I'd even opened my mouth to answer. I had not stood on the outside of my own front door since the day I fell past it. The shop opened on schedule the morning I left, because the alternative was a lie told to every floor that banks with me. Sariel took the web, the keys, and the authority to say no in my hand. The board took the prices. The walls took the wardens. Caliph took the door and then the road, and her reasoning arrived in her usual register. Her post is between me and everything else, and the post was walking, so she was walking. You do not pack for a dying god the same as you pack for a customer. The tithe went in first, counted twice and sealed under the herald's witness. Then 2 casks of the deep shoring draft, a case of vein patch off the bench. Honest work, no synthesis, nothing the veins would pay for twice. And at the threshold the shield came off the doorposts and settled around me, without ceremony. Upkeep unchanged, the panel had said, and the panel does not misquote a price. 2 gate wardens deepened at first lamp to cover the gate watch, and 140 road levies went through the bulk issue and down the shaft ahead of us, to shore 40 floors of failing stair for a shopkeeper's boots. Payments received, 20 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 36. Crossing the doorstone took 1 step. I have kept that threshold from my first day on this floor, and it has kept me, and the whole queue stood silent while I stepped outside it, something I hadn't done in more time than I could actually account for. The benches stood. Board's hours are unchanged, I told them, which is about the nearest thing to a speech I own, and we went down the tithe road with the herald leading and the lamps of my own kingdom overhead. The first day was my supply chain, walked in person. Vein markers I had only ever known as entries. Kill lanes I had priced and never once seen. Floodgates whose water I had drawn against a siege, standing quiet in their courses with their maintenance logs pinned beside them, current to the day. Turns out a kingdom reads a lot better in person than it does on the page. At the matriarch's border, the prides met us and walked the boundary leg in relay, and their courtesy was the borderland kind. Nobody bows, everybody watches the dark. I did the evening books by lamp on a bedroll, and the dawn found me anyway. Geography has never once confused it. That same dawn cost the reserve 16, as always. Evolution Shard Reserve, 20. 3 pride wardens jumped at the border shrine to hold the leg closing behind us, which is the matriarch's own appraisal of what my road is worth. Payments received, 9 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 29. By the second morning we stood at the gate of floor 100, and I will keep the inventory short, because the floor is not mine to appraise, a hall that prices my whole fortress at a market stall. The seat was empty. Dust said it had been empty for some time, and dust is testimony I trust. The herald led us behind the throne to a stair, and there the charts and I parted company, because the charts stop at 100 and the stairs do not. 40 floors, the summons had said, and I had filed it as ceremony. It was arithmetic. Below the 100th floor the dungeon stops numbering itself, and we went down into the unnumbered dark where every vein in the world runs home. The reserve gave up 16 more overnight. Upkeep as always. Evolution Shard Reserve, 13. The third day was the taps. I have read the anchor piles since the reveal, requisitions, tonnage, fuel drawn on site, and reading a theft is one ledger, and walking past its pipework is another. The piles come down through the vein galleries in cased shafts, and around every casing the vein runs pale for a span in both directions, and the light inside them flows the wrong direction. Up. Out of habit, I count heads on a road. On this road, I counted thefts, and I stopped at 60 because the counting was making me walk faster than the herald, and the herald does not hurry for grief. Above us, off the posted board, 160 deep gallery levies took the bulk issue into the underseams, and the panel reporting it was the brightest thing on the stair. Payments received, 16 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 29. 16 more, gone with first light. Evolution Shard Reserve, 13. On the 4th day the stair ended at doors, and I want the doors in the record. They are not carved. They are grown. Comb logic, course over course, the same argument my walls make, made first and made better, and I stood in front of the oldest masonry in existence and recognized the hand of the house. My braid did not learn its trade from nowhere. Behind us 2 shaft wardens jumped at the stairhead to hold the last markers, and I set the tithe down before the doors and remitted it with my own hands. The shortest delivery in the charter's history, counter to Hearth, 40 floors, 1 clerk. Payments received, 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 19. Core tithe remitted, 11. Evolution Shard Reserve, 8. 8 in reserve, at the bottom of everything, farther from my counter than I have stood since the freefall. The herald drew breath to announce me to the doors, formally, in the keeping of floor 100. The doors did not wait to hear my name. Both leaves opened on their own, without a hand and without a sound, onto a dark that was not empty, and over the doors of the heart of the world a panel posted itself. Only the second thing the system has ever volunteered, in all my keeping of this place. The core recognizes the shopkeeper. Nobody rang. Nobody knocked. Somewhere below, In the dark where every vein in the world converges, something very old had just looked up from its ledger. The heart of the world turned out to be a stockroom, and the stockroom is nearly bare. That's the whole report from the bottom of the stair. Everything after it is detail. Past the doors the chamber is a convergence. Every vein I have ever tapped, priced, patched, or mourned comes home here. Dozens of threads of deep light wound together into one massive descending trunk. Wound. I mean it that way on purpose, because whoever built this and whoever built my counter learned the same trade somewhere. And the trunk feeds a heart I can only describe in stock terms, because stock terms are exactly how bad this is. It gutters. It fills and drops, a warehouse cycling inventory it no longer receives, and around its base the oldest veins have gone the pale, tapped-out gray I walked beside for a day on the stair. The sovereign stood beside it. The runes across its chest were dimmer than at any delivery it had ever made, and this time the dimming plainly wasn't just age. It read as accuracy. The sign was matching the stock. I had questions in a prepared order. It ignored my order and imposed its own instead, and I found myself both irritated by that and, against my better judgment, impressed. 9 centuries, it said. 11 candidates. It named none of them, and the count carried its own weight. Heroes carried down, archmages bargained down, one crowned king who walked the stair of his own will. Every one of them reached the doors. Not one of them opened the doors, because each reached for the heart with a gripping hand, and the lock reads the grain of a hand before the hand lands. The lock is in the blood. Born, not trained, not chosen, not earned. A keeper's grain, a mind that holds accounts open, hands possessive of their work and of nothing else, and no sovereign hunger anywhere in the frame. The dungeon does not need a wielder. Wielders are what is draining it. It needs the one thing 900 years of heroes never once carried down the stair. A clerk. Here is the part one expect to keep turning over in my head for the rest of however long I hold this counter. The guild tests for it. Has for generations, without knowing what its own instrument measured. Every aptitude exam I ever sat read the grain exactly and filed it under clerical, no combat value, and the personnel file the war brought down in a contract packet. The same tired lines, dead clerk, no threat, nothing worth arming, is by the only measure holding up the world, the most important document the guild ever produced. 24 years they graded me worthless in one particular column. The grading was accurate. The grading was even meticulous. Nobody ever asked what the column was holding up. I asked about the freefall because the question has waited since the day of it. The catch was never in doubt, the sovereign said. The aim was. It had not carried a passenger in 9 centuries, and it missed its own doorstep by 400 meters. The herald preserved the formal stillness of a subordinate who has heard the account before. Caliph laughed, once, in full plate, and the sound went up the trunk of the world and came back down changed, and the oldest living thing in the dark pretended, with great dignity, not to have noticed. Then it walked me to the heart, and at the threshold the system read me. The longest appraisal it has ever run, posted one line at a time, in the stockroom of the world. Appraisal, human, clerical. Combat value, none. Sovereign hunger, none measurable. Grip, keepers. Key valid. I have been appraised my entire life, and never favorably, and never before by the shelf itself. There is a particular humiliation in standing at the bottom of creation while a panel confirms, line by line, every conclusion the surface ever reached about me. None, clerical, and then prices that exact inventory as the key to everything. I stood for it. The stock does not argue with the manifest. Trade did not pause for revelation. The board posted, the issue line ran, and the panels found me on the stair, down near its foot, and waited while I signed at distance. 180 of the Comb Guard cleared the bulk issue that very first day. Payments received, 18 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 26. The shield claimed its usual 16 at dawn, same as ever, even this far down. Evolution shard reserve, 10. The sovereign watched me run the reserve by lamplight and asked what I was doing. Paying rent, I told it. It stood beside the guttering heart of everything and considered that answer for a long while, and did not argue with it. 3 wall wardens jumped off the posted board that day, and 2 court weavers deepened into the listening cast. Payments received, 15 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 25. Another 16 came off the top by morning. Evolution shard reserve, 9. The web reached me even here. Sariel's relay came down the stair with the morning water. Paperwork was moving upstairs, the administrator's office drafting some new claim over the anomaly's energetic strata, the captain's own descent going unfiled somewhere above him. 40 floors over my head, someone with a portable desk was already deciding how to file the veins of the world as guild property. The lock wants turning, the sovereign said, and then its honesty got worse. The bond joins the keepers holding to the kept thing, the shop and the heart in one place, one structure, one account. A key cannot turn from way down a staircase when its door is 40 floors above. I asked whether it grasped the freight involved in relocating a fortress city. It said it had carried worse, and that its aim had improved. 160 silt levees jumped tiers in the floods that evening, far above us, and the panel still found me at the foot of the world regardless. Payments received, 16 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 25. 16 more, gone by the next dawn. Evolution shard reserve, 9. 2 rig bosses deepened at the armory the morning we started back up the stair, and the week's remit I paid where I stood, at the source, hand to heart. Payments received, 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 15. Core tithe remitted, 11. Evolution shard reserve, 4. 4 in reserve at the doors of the core, and I would call that cutting it close. Except that close is where this shop has kept its books since the first dawn. Before we climbed, the sovereign spoke one word in the tongue the dungeon keeps for charters, the register I have only ever heard inside the contract's own clauses. The core answered, not to me, to everyone. The labyrinth recognizes the shopkeeper. The relay caught us before the first landing. Panels lighting on the flooded floors, on the fungal terraces, on levels that have never held an account and never once seen a posting. Every layer of the dark at the same instant. The core had not sent me a message. It had posted a notice, and the entire labyrinth was its board. The climb home took 3 days, and it was not the road I had walked down. Word moves at panel speed now. Every floor between the core and my counter had read the same notice at the same instant, and by the time we reached the numbered dark again, the stair had witnesses. Not customers, witnesses. They stood in rows off the treads, wing to wing and claw to claw, things from floors that have never banked with me, watching a clerk climb stairs like it was the most important thing any of them had ever seen. My hall has a law older than the kingdom. Nobody stands in my queue without business. So I gave them business. The board posted a bulk shoring issue open to any floor that would work the veins, and by the first evening 240 pilgrim levies had taken the issue and gone into the galleries, and I'd rather the record show the plain mechanics of it than the sentiment, because mechanics are the part that actually matters. Worship holds no account. Work does. I cannot price what they think I am. I can price shoring, and shoring is what the world actually needs. And if the dark insists on venerating something, it can venerate the rate card. Payments received, 24 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 28. Upkeep took its usual 16 while I slept. Evolution Shard Reserve, 12. Not long after, the petition started. 3 floors of the shaft road, the flooded galleries, the fungal terraces, and the old quarry floor met us at their gates with sealed requests, and the requests were not for goods. They were for law, charter, board, dawn count, queue discipline, the whole constitution, adopted wholesale, by floors that had watched a kingdom hold through a siege and drawn the sensible conclusion. I granted 3 provisional charters, payable at the counter, terms to be read aloud at their gates every feast day, and 3 gate wardens jumped at 3 new gates before dusk. Payments received: 9 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 21. 16 more, the shields standing due, vanished from the ledger by first light. Evolution shard reserve, 5. 5 in reserve, on a road where every floor now calls me chosen. I want that pairing in the record, because it says everything about my actual position. The dark has decided I am the will of the labyrinth, and the shield still takes its 16 every single morning, and only one of those 2 facts has ever mattered to the shield. The 3rd day the comb came down to meet us. 210 comb builders took the issue and started the braid along the shaft road itself, course over course through the charter floors, and somewhere in that day's climb the kingdom stopped being a floor. It is a corridor now, a country that is mostly road, with a counter at the top and a heart at the bottom, and the braid growing toward both ends of itself. Payments received: 21 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 26. 16 more, gone with the dawn. Evolution shard reserve, 10. Home was the strangest ledger of the week. The gate, the hall, the crown on its shield behind the counter, Sariel's books balanced to the shard with my absence already priced in. The queue was the same queue. The change was quieter and larger. Nobody watched the shield. In every year I've held this counter, every new thing through my door has tested that barrier with its eyes first and priced me second. The hall does not look at the barrier anymore. It looks at me. I have not decided which of us that is harder on, and the benches, who settle such questions without being asked, had already split it 3 honest directions by closing: worship, appetite, and the soldier's bench asking what the chosen of the core needs shored next. 2 wall wardens along with 2 court weavers jumped tiers at the evening issue, and the meter, for the record, is still broken from the Great Quake, and I have not repaired it. There is no point keeping a gauge for a thing I have now met in person. The quakes ran every day of the climb, deeper each time. Recognition changed who the dark believes I am. It did not change the arithmetic by 1 shard. Payments received: 12 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 22. Core tithe remitted, 14. Evolution shard reserve, 8. The herald had climbed home with us in silence, which I had entered as courtesy. It was not courtesy. It was procedure. At closing, at my counter, it stopped being an escort and became an envoy again, standing formal on behalf of whatever kept floor 100 and delivered the shortest commission I have ever been read. The core places an order, the herald said. Not a summons. Not a tithe. Not a recognition. Custom, the first order the dungeon itself has ever set on a counter, and it was dictated in full before the hall had finished going quiet. 1 item, served to every account in the labyrinth before the veins fail. Commission posted: 1 item, every account. The core had stopped being my landlord. It had just become my largest customer, and it had ordered everything, for everyone, at once. You cannot brew for 100,000 customers. I want that entered before anything else, because everyone in my hall believed otherwise the morning after the commission, and the belief had everyone acting like it was already a holiday, which is always bad for the books. 1 item, every account. My disciplines are 4: brewing, smithing, synthesis, distillation. A brew serves 1 throat at a time. Gear serves one back. Synthesis serves one structure, and distillation serves one concept into one vessel. Set those four against 100,000 accounts, and the commission reads impossible, and it read impossible for a full day of bad sketches, until I stopped drawing tankards and started thinking about it the way I think about everything else in this shop. An item on my counter is not a thing. It is a line, something the board can serve. The core had not ordered a drink. It had ordered a menu with one line on it, and the vessel that pours that line would have to be the only structure in the kingdom that touches every account at once. The braid. The fortress itself, comb cores to kill lanes to the wood of my own counter. One continuous pour. I wrote the commission at the head of a clean page. The final menu, one item, every account, I said out loud, because no other title would have been honest. The war did not pause for research. 230 of the feast cohort took the bulk issue onto war stock rotation the first day, because an army was still forming somewhere over our heads, and armies do not wait for menus. Payments received: 23 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 31. Upkeep took its usual bite overnight, 16 gone. Evolution shard reserve, 15. The trials were public because the counter is public, and I've held to one rule since the Great Quake. Nothing on this floor gets figured out behind closed doors. A day in, the Goblin line had posted odds against me at 7-2, and the tallyman recorded the odds on the official slate, in the official hand. I have a betting line running against me in my own hall, entered in my own ledger script. I would discipline him for it, but his books are immaculate, and on the evidence the odds were generous. Trial 1 poured bright, held its head, and appraised. Appraisal, how standard, no evolutionary effect. How standard. My masterpiece attempt, graded a competent beer by my own system in front of the 7-2 bench. The hall handled it with the kindness this kingdom keeps for its clerk. The benches bought the entire failure inventory at full price and drank it with ceremony, and the goblins moved the line to 9-2, which the tallyman also recorded. 2 gate wardens and 2 relay runners jumped tiers during the evening issue. Payments received: 12 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 27. 16 more disappeared into upkeep by morning. Evolution shard reserve, 11. The third day I stopped asking what goes in it, and asked my actual trades question: what does every account in this dark hold in common? Not hunger. The flooded floors do not eat what the terraces eat. Not war. The deep galleries have never seen one. Not even the veins. I stayed at my counter after close and looked down the length of my own hall. The crowned shield behind me, the blank wearer's line, the whole book of names and rates, and heard the answer in my own filing. An account. What every customer shares is the account itself, the kept promise, the thing where a monster gives and is owed, and the owing is honored. This shop has been distilling that one concept into the dark a tankard at a time since a starving demon paid 3 shards for the second pour of my life. So I ran the distillation on the ledger, not burning it, reading it. The essence rig drew on the book entire, every entry since the first, and the book weighs what it weighed before, and something in the hall does not. What came off the run was a single dram of a liquor with no color I can file, and the master batch synthesis to bind it into the braid priced itself without being asked. Architectural synthesis, master batch, the final menu, 9. Evolution shard reserve, 2. 2 shards over the void, in public, at my own counter. The queue watched the shield's account touch too and did not move. There was a version of me, one freefall ago, who would have called that trust unpriceable. I price it now, because pricing it is my office. 170 comb guard cleared the racks before the lamps even changed. Payments received: 17 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 19. Another 16 shards, spent on keeping the shield lit. Evolution Shard Reserve, 3. For mornings in, the proof presented itself at the counter. The Herald, floor 100's own, the bedrock that walked me to the bottom of the world and back, set its slate down, stood formal, and volunteered. The pour went through the braid, and the fortress was the vessel. I drew one measure at the counter, and the whole structure carried it. Comb cores humming, kill lanes humming, the grain of the wood under my hands humming. One line served off a menu the size of a kingdom. The Herald drank right there at my counter, with the whole noon queue looking on. Evolution ascended to apex. Payments received, 10 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 13. First apex in the kingdom's history. I will not attempt a description past the accounting. The Herald stood up out of its own stillness, and the stillness stayed standing with it, and the noon queue met the first apex tier being any of them had ever seen, and it was wearing the manner of a civil servant and holding a tankard. It bowed to the board. The board, I noticed, had already reposted its title. The limit went in the record the same hour, because a win uncounted is a lie. The braid reaches one floor. To serve every account, the commission entire, the menu needs a vessel that touches every vein in the labyrinth, and exactly one structure in existence does, and I have stood inside it, and it is 40 floors down and dying. The core did not order a drink. It ordered a merger, and the deposit is already paid. 3 shaft wardens jumped tiers to escort the menu's first survey down the shaft road, and the tithe climbed up counted and sealed. Payments received, 9 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 22. Core tithe remitted, 15. Evolution Shard Reserve, 7. The web brought the last entry of the week. The surface keeps resonance readers on the upper floors, and at noon on the 4th day, every needle they own moved at once. Sariel read me the administrator's dispatch at the counter, and her face told me most of it before she got to the last line. The proof of the menu had rung every bell in the world, and something up there had heard it. I have priced 1 army in tonnage. The 2nd army arrived in payrolls. The road floors counted it for me, which is exactly what you'd expect from floors that are basically nothing but road anymore. 4 days of column, chapter banners from every guild hall on the surface, siege trains in series, the administrator's desk promoted to a tent with a flag over it. And somewhere in the middle of it, unlisted, the captain, the web found his name struck from the assault order and moved to the quartermaster's role, which is where that command files the men who send back true reports. When the head of the column reached the west approach, the tail had not yet left the upper floors. Valerius's name sat on the muster as Commander General. The guild had stopped sending parties, and then stopped sending armies. This was the payroll, entire, marched down its own mineral claim. The kingdom answered at rate. 250 Comb Guard came through the issue line the first day, full muster, every wall fed and doubled. Payments received, 25 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution Shard Reserve, 32. Overnight, upkeep claimed its usual 16. Evolution Shard Reserve, 16. The terms came at noon on speaking stones, broadcast up and down the West Road in a clerk's clear diction, and I will enter them accurately, because they were addressed to me. Full pardon for the incident of my survival. Reinstatement at senior grade. Surface citizenship restored, guild housing, back pay with interest. Full pardon. Reinstatement at senior grade, the stone said, in my old hall's exact cadence, and the whole hall watched me listen to it, and I stood at my counter and did what I do with every offer. I audited the account it was bidding on. The memory of the surface. I have carried that account since the free fall, sunlight through a warehouse door, a salary, a name said plainly with no title on it, an entire ordinary life the teleport circle cut off mid-stride and never gave back. I went down the entries right there behind my counter, in my own hall, with an army camped outside, and found what an honest audit always finds and a hopeful ledger never posts. The account has been empty for a long time. There is no version of me the surface can reinstate. That man's position was eliminated 400 meters above floor 99, mid-fall, and everything since has been a different concern, under different ownership. One account in this shop stands open forever because it can never balance. This one I closed because it already had. 0 owed, 0 held. The surface and I are square, and square is the coldest word in bookkeeping. There is a guild card in my apron older than the kingdom. I did not answer the stones, and I did not burn it either. Some paper is kept because the fire it is owed has a date. 3 wall wardens jumped to the doubled watches, and 190 more from the feast cohort ran the reserve line issue. Payments received: 28 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 44. 16 more, standard upkeep, left the reserve by morning. Evolution shard reserve, 28. The menu, for the record, stayed in the vault, the dram and the rig under the counter, beside the crown. Half my marshals wanted it fired at the column. The commission is not a weapon, and I will not spend the core's cure on the core's disease. This would be one at the walls, at rate, in the register this kingdom has been paying into since the first siege. The general assault came on the 3rd morning, and the administrator, who reads dispatches better than terrain, sent it against the northwest angle, the stretch his own falsified victory report had entered as breached and unrepaired. I have wondered, since he first sealed a lie about this floor, what it would eventually buy him. It bought him this, the strongest course on the floor, rebuilt around the comb's oldest grief, met at full readiness, with the floodgates open early, the kill lanes fed, and the road floors, my 3 charter floors, adopted law and all, falling on the siege rear from galleries the guild's charts have never held. The angle held without the wall once being touched. The engines fired until the engines were the thing being priced, and by dusk the assault companies were back behind their platforms, and the wall log's entry for the day reads, in its entirety, no repairs scheduled. 180 silt levies jumped mid-battle in the floods, and 3 gate wardens deepened at the west posts before the horns had finished. Payments received: 27 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 55. Another 16 shards spent, same bill as ever. Evolution shard reserve, 39. The 4th day was the count. The walls whole, the floods resetting, the column regrouped out of engine range and not leaving. 2 of the marshal's seconds jumped tiers during the quiet issue, and the tithe went up the shaft counted and sealed, past an army, because the vein does not observe sieges. Payments received: 6 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 45. Core tithe remitted, 18. Evolution shard reserve, 27. Then the system priced the week. Shopkeeper _level, B2A. Safety shield upkeep, 32 evolution shards per day. The system pays its compliments and invoices. This is established practice, and I filed the compliment where it belongs, and then did the arithmetic the second panel was waiting for me to do. 27 in reserve. The dawn, tomorrow, takes 32. Not once since the freefall has the cushion run this thin, less than 1 dawn. Not because the kingdom is poor, but because the kingdom got promoted mid-siege, and every promotion in this ledger's history has been a price increase wearing a medal. The board posted for first lamp before I had finished reading. The kingdom has never once needed the mechanism explained. At dusk a single party came down the west road under Parley White, and the wall log priced it in its dry hand. For bearers, 1 banner, gold thread throughout. Rings on every finger. The smell of surface soap reached the gate ahead of him, and the benches went quiet the way any hall goes quiet for a name it has heard since its first day and never once actually seen. Valerius was standing in my queue. A queue is a promise, and I keep my promises, so I let Guild Master Valerius wait his turn. There were 9 customers ahead of him when he came through the gate under Parley White, and I served all 9 while he stood in his gold thread suit on my chalk, because the board does not know his name and the board sets the order. It was the one lesson I most wanted him to carry back up the shaft, that he had walked 40 floors down into the single place in the world where his standing was a number like everybody else's, and the number was 9. He understood it, too. I watched him understand it. The smile stayed put, but I could see him doing the math behind it and not liking the answer. And by the time a shellback had finished paying for its pour and clicked back out past his mirror's shoes, the golden snake had remembered that he had once made me wait a great deal longer than this, for a great deal less. Then it was his turn. He set both gloved hands on my counter, rings on every finger, and told me he had come to make things right. He was good. I will enter that honestly, because I spent 6 years watching him be good at exactly this from the wrong side of a warehouse. He did not open with the army. He opened with regret. A terrible misfiling. He called my termination a talent unread, a survey office that had failed to recognize what it held until the loss was 400 meters deep. He had come down in person, past his own vanguard, under the oldest truce the guild keeps, because a man of his position does not send a subordinate to correct the mistake of a lifetime. Behind him the hall was full, and he did not look at it once. 200 customers, every shape the dark down here produces, a herald of floor 100 standing witness in the corner, a crown on a shield behind my head, and his eyes went over all of it the way a buyer's eyes go over livestock at market, sizing it up and dismissing it in the same glance. He called the ranked wardens along my walls those. He asked, pleasantly, whether the vermin could be cleared from the counter while adults spoke. The word landed in a hall that had lined the stairs to watch me climb them, and the hall did not move, because I had not moved, and the benches take their cue from the counter. But the tallyman wrote something down. I never asked to see it. There was no point. Then he made his offer, and it was, I will grant him, comprehensive. Reinstatement, at a grade invented on the spot to be above every grade he had ever denied me. A partnership, his word, in which the surface would supply protection, legitimacy, capital, and courts, and I would supply the one product the guild had never in its history managed to make. The evolution monopoly, split. My shop lifted out of a grave and set up in the light where, he assured me, it belonged. Wealth I could not spend in 3 lifetimes. Safety, a name said with a title on it again. He laid it across my counter the way the black market dealer once laid a lacquered case, and it was the same offer that man had made, scaled up until it wore a guild seal instead of a truce banner made of bad taste. I know how to appraise that offer by now. The shop appraises everything. I let him finish. Then I asked the one question my board has ever cared about. What was he buying? He thought it was the monopoly. It was not the monopoly. I did the audit out loud, because an audit read aloud in a full hall is the closest thing to justice my trade owns. He had not come down 40 floors of stone his own council declared lethal, past an army that had already broken on my walls, under a truce he holds in contempt, to buy a beverage. He had come because the veins are dying, and he knows exactly why, because he signed the requisitions that are draining them. The anchor piles, the drills of bound light, a century of surface taps and 1 invasion's worth of engines, all drinking from a heart that is going into arrears. The core is failing on a schedule his own gold ink set. And a failing core takes the whole dungeon down with it, which the guild would survive, except that the guild has just spent the largest budget in its history on a mineral claim over a corpse. He was not offering to make me rich. He was offering to drain my world more slowly if I signed, and to let it die on time if I did not, and he had dressed extortion in the word partnership because that is the only tailoring he owns. His smile did not move through any of it. That is the thing about a man who has never once been priced correctly. He mistakes composure for a winning hand. So I made him the counteroffer, and I made it fair, because fair is the only weapon the contract left me, and I have grown to prefer it. Not partnership. Not reinstatement. Not a grade. Not a title. Not a share. The same terms every account in this hall lives under, offered to the guild master of the surface exactly as they are offered to a starving rat at my door. A place in the queue. An honest price. The charter's protection for as long as he keeps the charter's peace. Bring the surface's grievances to the counter, and I will hear them at posted rate, in the order they arrive, and I will price them true, and the drain stops the day the taps come out, not the day he decides my world has suffered enough to be worth saving. No monopoly, because I do not sell those. No ownership, because nobody owns this counter, least of all me. A fair account, opened in his name, starting at a balance of everything the surface has taken, which the ledger has been keeping whether he read it or not. I slid the debtor's page across the counter so he could see his own name written first in the column where the debtors go, where I wrote it the day his counsel declared us a hazard. And that was the moment the negotiation actually happened, because that was the moment he understood what I was offering and could not take it. I watched it cross his face, the real thing, under the composure, for one honest second. Not anger. Vertigo. The specific horror of a man shown a world in which the clerk sets the price and the guild master stands in line to pay it. A world where fair is not a thing he grants, but a thing he is subject to. He had come down here prepared to lose a negotiation. He had not once, in the whole descent, prepared to be offered mercy by the man he called combat null and file it, correctly, as the more total defeat. He closed the debtor's page with one gloved finger and pushed it back, and when he spoke again the regret was gone and the tailoring with it. He told me I had misunderstood the visit. He had not come to buy. He had come to be present. The parley, he said, was a courtesy he extended to a former employee, and courtesies expire. The vanguard above was not the surface's answer. The vanguard was the overture. While I served my 9 customers and audited his manners, the breaching crew had been sinking a bore along the drained veins, not at my walls, which had embarrassed the engines, but past them, straight down the dead galleries toward the one address the mineral claim actually names. He had come in person to stand at my counter when the drill reached the heart, so that I might sign the partnership at the last, with the tap already in the route, and understand that I had been given every chance to keep my shop and had chosen, out of a clerk's pride, to watch it bleed instead. The hall had gone very quiet. The old quiet. The pre-invoice quiet. Caliph had not moved from her post at the door the entire audience, but I felt her attention shift onto Valerius the instant he mentioned the boar, the same total stillness she wears right before she draws, and I understood without looking that if I gave one signal, she would close the distance before he finished his next sentence. I looked at him for a while. Then I did the last of the audit, the part 1 keep for myself, because he had just made the one error my whole trade is built on catching. He had priced his threat by what it cost him to arrange, and never once by what it was worth down here, at the bottom of the world, standing in the belly of the thing he had spent his life robbing, protected by a truce he had just told me, out loud, in front of 200 witnesses and a herald of the corps, that he holds in contempt. A parley is a contract. I honor contracts. I honor their penalties too. Parley standing, breached, declared in bad faith by the bearer. Protection of truce, void. The panel posted itself over the counter, because the system keeps my manners when my hands are full, and Valerius glanced up at it the way a man glances at weather he does not believe in. He still thought he was in a boardroom. He did not yet grasp that the white cloth his bearers carried had been the only thing on this floor that knew his name, and that I had just let him tear it up himself. The demon in my doorframe was dead a season now, and its kin were not. The crown, resting on its shield behind me, still had a blank line where a wearer's name goes, and every defense in a kingdom routed through it, and it tunes at exactly one counter. The board does not know Valerius's name. As of that panel, neither does the piece. You're right, I told him. The courtesies expired, and it isn't coming back. And I stepped back from the counter, so the hall could see there was nothing between him and it but the price of what he'd said. Here is what a man does once his last shred of standing is gone. He grabs for the nearest thing that looks like power, because he's never once in his life had to tell the two apart. Valerius turned from my counter, and his eyes found the crown. It sat where it has sat since the demon died wearing it, behind my head, on its shield, the wearer's line blank, kept close by the forge's heat out of a habit I've never bothered to examine. To me it is an open account. To the hall it is the thing a king died holding, the object that had kept the war out of the fortress with its own body. To Valerius it was gold and slag glass, and obviously, to his surface eye, the source, the treasure the clerk stood guarding, the object that must be where the impossible currency comes from, the one piece he could grab that would end the negotiation the second it was in his hand. He crossed the 3 steps to the shield before his bearers had finished flinching, and he took the charter crown off its rest in both ringed hands. And he held it up, and he told the hall that he now held the throne of floor 99 and would be heard. The kingdom woke. I want the mechanism written down somewhere honest, because the mechanism is the whole of what happened, and I will not have it remembered as a miracle when it was a clause. Sovereign gear was written to grant its wearer nothing while holding the whole kingdom in one hand. Every wall lane, gate, turret, flood door, and border horn, all of it bound into one instrument that answers to a single wearer only as long as that charter stays unbroken. The crown only tunes to one counter. And the line I wrote myself, the one I priced at everything, break the charter's terms, and the crown goes cold on whatever head is wearing it. An unearned hand, closing on the keystone of the whole kingdom's defense, is not a coronation. It is the largest breach the charter can register, and the charter registered it, and every defense on the floor came awake in the same instant and turned, not on Valerius, on me. The whole kingdom's defense, roused and routed and waiting, turned to my counter for a word, the same way it once turned to a demon in a collapsing wall on the day it held the war out. For one long moment, the fate of the guild master of the surface hung on a single sentence from a combat null clerk, and the hall understood that. Valerius did not, because he still had the crown raised over his head, waiting for it to make the monsters kneel. It did not make them kneel. It grants its wearer nothing. He shook it, once, the way a man shakes a lamp that has failed him, and nothing came, and the first understanding reached his face, that the object was not the source, had never been the source, that he was standing at the bottom of the world, holding a ring of cold iron, while 200 of the beings he had called vermin waited on the pleasure of the man he had called nothing. I could have stayed it. I want that entered above everything else, because it is the only part that was mine. The word was in my mouth, and the kingdom was holding for it, and one syllable would have frozen every lane and every jaw on the floor, and I have given that word before for stranger customers than this. I stood at my counter with a whole kingdom leashed to my next breath, and I did the one thing my trade has ever asked of me, which is to price a thing correctly and then honor the price. Put it down, I told him, and take the number. I meant it. The account was still right there on the counter between us, his name entered first in the debtor's column, a balance and a place in line, and the charter's piece for the keeping of it, the same terms the starving get, offered one last time to a man who had every chance to take them and mistake mercy for a losing hand. Put it down, and I'd close the parley, and he'd go home a debtor, a thing a man can pay off. Hold on to it, and I'd close the account instead. He held it. Of course he held it. He priced his grip only by what letting go would cost him in front of his bearers. Not once did he weigh what holding on was actually worth down here. And he told me the vermin would not dare, and he was, at the last, exactly as wrong as he had been across a mahogany desk on the last ordinary afternoon of my old life, when he slid my severance at me like it might be catching and did not once look up. So I looked up, and I closed the account. I did it with a pen, because a pen is the only weapon the contract ever gave me to carry, and I stopped wishing for a different one a long time ago. I drew the line through his entry in the debtor's ledger, the single stroke my trade keeps for an account that will not be paid and will not be carried, settled, and I did not lift a hand or raise my voice or so much as flick a spoon, and I did not give the word that would have stayed the hall. I let the price stand. I will not itemize what the kingdom did with him, because the kingdom did it in the demon's name, and the demon's name is not for sale, and because a ledger that gloats is a ledger that has stopped being honest. It was quick. It was owed. The crown came out of it and went back onto its shield, cold, unmarked, the wearer's line blank as it has been since the day the account it holds was opened forever, because the demon never bought that crown and Valerius could not, and the thing the charter cannot do, for gold or for hunger or for a guildmaster's whole descended army, is make an unearned hand a king. The last of the surface's finest tailoring lay on my clean floor among the beings he had spent a career pricing as trash, and the trash settled his account in full, with the interest that has been accruing to the house since a starving predator drank my second pour and asked for more. I found I was not glad. I entered that too, because the ledger deserves the whole truth and not the flattering part. I had wanted, in 6 years of being made small by that man, a great many endings for him, and every one I had wanted was warmer than this. What I felt when the hall went quiet was the cold you feel when a long overdue account finally squares. Not joy, just the particular silence of a number that has stopped being owed. Of every word in bookkeeping, square is the coldest one there is. I've used it on my whole old life already. Now I'd used it on him too. His bearers I did not settle. 3 of them had already set down the parley staves and gone to the end of my queue, where the line boss issued them numbers without comment, because a man paid in a dead master's coin is still a customer, and the board does not inherit grudges. The 4th ran for the shaft. I let him run. Let one go up carrying it. Let the surface hear, from a witness who will never be believed and will never stop telling it, how the golden snake went down 40 floors to buy a clerk and was, in the end, correctly priced. The dawn took its 32, and this once, somebody else was watching the reserve go instead of me. Payments received, 27 evolution shards, hall settlement. Evolution shard reserve, 54. The dawn took its 32. Evolution shard reserve, 22. The hall settled its own books through the night, every faction on its feet, the herald standing the corner in the full stillness of the court's witness, the crown back on its shield, and Sariel already at the far end of the counter, turning something over in one black lace glove that I would learn about before the week was out. 22 in reserve, an army above me leaderless and a truce above me void, and I had won the negotiation the only way the shop has ever won anything, which is by pricing a thing at exactly what it was worth and refusing, under any pressure, to post a discount. Then the web found the last entry of the night, and it was not about the man on my floor. It was about the machine he had left running. The bore had not stopped. Valerius was settled and his command was broken and his bearers were in my queue, but a drill of bound light does not grieve and does not require an order once it is sunk. It descends on its own charge, along the drained veins, past my embarrassed walls, toward the one address the mineral claim names. Its master was closed in my ledger. The tap he had aimed at the heart of the world was still going down. I had priced the man correctly. The machine was going to need a different kind of arithmetic, and it was going to need it before the drill reached the root, and the root was 40 floors down and already running pale. You cannot outrun a drill with a broadsword, and I have never owned a broadsword, so I did the merger instead. The web put the boar's descent on my counter as a depth reading updated every hour, which is a genuinely miserable way to watch a countdown. 40 floors of dead vein between the machine and the heart when Valerius's account closed. 30 by the time the hall had finished settling his books. It did not grieve, and it did not need an order. A drill of bound light runs on its own charge once it is sunk, and its master was a line struck through in my ledger, and the tap he'd pointed at the root of the world kept sinking anyway, at the speed of a thing that has forgotten it was ever anybody's decision. So the race was the machine against the building, and I have spent my whole life on the side of the building. I had known since the core read me what the bond would cost, and what it would take. You cannot turn a key from the bottom of a staircase when the door it fits is 40 floors above you. The lock joins the keepers holding to the kept thing, the shop and the heart in one place, one structure, one account. And I had filed that, when the sovereign first said it, under impossible freight, because you do not relocate a fortress city, you do not thread a kingdom down a shaft, you do not move the center of a floor to the bottom of the world. Except that I had been building toward exactly that since the day the braid began, and had not let myself read my own drawings. This kingdom hasn't really been a floor for a long time. It's been a corridor for a season now, more road than anything else, my counter at the top, the world's heart down below, and living structure spreading out to connect the two. All I had ever been doing was closing the distance. The merger was not a new build. It was the last course of an old one. I posted the final descent at open, and I never got around to calling for volunteers, because the kingdom simply showed up before I could. Every faction I have ever banked came down the tithe road at once, and for 3 days the shaft was the busiest lane in the world. The comb builders grew the braid ahead of the drill, course over course down the dead galleries, the living structure racing the machine into the pale veins the surface had bled. Orc rig bosses hung the stages, loudly, and made sure the comb builders working the next course up heard exactly how much faster orc scaffolding went than hive growth. You'll still be laying comb when we're drinking at the bottom, one rig boss called up, and got answered by 100 mandibles clicking in a rhythm that needed no translation. The drowned ran cold quench down the cold wall by the barrel. The pale matriarch's border prides held the flanks of the descent against everything the deep dark sent up to see what the noise was. The herald walked the whole of it in the formal stillness of floor 100 and the sovereign's own hand, dimmer at every landing, the runes matching the falling stock, steadied the oldest courses where my comb met its comb, and the two masonries learned they had always been one trade. Architectural synthesis, the final descent, commission of the core, deposit paid. Evolution shard reserve, 22 to 14. The fee did not read the way fees read. Synthesis quoted the descent at 80 shards, the price of a whole rank of shop, more than I have ever held at once, and then it applied the deposit, and the deposit was the commission itself, paid the day the core placed its order. The core was not a customer I was billing. The core was the merger I was performing, and a building does not charge itself for growing a heart. What it drew off my reserve was the honest labor of it, the mash and the sweat and the shoring, and the rest the commission carried, because the largest customer in the world had ordered the one structure that touches every account, and the deposit on that order was the heart of the world itself. The descent paid its own way as it went, the factions putting 140 of the road levies and a dozen deepened wardens to work down the whole length of the shaft. Payments received, 24 evolution shards, evolution income. Evolution shard reserve, 38. Even down the shaft, upkeep still ran its 32, because the shield keeps no calendar for cosmic occasions. Evolution shard reserve, 6. 6 shards left in reserve, this deep into everything, with a drill 9 floors from the root, and the braid 8 floors from reaching it first. I did the books on a bedroll on the last landing, the way I have done them at every threshold since the freefall, and Caliph stood the dark at my back with the suit reading a fight that had not come yet. Lamps down for the night. I gave the board the honest answer. The shop wasn't closing. It was finishing. On the third day, the braid reached the doors of the Hearth, and the doors were already open, and the drill was one floor above and coming. I'll describe the chamber briefly, since I've done this once before and the floor still isn't mine to appraise. Every vein in the world braided into one guttering trunk, a heart cycling stock it no longer receives, and around its base the pale gray of a warehouse that has been paying out for a century into an economy that only takes. The sovereign stood beside it, dim past any delivery it ever darkened, and it did not speak, because it had said everything on my first visit and the rest was mine to do. The herald set the tithe down. Caliph took the door, and I walked the last stretch of my own building, 40 floors from my till down to the Hearth, the shortest delivery I've ever made and also the longest, and I put both hands on the trunk of the world the same as I put them on my counter the day I held the floor together in front of the noon queue. The lock reads the grain of a hand before the hand lands. 9 centuries of heroes reach for the heart with a gripping hand, and the lock read the grip and stayed shut. I did not reach to grip it. I reached to hold it open, the one thing a keeper's hand does, the only thing my whole worthless column was ever measuring, and the lock read the grain and turned. Grip, keepers. Key valid. The bond takes, keepers holding joined to the kept thing. I have no merchant's terms for what turning felt like, so I will use the only ones I trust. 2 inventories became one. The shop's stock and the world's stock, the reserve I have watched drain since the freefall and the veins that feed the dark, 1 ledger now, 1 account, the counter at the top of a building that runs unbroken to the center of the world. The braid did not stop at the doors. It grew around the heart, course over course, cone logic closing over the oldest masonry in existence the way my walls close over a breach, and the heart of the world got, for the first time in 900 years, a wall. The drill hit that wall a floor later. It came down through the last dead gallery exactly as billed, a lance of bound light aimed at a heart that had been open and pale and undefended since before I was born, and it arrived at a heart that was now the deepest room of my shop, sovereign grown, armored in the same living stone that had embarrassed 6 engines rated for city gates. The tap did not find a corpse to bleed. It found a wall with a keeper's grip on it, and it broke against the wall the way the surface's whole descended payroll broke against my northwest angle, and the web read the administrator's own instrument reporting the fault in the dry hand of a machine that does not know it has lost, straight to contact. Anomalous. Bore integrity failed. Shop level 100, the sovereign domain, realized. Structure, continuous, counter to core. I did not feel rich. I want that entered, because the panel said sovereign domain, and a lifetime of appraising taught me to distrust any manifest that flatters the holder. The shop was the center of the world now, and the center of the world was nearly out of stock. Turning the key had joined my reserve to the veins, which is a magnificent thing to be able to write, and a terrible thing to read on the day the veins are running on fumes, and the reserve is 6. I had married a bankruptcy. The heart was mine, 1 structure, 1 account, and the account was very nearly empty, 100,000 customers upstream of a warehouse with a century of arrears, and a wall that had cost me everything I had left to build. The sovereign watched me run the reserve by the light of the guttering trunk, the way it watched me the first time, and asked what I was doing. Taking inventory, I said. It considered the empty shelves of creation for a while, and then it told me the last true thing it would tell me standing up, that a heart does not fill from a tithe and never has, that I had been remitting shards into a wound for a season, and the wound had swallowed every one, and that the only thing in the history of the dark that has ever filled a heart is the same thing that has filled my reserve since a starving rat drank my first pour. Custom. A sale. An evolution, paid. The core had not ordered a wall. The wall was mine, thrown up in a race against a drill. The core had ordered a drink, one item, every account, before the veins fail, and I had spent 3 days and everything I owned building the vessel and had not yet served the round. I looked down the trunk of the world, at 100,000 accounts I could now reach from my counter in one pour, and at a heart 8 floors of pale gray from stopping, and at a single dram of ledger liquor in a vault that was now the deepest cellar in existence, and I understood the commission the way I should have understood it the morning it posted. The core was dying of an empty warehouse, and I had just become the only shopkeeper in the world who could restock it, all of it, for everyone, at once. The board opened for first lamp before I had finished the thought. The kingdom has never once needed the mechanism explained. The largest transaction the world has ever seen was, in the end, one single pour, and I served it the same way I have served every pour since the freefall, with both hands, at the counter, to a customer that had paid. The dram had waited in the vault through all of it. The commission, the siege, Valerius standing at my counter, the descent, the wall thrown up against the drill, a single measure of ledger liquor, its color unlike anything on any chart I own, distilled off the whole book, every single entry going back to the first pour I ever poured. Arc by arc I had carried it and not spent it, because you do not fire the core's cure at the core's disease, and I had a war to win first with cheaper things. The war was won. The disease got a line struck through it in my ledger. What remained was the order, word for word as the herald first read it to me. The shortest commission I've ever been handed in my life. One single item, poured for every account the labyrinth has, before the veins run dry. I finally had my vessel. It was the shop itself, and by now the shop and the world were the same building. Sariel brought me the census before I drew the measure, because a round is not served on a guess, and she has never in her life let me pour blind. Every floor the core had recognized, every account on every layer of the dark that had ever posted or never posted, counted twice and reconciled, 118,000 for 110. What's the final count? I asked her. I read the number and did the only arithmetic that mattered, which was the rate. 1 shard per 10 heads. It is the rate I set the morning the hive first came up my corridor. 214 bodies for 21 shards, a bulk feed at wholesale, and not once, through 4 ranks and a fortress in the center of the world, have I raised it, because the rate is the one promise I don't get to break. 118,000 customers were about to drink the same round, and the board was going to bill it at the price it billed the hive, because 200 and 100,000 look exactly the same to a board that only tracks the rate. It only knows the rate. I poured a single measure right there at my counter, and the whole structure carried it onward. I had done this once before, at feast scale, for a single herald. 1 line off a kingdom-sized menu. The braid humming that pour all the way from Combcore to Kill Lane to the wood right under my own 2 hands. This was that, scaled to a building that now ran unbroken to the heart of the world. The dram went into the trunk of the veins, and the veins were the shop, and the shop was every floor, and the pour did not travel so much as arrive, everywhere at once. Down every vein the surface had bled pale, out to every account that had waited 2 centuries or 2 seasons or 2 days for a door, 1 round, 1 rate, served through the one structure in existence that touches them all. Look, Caliph said, very quietly, and the dark lit up from somewhere deep inside itself. This makes the 4th time I've watched this particular light, and I'll describe it the way I always do, in stock terms, because that's the only honest way to say it. Blue, under the plating, 1 body catching, and then a whole wave of them, exactly like it ran through the hive that very first time, clear out to the edge of my torchlight, except this time there was no edge, the whole world was the reach of it. It climbed the flooded floors and the fungal terraces and every deep gallery that had never once carried an account of its own. It ran up the shaft road through every charter floor and out along the border where the prides hold their line. 118,000 customers took the same tier jump in the same breath, and the whole labyrinth glowed from somewhere under its own skin, from the drowned quarter to the border shrines to the doors of the heart. And for one moment, the deepest, oldest, most written-off grave in the world was the brightest thing in it. Then the board settled the account. The final menu served one item, every account. Mass evolution, 118,410 subjects, one tier. Payment received, 11,841 evolution shards. 11,841. 1/10 of the heads, the Hive's rate, Arc 5's rate, held for 100,000. I have run this shop on single digits since the freefall. I have signed the week's ledger with 4 in reserve at the doors of the core and called cutting it close, a place my books have always kept. I read that number 3 times, the way I read every promotion, in case it was hiding a knife, and this time the only thing hiding in the footnote was the end of the countdown. Evolution Shard Reserve, 6 to 11,847. Because here is what the pour actually was, under the light and the ceremony, a warehouse restocked. The reserve that has drained a little every dawn of this whole story is the veins now, one single account, and the veins had just taken in more custom in one round than a century of tithes ever managed. The heart of the world stopped guttering. I felt it through both hands, through the trunk, through the wall I had thrown up against the drill, the same fill and drop cycle that had been running long before I ever showed up, filling now and not dropping, the pale gray low in the veins going dark and then going live, the deep hum I first heard in a block of gifted or coming back up under the floor of the world, one clean rising note at a time. The core did not need a hero to wield it. It needed a warehouse that received as well as it paid out, and it had spent 900 years waiting for the one customer who would sell it the round instead of drilling it for the ingredients. The sovereign stood beside a heart that was, for once, actually full, and the runes across its chest did not brighten, because the dimming had never been age. It was accuracy. The sign matches the stock. There was simply, at last, stock to match, and the oldest living thing in the dark looked at a filling heart the way I once looked at a barrel of blue that meant I was not going to die that night, and it said nothing, because some accounts do not close with words. It waited, the way it always does, until the veins had steadied and every account was reconciled, and only then did it invoice me one final time. Shopkeeper _level, A to S. Safety shield upkeep, 32 to 64 evolution shards per day. 64 dawn. I laughed out loud. 64, I said to nobody. Caliph heard it and did not comment, which is her way of commenting, because the system had, out of pure habit, handed me a rate hike on the morning the rate stopped matching. 64 against 11,800 is not a countdown. It is a rounding error the shield charges out of tradition. The joke the ledger has told me at every promotion since the freefall, that its sincerest compliment is an invoice, told itself one more time, and, for the first time, could not make me flinch. The board out-earns its own success. It had just out-earned it by a factor I will be reconciling for a month. I did not spend the day being rich. I spent it doing what the poor left undone, because a round served is not a round settled, and there were books to keep. The core tithe I marked closed in my own hand. You do not remit rent to a heart that lives inside your own structure. The tithe road became a hallway, and a hallway does not charge tolls to itself. 118,000 freshly deepened accounts meant 118,000 new tiers to register, faction boards to redraw, quotas to rebalance, a whole dungeon that had jumped its footing in one breath and would spend a season learning its new reach. Sariel had the census reconciling before the light finished. The first daughter walked the Hive's new tier slate in hand, and made it a matter of principle that not one of hers got counted out of turn. Not one price on that board so much as twitched. That's still the whole secret of how this kingdom runs. True at the scale of the entire world, the same as it was true back in a one-room grave lit by a single torch. By the last lamp, the heart ran full and even. The veins ran dark and lived to every floor. The reserve stood at a number I had never before seen the board render, and the surface's drill was a broken machine encased in the deepest wall of my shop, tapping a heart it would never reach because the heart had a keeper now, and the keeper received. The war was over. Nobody up the shaft knew it yet. Standing at my counter, at the center of a living world, I did the same thing I do at the close of every single day since a gold circle first dropped me into this place. Reserve checked, lamps down, and found there was exactly one account left open that the poor couldn't settle. One door in the whole full warehouse of the world that all of this new light did not reach. A door 40 floors up on the surface, with an old life behind it, and a card in my apron I have carried since the freefall, and never once burned. I took the card out and looked at it for a long time. Then I called Sariel over and asked her the one question I had never once let myself ask since the freefall: what it would actually cost to close that door for good. There was one account left open in a full warehouse, and it was the oldest one on my books, and it had a door. Not a debtor's line this time. A door, the actual one, 40 floors up, right where the charted floors end and a licensed descent turns into a grave. For 4 years it had been the thing at my back I never once turned around to face, the way you avoid the ledger of a business you've already decided is dead. The surface came down through that door with an army. Their guild master came down through it in gold thread and left as a struck line. Their drill came down through it, and is a broken machine in my deepest wall. Everything that has ever cost me anything came through that one door, and it had never once, in 4 years, been closed. I had the means to close it now. That was the whole of what the merger changed, under the light and the ceremony. The passages the surface uses are veins, and the veins are the shop, and a shopkeeper may lock his own doors. But you do not seal a door on a customer still inside, and there was one left. The captain came down under a white cloth that meant at this time, because the web had watched him take it off the quartermaster's roll and out of disgraced file and carry it forward himself, past a leaderless vanguard that no longer had an order to give him. He had been the one honest reader on the other side of the war, the officer who filed true reports and got pulled off the assault roster for it, whose dissent that the anomaly was a nation and its strata, its blood never got filed at all. He walked down my shaft alone, and he took in the hall very differently than his guild master had. He looked at it the way I looked at floor 99 on my second day, like a man revising every number he arrived with. He did not ask for terms. Just tell me the actual count, he said. So I gave him the count, because a true reader has earned the true figure. How many floors? How many factions? How many accounts drank the round? What the thing actually was, the one his own guild had thrown its biggest budget ever at, just to declare it a hazard and reclaim it as a ruin. He wrote none of it down. There was no longer anywhere to file it that would not return it unread, and we both knew it. And there is a particular understanding available between two men who keep honest books for institutions that do not want them kept. I told him the war was over. He told me the surface did not know that yet, and would not believe it from him, and would spend a decade and a fortune learning it the expensive way if the door stayed open for them to keep trying. Then I asked him the only real question, which was whether he wanted to be inside the door or outside it when it closed, because it was closing and there would not be another. He chose the surface. I respected it and I understood it. The sunlight, a name said with no title, the whole small life the depths do not give back. He was surface-born, and a man does not seal himself into someone else's kingdom to prove a point about ledgers. But he asked, at the threshold, to carry one thing up, not intelligence, not a warning, nothing the guild would act on. A message for the record his institution would never keep. That the depths were not a hazard. That something down here had built a nation out of the beings the surface prices as vermin, and it worked, and it paid its debts, and it had closed its door not in threat, but in the way a shop closes at the end of a very long day, because the business inside was finished and did not require them. I let him carry it. Let one true reader go up with the true figure to a surface that will file him under fable and never once suspected has, in its whole history, produced no more accurate a document. Then I closed the door. I did it the way I have done everything, at the counter, with the structure carrying the work. The braid ran the veins the surface descends by, and I had it close them. Course over course, comb logic sealing the approaches below floor 90, the living stone growing shut across the chart's last honest line, from the inside, where a lock belongs. Not a wall they could drill. They had tried drilling, and the drill is a wall now. A seal grown by a kingdom that received, across the one road that only ever took. The web read the surface's instruments losing the floor one reading at a time, the whole of depth, 99 going dark on their maps, exactly as Sariel once told me it would. Lose your one eye down here, and the guild doesn't send a lamp to replace it. It draws a red line and prices the whole dark by how scared that line makes it. I'd given them the darkest place on any chart they'll ever draw, a fear they'd fully earned, and a door that no longer answers to either side. The surface approaches, sealed from within, permanent. Guild account, closed. The debtor's ledger closed with that same seal. The guild's entry, first written the day they declared us a hazard, ruled through now, settled the only way that account could ever settle. Not paid. Sealed. No balance owed in either direction, across a door that doesn't exist anymore. Square. It's the coldest word I know, and I've now used it on the largest account I ever kept. That left the smallest one, and I was not ready for it yet. My old guild card was still tucked in my apron, exactly where it had ridden since the freefall, unburned, because the fire a thing is owed only comes due when it's ready to, and I did not trust myself yet to know whether this was it. Caliph was at the door, as she is always at the door, and she did not ask what I was turning over in my apron pocket, because she had held a wall between me and the surface since my first week and knew better than anyone on this floor exactly which account was closest to closing. She only said the hall was full and the board was open, and that a kingdom that had jumped a tier in one breath had a great many questions about what it was now, and no laws written yet to answer them. She was right. The surface was sealed out, and I had a nation counting over 100,000 newly ascended accounts, one healed heart, one blank crown, and not a single posted law for any of it. I had spent 4 years learning to run a shop at the bottom of the world. Tomorrow I was going to have to write down what the world was, now that the shop was the whole of it. The card would keep. It had waited for years already. A kingdom that jumps a whole tier all at once wakes up the next morning with a constitutional crisis, and mine arrived the ordinary way, as a queue. By first lamp the hall was fuller than I had ever seen it, and the questions in it were not about goods. Every account on the census, all 100,000+ of them, had gone up a rung of the world overnight, and every faction had discovered at once that its old arrangements no longer fit its new reach. Border prides that had held a line for a season now overtopped the wall they guarded. The drowned, deepened, found their annex too small for what they had become. The orcs wanted to know what an army was even for, with the gates standing empty of any enemy at all. And under every specific question sat the same general one, the one the whole dark had been circling since the core posted my name to every floor it owns. What is this, now, and who says? They came to the counter expecting a god to tell them. I have thought about that morning more than any other in this whole account, because it was the morning I could have turned into the exact man I'd just settled in my ledger. The core had read me at the foot of that stair, and found the thing it had spent 9 centuries looking for, a keeper's grain, with nothing in the shape of me that hungered to rule. On that morning the frame was tested. 100,000 freshly ascended accounts, a healed heart, a sealed door, a currency I alone could make, and a haul that would have knelt to any price I named. I could have set myself above the board. Every conqueror in every history the surface keeps did exactly that with far less, and called it destiny, and the word had never once meant anything, but I stopped posting my prices. So I posted my prices. I wrote the new charter the way I have written everything since the free fall, as a listing, because a law a customer cannot read is a robbery with better stationery, and I have said what I think of those. I had it posted on the board in every faction's own marks, and stood there and read the whole thing aloud myself, short as it was, because the true ones always are. The queue is the law. Every account is served in the order it arrives, and there is no account exempt, and the exemption least available is the shopkeeper's. I made the guild master of the surface wait 9 deep, and I will wait behind a silt farmer. Because a queue that bends for the powerful is not a queue, it is a court, and I have watched what men become at the front of a court that never makes them wait. The rate is the law. Posted, public, the same for the border pride and the newest stray, and it does not move because the seller has grown strong enough to move it. I could charge the world anything now. That is precisely why the rate stayed fixed at what it's always been. The same trough rate the Hive was charged in the very first week, unmoved through 4 ranks and a fortress in the center of the world, because the whole of the trust this kingdom runs on is the fact that the mark means what it says, and a mark that changes with the marker's mood is a counterfeit worn by the man who owns the stamp. The charter is the law, a fair account for every customer, opened at honest terms, protected as long as the peace is kept, closed only for balance. Breach flags public, on the board, for the strongest offender exactly as for the weakest. The tithe I struck from the books entire. Nobody pays rent to a heart beating inside their own structure, and a kingdom has no business taxing itself to feed a core it has already become. What was the tithe road is a hallway now, and hallways are free. And the last line, which is the only one that was genuinely new, because the rest I had been living for 4 years. No account is closed by force that could be closed by price. This is the law I wrote against myself, and against every heir the kingdom will ever raise, because I have the means now to end any dispute the fast way. And the fast way is the exact hunger the core spent 900 years refusing to enthrone. We settle at the counter. We settle in the ledger. When the ledger cannot settle it, we let the account stand open and pay it forward, the same way the oldest account in my whole book still sits open, quietly earning the house interest, and we do not reach for the crown to make an argument end, because an unearned hand on the crown is the one breach the charter answers with everything at once, and I would rather the whole kingdom knew why than have it forget. The war speaker, who has filed a grievance about precedents at every state occasion since the first coronation, heard the whole new charter through to the end, and then asked the question I had been waiting for, because he is the honest kind of ambitious. What's the army even for now, he asked. The surface was sealed out. The gate had nothing left to hold against. A kingdom that had just out-evolved every thread in the dark had, by its own success, made its soldiers into a standing question. I gave him the answer the board had already worked out, because the board is smarter than I am and always has been. The army was never for an enemy at the gate. The gate had nothing left standing against it, and no enemy either. The army is the shoring crews and the road levies and the wall wardens who have been the actual heroes of this whole account, the ones who kept every last one of those freshly ascended accounts alive while I just stood at a counter, and under the new charter, it becomes the public works of a nation that is mostly road. The kill lanes become trade lanes. The wall wardens become the keepers of a border that no longer faces out at war but in, at weather, at flood, at the ordinary maintenance of a world. I did not disband an army. I reposted it, from Warstock to the largest standing works charter the board has ever run, and the war speaker read the new manifest twice and announced that logistics was combat conducted honestly, which is the orc principle he brought to my counter years ago, and which the new charter had just made the law of the world. The new order posted the charter of the Depth Kingdom. Faction Council, standing, the treaty bench at nation scale. It took the whole day and most of a night, and it was the least dramatic thing I have ever done and the most important, and nobody had to be conquered for any of it, which is the entire point and the reason it will hold. The factions signed at the counter, in their own marks, in the order they arrived. The first daughter signed for the Hive and immediately requested a subclause on tally precedence. The war speaker signed and filed his customary grievance about the signing order. The Tide speaker signed in salt silk and the goblins signed in something I chose not to appraise. A nation wrote itself down at a shop counter, one honest account at a time, and no line of it granted me a single thing I could not have had by simply refusing to post it. Sariel countersigned last, as she countersigns everything, and when the board had taken the whole charter and rendered it to every floor of the dark at once, she set one more thing on my counter, the way she has been setting things on my counter and waiting since the day she first turned a spy's eye to a shopkeeper's books. The ring. The one she swept off the Coronation Forge a lifetime ago and pocketed with a yet that robbed me of more sleep than any rank hike ever did. Slag glass, the charter's own pattern locked through it, sized for no orc and no goblin and no demon and no dwarf. A human hand. Exactly the kind of thing, she'd said once, that any fool born up on the surface could slip right onto a finger. She didn't ask, this time, what the surface would pay for it. No surface was left to pay, no posted rate, no need of either. She only set it on the counter between us, beside the closed debtor's ledger and the blank-crowned shield, and let the pattern catch the ember light, and said that a nation with a charter, a council, and a full set of new laws had every office it required written down but one. It had a keystone crown for a king it had not yet earned. And it had a counter at the center of the world, held by a man the whole dark had a word for, and no ceremony yet that made the word true. The kingdom, she said, was going to want to crown its shopkeeper. And the shopkeeper was going to have to decide, at last, what he was, because the board could post a great many things, but the one listing it had never once carried was the price of the man who set all the others. By now that old guild card, tucked where it always rode, was older than the kingdom itself, carried since the free fall through the grave and the shop and the fortress and the center of the world. I hadn't burned it the day the surface offered me my old life back. I hadn't burned it the day I closed the man who signed my severance either. Some debts just don't come due the day you're angry. They wait for whatever day actually settles them. It is the day the account is actually closed. The new order was posted, the surface was sealed, and the date had finally come. I did it at the Ember, where the crown keeps warm, where Brumir's pattern still checks every fire on this floor in a stutter tap no one who hears it needs explained. I did not make a ceremony of it. The hall did not gather. I did not let them. This account was mine, the last private line in a life that had become a kingdom, and it settled in the quiet where private lines settle. Junho Beck, logistics clerk, license class worst, terminated for cause. The most accurate document the surface ever produced about the most important man it ever threw away, and every word of it true, and none of it mine anymore. I held it to the coal, and the fire the card was owed took it, and the ash went up the vent with the smoke of 100 honest fires, and the man that card described was not diminished by the burning, because that man had already ceased to exist somewhere in a 400-meter drop over floor 99, and everything since has been a different concern, under different ownership. I felt it, for the record, not grief. Grief is a reason to run a perfect ledger, and I ran one. What I felt was the specific weightlessness of the last held things set down. The pocket lighter, the account closed, the whole surface finally on the far side of a stone I grew myself. Square. I've used that word for my old life, my old boss, my old world, and now for the small card that was the last scrap of paperwork tying me to any of them. That account closed. There was one more waiting behind it, older than the card and older than the kingdom both. The oldest contract on my books came due the way the best-run accounts always do, quietly, on schedule, with both parties already knowing the balance. The herald came for me at the end of the settling week, and this time it did not stand formal at my counter and testify. It waited by the door instead, like something that has carried one message its whole existence and has finally reached the last line of it. I did not need it read aloud. The heart had stayed full and steady for a week straight. The veins were dark and lived to every floor. The drill was a wall, and the surface was a sealed door. Only one account in the whole balanced kingdom was still open, and it was the very first one, the one that started this entire story, in the half-second before the air caught me, for 100 meters over floor 99. I went down to settle it. Kalith took the road with me, the way she always stands guard between me and the rest of the world, except this time the guarding involved walking. The descent was a hallway now, not a tithe road. No tolls. The new laws already posted at every landing in every faction's marks, and we walked it counter to Hearth in an afternoon, through my own building, to the doors of the world. The sovereign stood in its usual place, next to a heart that had finally stopped guttering, and the runes across its chest were the dimmest I have ever seen them, but this time the dim didn't look like failing. It looked like a weight finally being set down. 900 years it had held this heart alive on a tithe that was never enough, waiting through 11 candidates who reached the doors and could not open them, and the 12th had finally turned the lock. And the thing about a burden carried 9 centuries is that the carrier only gets to feel its weight in the instant it is finally lifted off. We did the accounting because it was owed and because it was ours. I never doubted the catch, it told me. It was the aim I got wrong. It had not carried a passenger in 9 centuries, and it missed its own doorstep by 400 meters, and I told it, as I have wanted to tell it since the day of the fall, that 400 meters of freefall is a great deal of time for a man to compose his own eulogy, and that mine had been very good, and that I had rather resented being caught in the middle of it. The herald held its formal stillness. Kalith laughed, one loud bark of it, full plate and all, loud enough that a passing Hive drone dropped an entire crate of sap flasks in fright and spent the next 10 minutes retrieving them under the first daughter's withering supervision, the same way she'd laughed the first time I heard this story at the bottom of the stair, and the sound went up the trunk of a world that was full now instead of empty and came back down changed. And the oldest living thing in the dark pretended, with the last of its enormous dignity, that it hadn't heard a thing. Next came the terms of the fulfillment, and they were the terms I had signed shaking, on the day I was still counting the shield's first drain, only read now from the far side of a life. The shopkeeper's contract binds until it is fulfilled. I had always heard that as the cage clause. No leaving, no going home, the leash on the dangerous room. It was never the cage. It was the delivery date. The contract was a single standing order, placed 900 years before I was born by a dying god on behalf of a dying world. One keeper, brought down, bonded to the heart, before the veins fail. Every clause I had chafed at was a term of that one order, the shield that kept me alive to do the work. The bar on fighting, because the world did not need another wielder. Wielders were what was draining it. The upkeep that taught me, dawn by dawn, the one lesson a keeper must never forget, which is that nothing runs for free and the account must always, always be met. For years, I'd spent believing I was a prisoner just learning how to survive. I had been an apprentice, working off the longest indenture in the history of the dark, and the fusion had been the last of the work, and there was nothing left in the contract that still bound me to it. Shopkeeper's contract, fulfilled. Terms of binding, complete. The keeper may go where the keeper wills. I could leave. That was the plain content of it. The clause I had wanted more than shards in my first month. The dungeon would let me climb the sealed stair, unmake my own lock, walk back up into the sunlight and the surface and the small life the teleport circle tore away. The contract offered it in the same flat panel it once used to tell me my reserve was 0. And I stood at the doors of the heart of the world, a free man for the first time since the freefall, and I did the only arithmetic that has ever mattered to me, which is what a thing is actually worth against what it costs, and I found the surface priced at exactly what I had burned it for at the Ember a week before. There is nowhere up that stair that can reinstate the man I was. That position was eliminated mid-fall. Everything since has been a different concern, under different ownership, and the ownership is mine, and it is not for sale, and it is not going anywhere. I told the sovereign I was staying. It said it had known that before it summoned me, and had summoned me anyway, because a keeper must be offered the door before he can be said to have chosen the counter, and a choice a man is not free to refuse is not a choice. It is a cage, and it had spent 9 centuries determined that the world's keeper would be the one who was free to leave and did not. Then it gave me the last of it, and this is the part one will keep unappraised, because some accounts do not settle in a ledger. The title was never a crown and never a throne. Floor 100 boss is a job, the keeping of the heart, the meeting of the account, the standing between a fragile, enormous thing and everything that would drain it, and the job wanted doing after the doer was done, and the doer was, at last, done. It did not die the way Brumir died, betrayed on a resource run, or the way the demon died, spent in a wall. It would not let the war past. It set the weight down. The runes across its chest went from dim to dark, not guttering out but banking, the way I bank the lamps at close. A fire not extinguished but entrusted, and the essence of 900 years of keeping went down the trunk of the veins into the heart, and the heart took it, and the heart is mine, one structure, one account. So the keeping came home to the keeper the way stock comes home to a warehouse that finally receives. I did not inherit a dragon's shape or a god's hunger. The core had checked me for the second at the bottom of the stair and found none, which is the whole reason the first was never on offer. What passed into me was the office, the keeping. The plain, enormous, unglamorous work of being the thing the world's heart can rely on to meet its account every dawn without fail, which is, I will note for the ledger, the exact job description I have held since a starving rat drank my first pour. Only the customer is larger now. The keeping of the core, inherited. The floor 100 boss, at rest. The chamber was quiet when it was done. The herald bowed to the heart, and then, for the first time, to me, not the worship the benches split 3 ways, but the plain acknowledgement of a subordinate to the office it has served for longer than my whole life, ready to serve it under new keeping. Calith stood at the door with the suit reading no fight, because there was no fight, and she did not say anything, because there was nothing that needed pricing. She only came and stood at my shoulder at the doors of the world the way she has stood at my shoulder since the first week, when I was a man with 1 tankard and wall to hold, and we looked at a full heart in a dark that had gone, against every entry in my whole ledger, quiet in a good way. I had come down these stairs the first time a prisoner making a delivery. I climbed back up them the keeper of the world, a free man who had chosen the counter, with a god at rest in the heart of my own building, and a kingdom overhead that was about to find out its shopkeeper had, in the deepest room of the deepest floor, quietly, and without a single witness that would ever put it in a report, become the last thing the surface would ever have believed him capable of being. Which was, of course, exactly what the surface had graded him at, in the one column nobody ever asked what was holding up, essential. The crown had sat dead iron on a shield for a season, and a kingdom can go a surprisingly long time not noticing a blank line in its own ledger, right up until somebody finally does. It noticed the week after the new order posted. A charter needs a keystone the same as a wall does, and mine had been sitting behind my counter, unnamed, since the day my first customer knelt down in the northwest angle and did not get up. I had posted the only answer the counter had, that day. Kept safe, not sold. The next name on it something that would have to be earned rather than purchased. The kingdom had honored that. Now the kingdom, lawful and healed and better than 100,000 accounts strong, came to the counter to ask what earning it looked like, because the charter I had just made the law of the world had a hole in it exactly the shape of a crown. 5 factions had posted 5 names for the first crown, and it had nearly become a war before a starving pack made the choice for us. This time no one posted a name. That was the first thing I noticed, and the most hopeful. The kingdom had learned, from watching a demon who died wearing that crown without ever once claiming it for himself, exactly what it actually costs. Nobody who understood the real bill raised a hand for it, so I did not take nominations. I read service instead, because service is the only ledger the crown accepts, and the ledger is mine to read. Kalitha's name was at the top of it, and everyone in the hall knew it, and she knew it best of all. She'd taken the guarantor's oath at the first coronation, first claim rights, and everything attached, written, witnessed, and never once tested, the right to take up the crown ahead of any other claimant on the floor. By every entry in the book she had earned it twice over, the first thing I ever saved, the wall the West never had to worry about, the suit that read a fight 3 heartbeats ahead at the gate stair, the blade that stood between 2 centuries of secured sap and a Trent swing and came home cracked open along the gold trim. If earning the crown were the whole of the question was closed before I opened it. "It's not the wall," she said, waving it right there at the counter with the whole hall listening. In the register she keeps for the few things she considers settled past discussion. The crown holds the kingdom's lanes, and the lanes do not need her. They have 100,000 new ascended wardens and a new charter of laws that runs them. What needs her is the door, one counter, one keeper who has a bad habit of standing at the bottom of the world with an apron on holding up the ceiling, and who requires, whatever the charter says about his immortality, exactly one person whose entire post is to be between him and everything else. She'd held that post since the first week, paid in nothing but a single pour and 0 gratitude, and she wasn't giving it up for any crown, and she filed her first claim, formally, in favor of the ledger's true entry, and then she looked at me in a way I did not price out loud, because some accounts a man keeps for himself. The true entry was the smallest name in the book, which is the reason it took a kingdom to find it and a guarantor to point at it. At the first coronation, in the middle of the pack's assault, one young gallery stalker had been too starved to follow its own kind back into the dark, and it shook where it stood by the trough while a demon led the sortie, until the first daughter, unasked, slid a bowl of blue across the stones to it. The Hive filed it under recruitment, and I filed it under Tuesday, because a stray fed at a feast is not a line item that changes a ledger. Except that the stray stayed. It patrolled the border with the pale matriarch when the matriarch was still deciding whether we were prey. It stood the west road through the siege that took the demon. It walked the flank of every quiet leg of my own descent to the core, unpaid, unasked, filed under nothing, because the accounting had never once had a reason to notice the smallest guard on the roster doing the whole of its job for years without a single dawn's failure. That is the reason it had earned the crown, and the reason no one but Caliph had thought to say so. The crown is not for the strongest arm or the oldest claim. The demon proved that. It never posted its name, and it wore the thing to the last. The crown is for the one that pays the bill of everyone else's keeping every dawn, without being asked, without being thanked, without ever being the account anybody was watching, which is a keeper's grain, in a body built for the wall instead of the counter, and it is the exact quality the core spent 9 centuries looking for in a human, and the exact one the surface prices at 0 every time it grades it. I did the arbitration the way I did the first, in one motion, at the counter, in public. I asked the stalker, grown now, scarred from a border it held before anyone valued it. The same question every crown bearer gets asked. An instrument that gives its wearer nothing, demands everything, answers only to a posted price sheet, and tunes to just this one counter for the whole life of the charter. Would it take that up? It did not glance at a rival, because it had no rivals. The hall had already gone quiet in the way it goes quiet when it recognizes a thing it should have seen years ago. The stalker crossed the floor and did exactly what the demon had once done, the one thing that makes up the whole oath and can't be taught. It bent its knee to the posted prices, not to me. I crowned it at my counter, and the wearer's line that had been blank since the northwest angle took a name at last, and the entire defensive weight of world-sized kingdom now ran through a Hive had once fed out of pity, at a feast a lifetime back. The charter crown, bound, the wearer's line filled, earned. Sovereign gear, answering the counter, the charter kept. The demon's account I did not close. I have said before that it will never balance, and I meant it. A thing paid impossibly forward does not settle. But I entered a line under it, in my own hand, the first new entry that account has carried since the tallyman left it blank at the pyre. Interest, paid. The crown the first keeper died wearing had found the second, earned and not bought, exactly as the counter posted the day it came home unmarked, and the oldest open account in my ledger had, without closing, finally been honored. The hall did what the hall does, and split 3 honest ways. Worship at the near benches, appetite at the middle, and at the far wall the old careful dread, quieter now that the thing it dreaded had a charter and a queue and a fixed rate. But under the 3 there was a 4th thing that night, one I had not seen the benches do before, and I did not have a word for it until Caliph supplied it from the door in her flat register. Relief. A kingdom that had crowned its first king in the middle of an assault, and buried him in a wall, had just crowned its second in peace, by earning, without a single grievance filed, and had discovered that it could. That the charter held even at the ceremony that most tempts a nation to break it. That the new charter was not a thing I enforced, but a thing the kingdom now did on its own. Which meant the last office was the only one still open, and it was mine, and I had been putting it off the way I put off every upgrade with an invoice attached. The kingdom had a Keystone crown, earned. It had a keeper of the heart, inherited. It had a charter, a council, a new charter of laws, and a queue that bent for no one. What it did not have, still, was a ceremony for the man at the counter, the one office the board had never posted a price for, because I had never let it, because I have spent this entire account being the thing that sets the value of everything and refusing, on principle, to name my own. The hall was going to make me name it, whether I was ready or not, and by the sound coming up from the benches, that vote was already happening without me. Sariel set the ring back down on the counter, sized for a human hand, and looked at me the way she'd looked at me the day she pocketed it with a single word. Yet, she said again, and this time it didn't sound like a question. The kingdom wanted to crown me, and I let it, on one condition, which was that it let me do it correctly. Every history the surface keeps would recognize a certain version of this ceremony. A throne raised over the hall, a crown of dominion. Tribute carried up an aisle by the conquered, an oath of fealty declared before the whole assembled hall, a god-king enthroned above the beings whose keeping he had won. The factions had drafted most of it before I could stop them, because a nation that has just watched its shopkeeper heal the heart of the world, seal out an empire, and take over the keeping of the whole heart of creation has, understandably, a great deal of ceremony it wants to spend. The war speaker had commissioned a throne, loudly, and made a point of telling anyone nearby that orc craftsmanship would put it up faster than any hive comb could grow one. The goblins had commissioned, I am told, a great many things, most of which the first daughter quietly uncommissioned, and at least one of which involved a fountain that dispensed ale directly onto whoever stood beneath it, a detail I only learned about after Sariel showed me the invoice and the war speaker demanded, with real indignation, "Why do the goblins get a fountain and my crew can't even get a discount on the iron?" I read the whole program the way I read the black market dealer's first contract, years ago, for the clauses that said one thing and meant another, and I struck every line that raised me above the board, because a sovereign who stands above his own posted prices isn't a sovereign. He's the same man I settled with one stroke of a pen. And the Corps had spent 9 centuries making sure its keeper would be exactly the kind of man who never once wanted to stand up there. So there was no throne. I kept the counter. It is a crate, still, under everything the fortress has grown around it. The same gray wood crate with the rusted iron corners that held a starter kit and a system stamp on the day a gold circle dropped me into a grave. And I have been offered, at various points in this account, a great many grander things to stand behind, and I have declined all of them, because the whole of my authority rests on the fact that I stand behind the same counter as everyone else and charge the same rate. You do not upgrade the throne of a god king of logistics. You would only have to depreciate it. There was no crown of dominion either, because the kingdom already has its crown, and it is on the head of a stray that earned it, holding the lanes, answering my counter, exactly where a war crown belongs and nowhere near my head. What the office wanted was a different mark, and Sariel had been holding it since the day the first crown was forged, waiting through a fortress and a war in the center of the world for the one ceremony it was sized for. The ring. Slag glass, the charter's own pattern locked through it, cooled off the crown forge a lifetime ago into an object sized for no orc and no goblin and no demon and no dwarf. A human hand, a concept she'd once said could be worn by any fool born on the surface. She had asked me once what the surface would pay for it, and I had told her there was no posted rate, and there had never once been a reason to post one, and she had said yet, and pocketed it, and I'd lost more actual sleep over that one word than over the drain itself. She set it on the counter now, and there was no surface left to pay, and no rate, and no need. Only the plainest fact the whole account has been building toward, which is that the charter was always sized for one human hand, and the reason 9 centuries of heroes reached the doors and could not open them is that not one of them was the fool the ring was cut for. I put it on. Something she'd once turned from an idea into an object was, at last, on the one hand it had always been meant for. Then the panel lit over the counter, doing the thing it has done at every threshold since the freefall, and settled its account. Shopkeeper _level, S to sovereign. Safety shield, upkeep drawn from the kept core, self-sustaining. Title recognized, the sovereign, god king, of logistics. I have read every promotion this system ever handed me as an invoice, because every one of them was, and I braced for the bill out of 4 years of habit, and there was no bill. The shield that has drained me every dawn of this story, the countdown behind my sternum, the reserve that has bled out at first light through a rat and a demon and a fortress and a war, drew its upkeep at last from the heart it belongs to, because the keeper and the kept thing are one account now, and a warehouse does not invoice itself for the light it keeps its own stock by. The countdown did not reach 0. It ended. Not once, not since a 9-foot god told me the shield ran on shards and vanished before I could get a single follow-up question in, had that number behind my ribs done anything but go down. Now it just stopped. The hall gave me the title all at once, rendered simultaneously into every faction's script, and I will not pretend the sound of it did nothing to a man who was called dead weight across a mahogany desk on the last ordinary afternoon of his old life. The demons named me at the door the greater demon broke. The Hive named me in the register of numbers. The Drowned named me in Salt Silk. The Orcs in the honest bark of a people who believe logistics is combat conducted with a straight face. The Goblins in something loud and probably actionable. The Herald named me in the keeping of a floor 100 that is mine now. And the Crowned Stray named me by kneeling to the board. And the whole dark that had lined the stairs to watch a clerk climb them a season ago said the same word to me at once. And the word, rendered out of 118,000 throats into the only language I have ever fully trusted, came out as a rate card the size of the world, honored. God King of Logistics. I did not choose the title, and I would have priced it lower, but I have learned not to argue with a manifest, and the manifest, for once, was accurate on both counts. God King, because the heart of the world beats inside my structure and answers my keeping. Of Logistics, because I have never once won anything with a fist and never will, and every rung of this impossible ladder was climbed by moving the right good to the right customer at an honest price and refusing, under every pressure the dark and the surface ever brought to bear, to shave the promise. They did not crown a warrior. There was never a warrior. They crowned the clerk, and the clerk kept the counter, which is the whole of the story and the only ending it could ever have had. Kalith stood at the door through all of it, because that is her post, and she waved a crown to keep it. And when the naming was done and the hall was loud with a coronation that had, for once, cost no one anything, she came and stood at my shoulder at the counter the way she has stood at my shoulder since the first week, when I was a man with one tankard and a wall she was holding shut with her body in spite. She did not say anything ceremonial. The board's backing up was all she said, and she was right. It was. There is one account I have carried the length of this whole ledger and never once posted a price for, because it was the single line I did not trust myself to appraise honestly, and I have written some accounts a man keeps for himself about it more than once and minted as a way of not looking. I look now. I am the sovereign of the depths and the keeper of the world's heart, and I have priced armies in tonnage and gods in rest, and my own old life in ash, and the one figure I have never dared enter is what it is worth to have had, through every dawn of the worst and best years of my life, one person whose entire post is the door between me and everything else, who took a wage of one poor and no thanks and never once filed for more. I did not enter it at the coronation either. But I stopped calling it an account I keep for myself, because that is a merchant's word for a debt he is refusing to honor, and I have made the honoring of debts the law of the world, and a law that bends for the lawgiver is not a law. It is a counterfeit worn by the man who owns the stamp, so I will honor it. In the register I own, at the pace I keep, the way I have honored every account on these books, slowly, exactly, and in full. The slow burn, the first daughter would file it. I file it outstanding, in good standing, terms favorable. It is the most honest entry in my ledger, and the only one I have ever been glad to leave open. Then I did the first thing I have ever done as sovereign, God King of Logistics, keeper of the heart of the world, wearer of a ring sized for the one fool it fit. I opened the board. The queue was backing up. It always is. Near the bottom of it, past the usual mix of factions and shapes I'd long since stopped cataloging, sat one entry the panel had rendered in a script I did not recognize, from an account with no floor number attached to it at all. There I stood behind my counter, keeper of the heart of the world, and the world wanted a beer. I want it on record that the days are ordinary now, because ordinary is the whole of what I won and the only thing I ever actually wanted. The shop opens on schedule, because closing early would be a lie to every account that banks with me, and every account banks with me now, because there is no longer any distinction between the floors and the shop. The world is the building, and the building has a counter, and I stand behind it. The board posts the prices. The queue keeps the order. The Crowned Stray holds the lanes from a wall it earned, and answers my counter, and has not once had to rout a defense against anything worse than weather, because the surface stays sealed, and the deep stays healed, and the only sieges left are the ordinary ones: flood, drought, the endless maintenance of a nation built mostly out of road. Sariel keeps every account reconciled down to the last shard, and keeps watching the counterfeiter I hired instead of executing indefinitely at the shop's cost, because some accounts you only agree to keep paying. Caliph keeps the door. The reserve does not go down at dawn anymore. I still check it. 4 years is a long apprenticeship, and some habits are load-bearing. I have thought, once or twice, standing at close in a hall gone quiet, about the man who was thrown down here, the fired clerk composing his own eulogy at 400 meters, drafting the mold warehouse footnote, informing the rushing air that getting fired and getting flattened had somehow landed on the same afternoon. I do not miss him, and I do not pity him, and I have burned the last paper that described him. But I keep one thing of his, unpriced, because it turned out to be the only inventory that ever mattered. He looked at a grave with one crate in it, and a torch that annoyed the dark more than it lit it, and he took stock. That is the whole of what I brought down the stair. 9 centuries the Corps spent looking for exactly that, grading 11 heroes and 1 clerk along the way, and the clerk was the one who, handed the worst license in the world, opened the crate, and started counting. Everything since has been that same afternoon, conducted at larger and larger scale, against better-dressed customers. I did not expect the scale to keep going. I had, if I am honest, filed the account as closed, the world kept, the heart full, the ladder topped, the last office accepted, the queue eternal but finite in its variety. A god-king of a sealed kingdom expects, reasonably, to have met the last new kind of customer his door will ever open for. The door that opened next was not one of mine. I knew it before I looked up, because I know every door in my structure the way I know the grain of my own counter, every vein and lane and threshold from the sealed shaft to the doors of the heart, and this was none of them. There was no door there. Then there was, not grown, not carved, not breached, simply arrived, a seam of light in the air of my hall that answered to no charter I had written and no vein I kept, opening onto a dark that was not my dark, a somewhere else with its own weather leaking through the gap. The hall went quiet in the old way, the pre-invoice way. Caliph came off the door with the suit reading a fight it could not find the shape of. The crowned stray turned every lane in the kingdom toward a threat the charter had no entry for. And through the seam, into the center of the world, something fell. I recognized the falling. I have a personal history with the falling. It came through disoriented and furious in mid-sentence. The way I came through, the way everything that has ever mattered to me arrived. Not chosen, not gentle, torn out of one place mid-stride and dropped into another with no ceremony and no warning and a great deal to say about it. Grander than me, by the read of the hall, older by the smell of it. A thing from a dimension that keeps its own ledgers in a script my board rendered as a question mark and then, gamely, as a blank line awaiting terms. It slammed into empty air not a foot over my clean floor and simply stopped there because the shield, which is the whole structure of the world now, caught it exactly the way a dying god once caught a fired clerk 400 meters above a grave. Solid, immediate, a wall standing where nothing should have been. I have been on the other side of that catch. I know exactly what the next few seconds are worth to the thing lying on my floor not dying, and how much it does not yet understand about the invoice attached. The visitor gathered itself, and took in the hall, the counter, the board, the crowned stray, the queue of 100,000 accounts that had all stopped to watch, the whole impossible warehouse of the world with a clerk at the center of it. And it drew breath to make whatever demand a thing from another dimension makes when it lands in a kingdom it has never heard of and finds it already occupied, already priced, already closed for the evening in 9 minutes. So I looked up from my ledger, the one thing the man who fired me never once managed, and the thing this whole world, it turns out, got built on the back of my learning how to do. I looked up because a customer had come through the door, and a customer is served, and the whole of my authority over the heart of the world, over 100,000 evolved accounts, over the sealed surface and the healed dark and the God at rest in the deep, rests on the single fact that when someone stands at my counter, I stop reading my own books and I ask them what they need. My old manager never learned it. Valerius never learned it. 9 centuries of heroes reach for the heart with a gripping hand and never learned it. It is the entire trade, and it is not complicated, and it is the only thing I have ever been good at, and it turned out to be the thing the world was built to be kept by. The visitor from the other dimension stared at me, its demand dying in whatever it uses for a throat, because it had prepared for a god king on a throne and found a tired man in a charcoal apron leaning on a gray wood crate with rusted iron corners, sleeves rolled to the elbow, flower on one cuff, a slag glass ring on one hand, and the permanent expression of a clerk 9 minutes from close. I leaned on the counter. The board was backing up behind it. The board is always backing up. What are you buying?